Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, for a statement on the significant matter of the 10th anniversary of the MH17 tragedy.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements. That's for later.
The Attorney-General has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On 17th July, it will be 10 years since the downing of Malaysia Airlines flight MH17 over the east of Ukraine. I will represent the Australian Government at an event to mark that very sad anniversary at the MH17 Memorial in Amsterdam, alongside friends and partners from the Netherlands and many other countries touched by this tragedy, and most importantly, alongside the loved ones of those who were lost on flight MH17. Here in Australia, a memorial service will be held at Parliament House as an opportunity to come together, to honour the lives lost and to stand with their families and loved ones. It will be a very sombre day. It will be a moment to pause and remember those whose lives were tragically cut short in a senseless act of violence. It will be a moment to commit ourselves to continue to seek accountability for those responsible for this despicable crime. Australians will remember the shock of waking up on the morning of 18th July 2014, our time, to learn the shocking news. An ordinary scheduled passenger flight from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur had been shot from the skies above the east of Ukraine. All aboard, 283 passengers and 15 crew had lost their lives in unspeakable circumstances. Innocent people travelling for love or family, for business, or just to see the world. Flight crew doing their jobs, working to get their passengers safely to their destinations. 38 of those lost had called Australia home. Others on board were bound for connecting flights to Australia to attend an international AIDS conference in Melbourne. Many in our community were preparing that day to welcome home family and loved ones or to greet visitors and colleagues from abroad. We were united in our pain and grief with others all over the world. The people of the Netherlands and Malaysia suffered particularly grievously. Nationals of other countries were also among the dead. But a violent attack on an international passenger aircraft is ultimately an attack on all the world, on our ability to connect, to maintain and build relationships and to do business with one another in peace and safety. It is not just grief that we shared with our friends and partners in other countries affected by the attack on flight MH17. Our grieving nations also shared a resolve to fully investigate the downing of flight MH17, to identify those to blame and to hold them responsible. Australia has been united in pursuing that work in the decades since that terrible day, and I want to acknowledge the work of the previous government in this regard. And we've been united with our international partners. Soon after the attack, Australia led work with other countries for the unanimous adoption by the United Nations Security Council of a resolution seeking a full, thorough and independent international investigation into the incident. The resolution called on all countries to cooperate in bringing the perpetrators to justice. Our work together on that vital task in the years since that tragic afternoon in July 2014 has deepened old bonds and built new ones. I want to note in particular our work with the other countries of the Joint Investigation Team: Belgium, Malaysia, the Netherlands and Ukraine. The story of Flight MH17 is not just one of profound tragedy and loss, but also of solidarity in seeking truth, justice and accountability. I want to pay tribute today to those who travelled to Ukraine and the Netherlands after the downing of Flight MH17 to investigate the crash, and those who tirelessly worked on investigations and advocacy for accountability in the years since. In particular, I want to acknowledge the work of the members of the Australian Defence Force and the Australian Federal Police, as well as officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and my own department. I also wish to pay tribute to all those who supported grieving families, friends and communities as they came to terms with the loss of their loved ones in such unimaginable circumstances. I hope you each know how important your work has been. Above all, over the last 10 years, the next of kin of those lost on Flight MH17 have been central to our endeavours in seeking truth, justice and accountability for the victims. I pay tribute to their bravery, their strength and their perseverance. Seeking justice for those aboard Flight MH17 has required many of those who loved them most to tell and retell their stories of loss in successive legal proceedings. Mr. Speaker, we do know who was responsible for this unforgivable, murderous act. Flight MH17 was shot down by a Russian surface-to-air missile system that had been transported from Russia into an area in the east of Ukraine that was under the control of Russian-backed separatists. Just under 2 years ago, the District Court of The Hague made unequivocal and conclusive findings of the Russian Federation's involvement in the downing of Flight MH17 and findings of guilt against Igor Girkin, Sergei Dubinsky and Leonid Karchenko. The evidence used to convict these individuals was the result of extensive and collaborative work of the Joint Investigation Team. I reiterate my sincere thanks to the investigators involved in this thorough and painstaking work, from our own Australian Federal Police and counterparts from the Netherlands, Malaysia, Belgium and Ukraine. Australia has imposed sanctions on Girkin, Dubinsky and Karchenko, as well as a fourth individual, Sergei Muchkaev, commander of the Russian military unit that supplied the weapon that shot down Flight MH17. Since 2022, Australia and the Netherlands have been working together to pursue a case against the Russian Federation in the Council of the International Civil Aviation Organisation for Russia's role in the downing of Flight MH17. In March last year, the Council of ICAO upheld our argument that it had jurisdiction to hear our case against Russia. As a result, we've been able to proceed to put our substantive case against Russia to the Council. The evidence used in these proceedings followed the extensive efforts of investigators who participated in the technical investigation led by the Dutch Safety Board and the criminal investigation conducted by the Multinational Joint Investigation Team. Last month, the Russian Federation withdrew from the ICAO proceedings. Australia deplores that decision by the Russian Federation. Nonetheless, we have commenced the presentation of our case before the Council, including the compelling evidence demonstrating that the Russian Federation was responsible for the downing through its role in the transport, deployment and use of the missile launcher that shot down Flight MH17. Our work is not done, and there will be further hearings before the Council. We will not abandon our efforts. Together with the Netherlands, we will continue to call upon the ICAO Council to hold the Russian Federation to account for this senseless act of violence. Mr. Speaker, we continue to mourn the lives lost in the attack on flight MH17, and our thoughts remain with those who lost loved ones for whom the coming anniversary will be particularly difficult. We remember the victims of that attack. Australia remembers them. The international community remembers them. Together, we will honour their memory and continue to pursue all avenues available to us to seek justice for their loss.
And I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business in response to the Minister's statement.
Mr Speaker, on 17 July 2014, Malaysian Airlines Flight 17 took off from Amsterdam Airport Schiphol with 15 crew and 283 passengers en route to Kuala Lumpur. Its flight plan took in the entirety of Ukraine, including the east of Ukraine, where Russian-backed separatists were fighting, and it passed over this area above the minimum altitude of 33,000 feet. As flight MH17 approached the Russian border, it engaged in routine communication chatter with air traffic controllers in both Ukraine and Russia. Until 13:20 Coordinated Universal Time, when all verbal chatter stopped. At 13:26, the aircraft disappeared from radar screens. All 298 passengers and crew were killed that day, including 38 Australians. The circumstances leading to the downing of MH17 are now very clear, thanks to the work of the joint investigative team in which Australia participated. The Buk missile that was deployed to shoot down the plane belonged to the Russian Army's 53rd Anti-Aircraft Missile Brigade. The joint investigative team found that the missile system was transported from Russia into Ukraine and into territory that was controlled at the time by Russian-backed fighters. That a missile from that system was deployed to shoot down a passenger jet that was cruising at an altitude of 33,000 feet, and that the missile system was then transported back into Russia immediately, that very same day. In the grief and dismay after the downing of MH17, Russia was immediately a suspect. The then Prime Minister Tony Abbott rapidly convened a meeting of the National Security Committee of Cabinet. He declared that the tragedy was not an accident. He said that Russia faced a crucial test of its international citizenship. He resolved to use Australia's membership of the UN Security Council to push for unfettered access to the crash site. Mr Abbott was true to his word in the things that he said Australia would do. Australia pushed the UN Security Council to pass Resolution 2166, which unanimously condemned the downing of flight MH17. It was at Australia's insistence that the resolution called on separatists at the crash site to ensure that the bodies of the victims were treated with dignity and respect. I also want to acknowledge particularly the determined and tireless work of then Foreign Minister Julie Bishop, which was critical to securing strong support for Australia's position. Mr Abbott put Australia's position very directly to Mr Putin at the APEC meeting in Beijing in November that year. It's a matter of record that at the G20 meeting in Brisbane, just a few days later, Mr Putin unexpectedly complained of being tired and decided he needed to leave the assembly of the world's most important economies early so he could get back to work on Monday. I also want to acknowledge the strong support that was provided by the then Leader of the Opposition, the member for Maribyrnong. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the then Prime Minister on this issue. Speaking some years later, the member for Maribyrnong had this to say: "We supported, when this terrible atrocity occurred, the strong actions of the then Prime Minister, the member for Warringah. When it comes to the MH17 atrocity, this Parliament is of one mind. There is no daylight, there are no shades of grey." The member for Maribyrnong and the Labor Party acted in the best traditions of this Parliament. Mr Speaker, it cannot be said that anything good came of MH17. There is no adequate response we can offer to the families of the 298 civilians who were murdered on that day 10 years ago. But we can work through sorrow and seek to ensure that there is a permanent legacy for those whose lives were cut short. Over the last 10 years, the effort has been unrelenting. In August of 2014, Australia joined with the Netherlands, Malaysia and Belgium in forming a joint investigation team, and that team worked with Ukraine to determine who was responsible for the attack and to collect evidence for the criminal prosecution. By December of that year, all of the Australian victims were identified and their remains had been repatriated. By September 2016, the team had determined that the evidence showed the Buk missile had been brought in from Russian territory and was fired from a field controlled by Russian-backed separatists. By 2018, Australia, together with the Netherlands, announced that we were holding Russia responsible. In 2019, a criminal prosecution against 4 individuals commenced in The Hague. All 4 were associated with the Russian-backed military operations in eastern Ukraine at the time MH17 was shot down. The 3 Russians had ties to Russian intelligence agencies, and by November 2022, 3 of the defendants were found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment: Igor Girkin, Sergei Dubinsky and Leonid Karchenko. In March of 2022, Australia and the Netherlands initiated parallel legal action against Russia under the auspices of the International Civil Aviation Organisation. The downing of MH17 also paved the way for Australia to introduce its own Magnitsky-style sanctions regime, which passed in 2021. That sanctions regime is used to uphold human rights around the world, and the Coalition is pleased to see that in June last year, the regime was used to sanction the 3 men found guilty by the Dutch court, as well as Sergei Muchaev, a colonel with the Russian Armed Forces, who in July 2014 was the commander of the 53rd Anti-Aircraft Missile Brigade, which supplied the missile that downed flight MH17. Mr Speaker, there is more to do. The Magnitsky sanctions regime, which in a very real way was a consequence of MH17, should be used more broadly, particularly in cases where we see the most egregious human rights abuses. The ICAO proceedings must continue. Russia should, in the face of overwhelming evidence, admit its liability. It should apologise to the families of the 38 Australians and the 260 others on board the flight who were murdered. It should pay damages and compensation. And for us in this place, we need to continue our work to maintain a permanent legacy for those whose lives were cut short. I thank the House.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements on the 10th anniversary of the MH17 tragedy to be made in the Federation Chamber.
Give the call to the member for Mallee.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I thank the member for Mallee and I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that further statements on the 10th anniversary of the MH17 tragedy be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the honourable member for Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I seek leave to move the following motion: that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent 1. Private Members' Business Order of the Day number 32 relating to the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Ban on Gambling Advertisements, Bill 2024 being called on immediately. 2. Debate on the second reading of the bill continuing for a period of no longer than 1 hour, with the time for each speech limited to 10 minutes. 3. Questions then being immediately put on any amendments moved to the motion for the second reading and on the second reading of the bill. 4. If required, a consideration in detail stage of the bill, with any detailed amendments to be moved together with A. 1 question to be put on all government amendments, B. 1 question to be put on all opposition amendments, C. Separate questions then to be put on any sets of amendments moved by crossbench members, and D. 1 question to be put that the bill, as amended, if necessary, be agreed to. 5. When the bill has been agreed to, the question being put immediately on the third reading of the bill, and 6. Any variation to this arrangement being made only on a motion moved by the member for Clark or the member for Mayo.
Is leave granted?
No. Leave is not granted.
The member for Clark has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Then I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Clark from moving the following motion: that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent 1. Private Members' Business Order of the Day number 32 relating to the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Ban on Gambling Advertisements, Bill 2024 being called on immediately. 2. Debate on the second reading of the bill continuing for a period of no longer than 1 hour, with the time for each speech limited to 10 minutes. 3, the questions then being immediately put on any amendments moved to the motion for the second reading and on the second reading of the bill. 4, if required, a consideration in detail stage of the bill, with any detail amendments to be moved together with A, one question to be put on all government amendments, B, one question to be put on all opposition amendments, C, separate questions then to be put on any sets of amendments moved by crossbench members, and D, one question to be put that the bill, as amended if necessary, be agreed to. 5, when the bill has been agreed to, the question being put immediately on the third reading of the bill, and 6, any variation to this arrangement being made only on a motion moved by the member for Clark or the member for Mayo. Speaker, the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Ban on Gambling Advertisements Bill 2024, introduced in the House on Monday, amends the Interactive Gambling Act 2001 to ban advertising of a licensed interactive wagering service that is a gambling service. This will prohibit television, print, radio and online advertising of interactive gambling services such as telephone and online gambling. Speaker, there is a real urgency to deal with this bill today, because the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs, chaired by the late Peter Murphy, released its report, You Win Some, You Lose More, Online Gambling and its Impacts on Those Experiencing Gambling Harm, a year ago almost exactly. The bipartisan report included 31 important recommendations, including banning gambling advertising. But, Speaker, yet it being a year ago that very important report was released, the government is still yet to formally even to respond to the recommendations, let alone to implement any of the recommendations. And, Speaker, this is despite the fact that there is such widespread concern, even outrage in the community, about the incessant advertising of gambling services, in particular before and after high-profile sporting events on the weekends or at night when children are watching. Speaker, the harm caused by gambling addiction cannot be overstated. It causes poverty, loss of jobs, relationship breakdowns, homelessness, ill health, even suicide. And a report in Victoria even went and found that gambling addiction is the second most prevalent of crime in that state. Speaker, this is no small matter. Hence, there is an urgent need to deal with this. Australians lose more than $25 billion each year to gambling, making it the highest per capita spend of any nation, or the people in any nation in the world. Indeed, almost half of Australian adults who do gamble are at risk of or are already experiencing gambling harm, according to research conducted by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. And, Speaker, online and sports betting has become especially problematic. It's very telling that the Australian Communications and Media Authority reports that more than 1 million advertisements bombarded Australians between 2022 and 2023 alone. No wonder we're all sick of the ads. Roy Morgan research shows that the number of people betting on sports has more than doubled in the last 5 years. It has become a real issue. The Australian Institute of Family Studies found that the link between gambling advertising is not only strong, but strongest amongst our young people, that 1 in 5 young women and 1 in 7 young men began gambling because of an advertisement. And also found that 40% of those already at risk of gambling-related harm gamble impulsively after seeing or hearing promotional material. And recent polling by Roy Morgan shows that gambling addicts make up 20% of some sports betting companies' entire company base. Deputy Speaker, there is an urgent need to deal with this. This is what the community is calling out for. This would be us responding to a genuine and very significant community concern. So I do ask that we deal with this matter urgently. I commend the member for Mayo for bringing the bill to the House on Monday, the second time I think the member for Mayo has done that, second time I've seconded. And I'll end there because I would like to allow 5 minutes at the end for a contribution from an opposition member. Thank you, Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I certainly second this motion. Mr Speaker, we need to deal with this today because we have a duty as members of Parliament to take the leadership and create a better Australia. And we know that gambling advertising causes enormous harm. We need to debate this now. We can no longer sit and do nothing. It has been a year since the report handed down by the late Peter Murphy, and she had such courage in putting together that report. And I think it's such a great, great shame that nothing of any substance has happened in this place in a year. We know from that report from the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs that online gambling and gambling advertising to children, young people and those experiencing gambling addiction causes enormous harm, recognised harm. We know from that report that Australians demand an end to the saturation of advertising of gambling products. And that report had another key recommendation, and that is a phasing out over 3 years of advertising of online gambling. Well, we've lost a year due to the minister's inaction. A year has gone, 31 recommendations, and nothing is being done in this place. And that makes Australians incredibly frustrated. I would say even angry. That their children are being bombarded, as the member for Clark said. I mean, we are talking about 948 gambling advertisements broadcast each day in 2021 in Victoria on free-to-air television alone.
Shame.
Now, this has grown exponentially because if you go back to 2016, it was just 374. I say only. That is still an incredibly large amount. And so what has happened is our children see this as normal. Our children see it as incredibly normal that when they're watching a game of football, they're seeing gambling advertising. That when they open up social media, they're seeing gambling advertising. They're being told to bet with their mates. A proliferation of online apps. And this is causing enormous harm. Roy Morgan research in 12 months to March 2024, the Alliance of Gambling Reform showed that the number of people betting on sporting has more than doubled in the last 5 years, and yet we do nothing in this place. And that is why this motion must be supported, because we need to debate this and we need to have some action in this place. And we haven't seen action. Now, look, I'm sure the minister's going to get up and talk about BetStop and she's going to talk about that. Well, that was actually started by the previous government. And that is one small thing that we need to fix. But unless we address the proliferation, the saturation of gambling advertising, like we did in the 1980s and 90s with respect to cigarette advertising, this is a public health issue. This is actually a public health emergency. We have people who are taking their lives, who have horrendous health issues, who are losing their homes, who are becoming homeless, who are having family breakdown. And we know that this is very much affecting young people, particularly young men. And we are providing no protections in this place, no protections at all. It's like it's just not an issue that anyone in here really wants to deal with. And we need to. It is our duty as members of Parliament, we are elected in this place to help create a better Australia. And we are not doing that when we are not addressing this issue. And so I would urge all members in this place, let us at least have a debate on this. We can no longer allow the government to do nothing in this place when the harm is so real, the harm to young Australians in particular. And I urge the Minister, you have 31 recommendations, of which you have not even responded to formally in the Parliament. Please, I beg you, Australian mums and dads beg you, do the right thing, act on those recommendations, and let's discuss this bill and ending gambling now, gambling advertising now.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I'm going to give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. This motion is not about the substance of the issue of gambling harm, and that is an issue of course, that this government cares very deeply about. This is actually regarding a suspension, and that is what we are debating here. I thank the member for Clark and the member for Mayo for their comments on this suspension motion. I would very respectfully say to the member for Mayo and rebut the idea that this government has done nothing when it comes to addressing gambling harms. It is something of substance to go through the many issues that we have examined here and the many initiatives that we have undertaken and completed. And on that point, I again would very respectfully say to the member and to all members here that in particular the issue that I'll discuss in relation to the National Self-Exclusion Register, it is not, as the member for Mayo says, a small thing. The member for Clark well knows that he has been a long advocate for self-exclusion mechanisms. We have BetStop as a self-exclusion mechanism, and it is enabling tens of thousands of Australians right now in a short space of time to exclude themselves from all forms of online wagering, literally with one touch. That is not a small thing, as I will detail shortly. And I will also respectfully say to the member for Mayo, saying that the National Self-Exclusion Register is or was an initiative of the former government, the reality is that the enabling legislation was given royal assent in December 2019, but it wasn't until this government was elected that we actually launched it and made it effective to operate in August last year. I would urge all members of this House to promote BetStop in their local communities. It is, as I said, a mechanism that the member for Clark has long advocated, and it is one that is having real results. But I will also note, Mr. Speaker, that the work of the late member for Dunkley, Peter Murphy, has had a deep impact on this Parliament and on the community. And this government and myself have made it very clear that the status quo in relation to wagering advertising is untenable. Recently, the Alliance for Gambling Reform released new data with extensive research. That evidence is concerning. Those insights show through 16,000 interviews that the number of people betting on sports has actually doubled in the last 5 years. More than a quarter of all men aged 18 to 24 and a third of men aged 25 to 34 now bet on sport, and 10% of sports bettors are classified as experiencing harm caused by gambling. And as confronting as that data is, it is certainly appreciated that the Alliance for Gambling Reform highlight it and also are engaged with the government on reforms. We know there's an established link between gambling harms and other harms, and we know that the impacts are greater in regional Australia and that children are being actively groomed into gambling being a central aspect of enjoying sport. And that is why this government is taking on the challenge to reduce those harms. We have been acting since forming government, including, again, the member for Mayo, I would respectfully point out, that pre-verification and the credit card ban are two recommendations that actually have been initiated by this government and are having real results. We want to get these reforms right, Mr. Speaker, to deliver both harm reduction and cultural change. It's not a straightforward exercise, and we're determined to ensure that our response is capable of implementation and actually makes a real difference when it comes to harm reduction. Now, just for context for the honourable members, when the last set of gambling ad restrictions were introduced in 2018 by those opposite, the results showed actually a 50% increase in total volume of gambling spots on TV and radio, and that included an 86% increase on regional TV. What this shows is that this was at a time when the online wagering industry was experiencing massive growth, with more and more Australians, particularly young men, signing up to bet. But, Mr. Speaker, the important issue here is that we have fully implemented the remaining elements of the National Consumer Protection Framework. We have acted on reports like the Stevens Review in 2020, which the former government sat on, but we actually released and made sure that we were able to give effect to those provisions around simulated gambling. We've updated the ineffective gamble responsibly messaging on wagering advertising with new evidence-based taglines, and as I said, the mandatory customer ID pre-verification. Of significance, as I said, the government launched BetStop for people experiencing gambling harms. It's a free service allowing consumers to exclude themselves for 3 months or up to a lifetime from all Australian licensed interactive online and telephone wagering services with a single step. It prohibits Australian licensed interactive wagering service providers from letting a self-excluded individual open an account or place a bet, sending marketing material to self-excluded individuals and disclosing information about those persons. Mr Speaker, nearly 26,000 Australians have registered with BetStop. 80% are under the age of 40, most of them younger than 30, demonstrating how much online gambling is impacting younger people in our community, and 40% of people who've registered have opted for a lifetime ban. It is in fact the most targeted harm reduction initiative to date in terms of directly reaching Australians experiencing harms and enabling them to put an end to their betting activity. And as I said, I encourage all members of Parliament to promote this service in their communities. It is one of those initiatives that can actually change lives with one step. But there is still more to do. And we know that this is an area, as I said, that is complex. It is one in which we are playing catch-up compared to the reforms that actually showed an increase in gambling advertising under the former government. But we continue to identify and pursue harm reduction initiatives. In response to the report, we as a government have been undertaking broad consultation with harm reduction advocates, broadcasters, digital platforms, sporting codes, wagering and racing industries, as well as public health experts and academics. And I want to say, I'm sure on behalf of the Minister for Social Services as well, these stakeholders who have shared their perspectives and expertise in this area, particularly the shame and stigma felt by people who are experiencing gambling harm, is one that is very potent and is guiding our principles here when it comes to harm minimisation in this area. Mr Speaker, we are committed to developing meaningful solutions that support families and protect vulnerable Australians from the harms of gambling. We will respond to the Parliamentary Inquiry Report recommendations, as has been our undertaking and as we have demonstrated, we are carrying out already. We are committed to reform and to reducing gambling harms in the community and to build on the reforms that we have already implemented. Mr Speaker, the last point that I will make is about the need to ensure that there is buy-in by the states when it comes to harm reduction. We know that the National Consumer Protection Framework went over time. We brought it to a conclusion with the last pieces. But there is a lot of areas where state and Commonwealth cooperation is needed as well. And our friend Peter Murphy highlighted this in her report.
Absolutely.
The inquiry was very detailed in terms of the need for a national approach to this issue. And that is one in particular that the Minister for Social Services has been pursuing. And it's one that we as a government will continue to pursue as we go through this reform process. So again, Mr Speaker, I highlight that this has been a government that has delivered more when it comes to harm reduction from gambling than in the last decade. And whilst this is obviously a highly complex area where there is a multitude of stakeholders, we're working through this diligently. We're ensuring that this is actually a framework that is capable of implementation.
That's right.
It is one thing to legislate a ban, it's another thing to make it effective. And we see that not only in the evidence that I just cited about changes in advertising bans on broadcast actually resulting in an increase in advertising, but we know about the proliferation in other areas as well.
That's right.
So I thank the members for their interest. As always, my door is open to provide a briefing on what my department is doing in this area, and I look forward to hearing from members.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Speaker, and I stand to support the member for Mayor's motion and the member for Clark, Andrew Wilkie. Thank you, Minister, for your explanation and, of course, explaining in terms, especially the bed stop, and I will look into that. However, I think that, in particular in my community in Fowler, as you probably know, we've got one of the most, prolific gambling problem in our community in Fowler, especially, people from non-English speaking backgrounds. It is a huge issue, as you can appreciate. And I think advertising on television, radio, print and film and billboards and online, and especially online, has been so, young people are online now more often than ever. And I think we need to do something as a government to ensure that those gambling advertising doesn't get, kids don't get, see them. And I think that it is, I support the need for us to actually have this debate in the House to talk about the severity of gambling. And I think we can't just put it off. And I think that, the bed stop might be just one aspect that could help, and I will look into that because I don't know if that will help my culturally diverse community, for instance. Is it something that people will pick up the phone and call and try to exclude themselves? I don't know if that will work for people in my community. So therefore, we need to do something. We need to be proactive in ensuring that advertising, when it comes to gambling, online and on billboards, needs to stop because it's such, it impacts us, it impacts our daily lives, and especially in my community. So I really support the member for Mayors and the member for Clark motion, and I thank the Minister for the opportunity to speak on this.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Good morning.
How are you feeling? Last time you went down below.
No,
You didn't go. And you took your name.
No, I had a dinner with bus industry last night, so,
Oh, nice.
so it's in my wheelhouse of expertise.
How many of them?
I think there was 9 of them. So they hosted it. Just a good bit of work to do. So,
For the bus industry.
yeah, they've got some issues at the moment. Staff labor shortages. Agreements, so I'm just trying to. I've got to give 2 speeches.
Are you in the Federation Club?
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Mayo and Clark as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 17, noes 58. The matter was resolved in the negative. Well done, guys. Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 2. Migration Amendment, Strengthening Sponsorship and Nomination Processes Bill 2024.
The call to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Migration Amendment, Strengthening Sponsorship and Nomination Process Bill and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be read a second time. The Migration Amendment, Strengthening Sponsorship and Nomination Processes Bill 2024 amends the Migration Act 1958 to establish a legislative framework for a new temporary skilled worker visa, the Skills in Demand visa. This legislation creates the income thresholds and indexation for the proposed streams of that visa, as well as streamlining labour market testing requirements. This bill is a necessary and important step to introduce a better targeted temporary skilled work visa as part of the Albanese government's migration strategy. The migration strategy is a series of commitments to address a decade of neglect in Australia's visa system. It's about a more prosperous, fair and secure Australian labour market. If you're a worker, whether local or migrant, the migration strategy means stronger protections of your wages and conditions. For businesses, it means getting the workers and the skills you need to grow and be more productive. If you're a worker, the amendments in this bill are an important step in delivering a better planned migration system, meeting Australia's skills needs and laying a strong foundation for the future. The provision of legislated minimum income thresholds in the Migration Act for streams in the Skills in Demand visa will ensure that people working on these visas are less vulnerable to exploitation. This bill ensures workers receive fair remuneration through indexed salary thresholds. The amendments in this bill will guarantee that migrant wages will increase alongside Australian wages, reducing the likelihood of exploitation of skilled migrants. This is good for all workers, regardless of where they are from. The specialist skills stream will attract highly skilled specialists to ensure businesses can quickly and easily recruit top talent. Eligibility criteria would, amongst other things, require an applicant to be earning at least $135,000 per year. The specialist skills stream will recognise these workers meet a national need that is beyond filling a narrowly defined gap in the labour market. Highly skilled migrants bring significant economic benefits. They are more likely to bring productivity-enhancing knowledge and ideas and to create jobs for locals. Most temporary skilled migrants will come through the core skills stream. This stream is designed to bring in the skilled employees Australia needs now and into the future, to ensure we are able to provide ourselves with the goods and services we need to support our way of life. Eligibility criteria would, amongst other things, require an applicant to be earning at least $73,150 per year. These thresholds, to be implemented under the new Skills in Demand visa, replace the current temporary skilled migration income threshold. Placing such a threshold in the Act and making it subject to annual indexation instead of continuing to specify it in a legislative instrument made by the Minister provides greater certainty for both sponsors and workers going forward, whilst providing greater strength to restore integrity to the migration system. Labor has long called for indexation of these important salary thresholds, and this bill ensures that it will happen into the future. For too long, these salaries were not indexed, and the temporary skilled migration income threshold remained at $53,900 from 1 July 2013 to 30 June 2023. This bill also delivers on another commitment in the government's migration strategy by establishing a legislative framework to underpin a public register of approved work sponsors. This register will provide greater protections and oversight mechanisms, helping to tackle migrant worker exploitation and misuse of the visa system. Importantly, this register will provide a resource to check that a sponsoring employer is legitimate. The development of a public register that includes the name of the approved sponsor, their business postcode, number of sponsored workers and their occupations will encourage transparency, monitoring and oversight. This managed approach to Australia's visa system ensures a stronger workforce, which in turn strengthens the Australian economy. This bill will help ensure we have the skills we need for the future and ultimately make sure the system is working in the interests of all Australians. Deputy Speaker, migrants make a valuable contribution not only to Australia's prosperity but also to our communities, our national identity and our connections across the world. This bill is an important step towards implementing the Albanese Labor government's migration strategy. I commend this bill to the Chamber.
I thank the Minister. Given us the conclusion of the debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order for the day of the next sitting. And I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. All of that opinion say aye. All of those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Minister.
I present the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill. The Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Imposition Bill 2024 and the Treasury Laws Amendment, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Consequential Bill 2024.
I thank the Minister. I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to implement a multinational top-up tax and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill is part of a package of 3 bills which together will enact a 15% global minimum tax and domestic minimum tax for multinational enterprises operating in Australia with an annual global revenue of €750 million, approximately 1.2 billion Australian dollars or greater. These bills, upon receiving royal assent, will apply to fiscal years commencing on or after 1 January 2024. The global minimum tax will enable Australia to apply top-up tax on a resident multinational parent or subsidiary company where the group's income is taxed below 15% overseas. The domestic minimum tax will enable Australia to apply top-up tax for any low-tax domestic income before a foreign country would otherwise take that tax under the new rules. These bills represent a landmark achievement in the international tax landscape and follow on from our government's 2023-24 budget announcement that we would implement a global minimum tax and a domestic minimum tax. It marks further progress in the government's election commitment to support Pillar 2 of the OECD G20 two-pillar solution to address the tax challenges from the digitalisation of the economy. It also builds on the government's multinational tax integrity package to ensure multinationals pay their fair share of tax. I'll come back to that in a moment. This package of bills will align Australia with approximately 60 jurisdictions, including the likes of Canada, the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan and New Zealand, who have all taken steps to implement either a global or domestic minimum tax or both. By implementing these minimum taxes alongside other lead jurisdictions as part of a coordinated global approach, Australia will be making a key contribution to prevent a race to the bottom on corporate income tax rates. Establishing a floor on tax competition will help lead to a fairer domestic and international tax system. The floor on tax competition offers Australia various important benefits. Chief among them, the incentive for multinationals to shift profits away from Australia to low-tax jurisdictions will be reduced. This is because the 15% minimum tax rate will apply irrespective of which jurisdiction a multinational operates in, making it more likely that profits made in Australia will be taxed in Australia. This will also improve the competitiveness of smaller domestic businesses in Australia due to the reduced tax advantages available to multinationals. Further, implementing a global and domestic minimum tax will reduce the corporate tax rate differential between Australia and low-tax jurisdictions, making Australia a more attractive place to invest in, which will boost economic growth. The first global and domestic minimum tax returns, however, will not be due until the 30th of June 2026, giving multinationals time to adapt their compliance and reporting systems. This bill implements the core rules of the global and domestic minimum taxes. In particular, it sets out the framework and scope for the imposition of top-up taxes under the two minimum taxes. In giving effect to this bill has been drafted to be consistent with the global anti-base erosion rules as agreed and finalised by the OECD Inclusive Framework, a network of 145 member jurisdictions. The global anti-base erosion rules set out the requirements and outcomes a jurisdiction's global and domestic minimum taxes need to meet. For example, consistent with the global anti-base erosion rules, the bill will not apply to government entities, international organisations, pension funds, investment funds and real estate investment funds that are parent entities of a multinational group, not-for-profit organisations and income associated with international shipping. The government intends to finalise the subordinate legislation in the form of ministerial rules, which is necessary for the bill to operate effectively. Such rules will build upon the framework established by this bill, setting out various computational and administrative provisions necessary to give effect to the global and domestic minimum taxes in Australia. The authority to make such ministerial rules is provided for in this bill. The bill further allows for any ministerial rules created after this bill is passed to operate retrospectively, being necessary to align with the bill's retrospective application from 1 January 2024. Enacting this package of bills to implement a global and domestic minimum tax in Australia is estimated to increase receipts by $370 million over the 5 years from the 2022-23 financial year. Reforming multinational tax isn't just about protecting much-needed revenue. It's also about fairness. A small company operating in suburban Australia isn't conniving to cut their tax bill by using a Cayman Islands subsidiary. Suburban firms shouldn't have to compete with tax-dodging multinationals. A fair go for families and local firms is precisely what we're aiming to deliver. 3 years ago, academics at the University of Albany and the University of Missouri published a research paper arguing that company taxes should be abolished. Part of their argument was that transfer pricing by multinationals has become so widespread that policymakers should give up on corporate taxation altogether. It's a stark reminder that when it comes to multinational tax reform, what's at stake is nothing less than the future of the corporate tax itself. I believe it is good economics to save corporate taxation, but it will take deft policy making and proper tax administration to do so. Company taxes go back over a century. The United States introduced a corporate tax in 1898, but it was overruled by their Supreme Court a year later. In 1913, after they'd sorted out their constitutional issues, the US company tax rate was set at a measly 1%. Australia introduced our company tax in 1915. Then Attorney-General and future Prime Minister Billy Hughes told Parliament that it was, quote, necessary to meet the great and growing liabilities created by the war. Hughes put the issue bluntly, quote, I know of no other means whereby we could raise the necessary revenue. Today, while the essential purpose of corporate income tax remains the same, the challenges of collecting corporate taxes have grown enormously. Part of that arises because company taxes are simpler in an economy that only makes physical products. Agriculture, mining and manufacturing have clear locations of production. But if a company's output is digital, then it's easier to artificially shift the location of production to the place with the lowest tax rate. For instance, in 2016, Google's parent company, Alphabet, made $19 billion in revenue in Bermuda, a small island where it had virtually no workers, owned virtually no assets, and where the corporate tax rate is 0%. Billion here, billion there, and soon you're talking real money. Summing up the problem, economists Thomas Torslov, Ludwig Wehr and Gabriel Zuckman estimate that close to 40% of multinational profits, around $600 billion are shifted to low-tax countries each year. What's the cost of this activity to the revenue base of countries such as Australia? In a separate analysis, Ludwig Wehr and Gabriel Zuckman have tracked the damage done by the global profit-shifting industry. They calculate that in 2019, around 10% of corporate tax income was lost as the result of global profit shifting. Back in 1975, they estimate, this figure was less than 0.1%. A race to the bottom between nation states has seen average corporate tax rates fall from 49% in 1985 to 24% in 2019. Australia relies more heavily on company tax relative to other OECD countries, even although Australia's aggregate tax burden across all levels of government is lower than the OECD average. Since company taxes comprise 19% of Australia's revenue base, to accept the accounting tricks and dodgy behaviour that multinationals engage in would have a massive impact on Australia. Multinational tax avoidance means less resources available to fund our schools and hospitals. It means small businesses face unfair competition from large multinationals that are using tax dodges that aren't available to smaller firms. The situation for local small businesses ends up being like a team forced to play against a headwind through the entire game. Among the shenanigans we've seen are shell companies created in low or no tax jurisdictions, allowing multinationals to funnel huge profits into secret locations where they have 0 employees and no physical office. We've seen one part of a multinational group purporting to owe another part of the same group a huge amount of debt, shifting profits by paying large amounts of interest to itself in another country and deducting those payments from their Australian tax bill. The accounting details may be complex, but the principle is simple. All companies, large or small, should pay their fair share. These examples of companies exploiting tax lurks are only possible for companies with cross-border operations. This gives them an unfair advantage over local firms and comes at a cost to other participants in the economy. This unfair advantage ultimately weighs on the broader health of the economy, limiting productivity, economic growth and wages. This bill should be seen in the context of the Australian government's strong commitment to multinational tax integrity. We have already delivered 4 significant multinational tax reforms. First, our new subsidiary disclosure law will require public companies, listed and unlisted, to disclose information on the number of their subsidiaries and their country of tax residency. This will shine a light on how companies structure their subsidiaries, including for tax purposes. Second, as part of the Buy Australia plan under the Fair Go procurement framework, companies tendering and government procurement processes valued above $200,000 are now required to disclose their country of tax residency. This change complements broader changes the government has implemented in taking decisive action on tax advisor misconduct, including by increasing tax promoter penalties and increasing the powers of tax regulators. Third, we've boosted funding for the Australian Taxation Office's Tax Avoidance Task Force in the October 2022-23 budget by around $200 million a year, and in the 2024-25 budget further extended the operation of the task force to 2028. This investment has bolstered Australian Taxation Office crackdowns on tax dodging by multinational enterprises, large Australian public and private groups, and extremely wealthy individuals. Fourth, we've taken aim at a common technique that multinationals use to minimise tax by tightening Australia's thin capitalisation rules. Our new approach reduces the ability for taxpayers to create artificial interest-bearing debt in Australia as a way of maximising interest-related deductions that in turn reduce their overall tax bill. We've also created the new debt deduction creation rule, which will work hand in glove with the thin capitalisation rules to target the use of related party debt to artificially inflate an entity's interest expenses, minimising their tax paid. In addition, we're in the process of delivering 5 further multinational tax reforms. First, the government's bill to create a public country-by-country reporting register has been introduced to Parliament, and once it has passed, reporting requirements will apply from the 1st of July 2024. Creating a public country-by-country reporting register will deliver a key part of the government's multinational tax integrity election commitment. It will see Australia put in place a world-leading set of disclosure laws. Second, the government is progressing its election commitment to implement a public register of beneficial ownership, which will show who ultimately owns, controls or receives profits from a company or legal vehicle operating in Australia. Third, we've also added to our election agenda by strengthening the way our foreign investment system reduces the risk of multinational investors avoiding tax. On the 1st of May 2024, the Treasurer announced changes to deliver a stronger, more streamlined and more transparent approach to foreign investment. Foreign investment has a key role to play in our economy, but only if it's in the national interest. So we're making sure that foreign investors pay their fair share of tax in Australia. This includes releasing updated guidance about the kind of tax arrangements that will attract greater scrutiny, such as those that are overly complex. Fourth, to further protect our tax system from foreign investments where investors currently have incentives to circumvent intended outcomes in our tax settings, we're strengthening the foreign resident capital gains tax regime. As part of the 2024-25 budget, the government announced it will strengthen the regime in line with the OECD standards to ensure foreign residents pay their fair share of tax in Australia and to provide greater certainty about the operation of the rules. Fifth, in this year's budget, we also announced a new royalty penalty. From 1 July 2026, the penalty will apply to significant global entities with annual revenue above $1 billion, where they avoid Australian royalty withholding tax by understating the value of royalty payments or disguising them as some other kind of transaction. These 9 measures, 4 that we've delivered, 5 that are in train, demonstrate the government's strong commitment to multinational tax integrity. It's important to see this in its historical and international context. No government in Australian history has done more on multinational tax fairness than the Albanese government. No government around the world is doing more to improve multinational tax integrity than Australia. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister for his contribution. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the Shadow Duty Minister. The question is now that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister.
I present the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Imposition Bill 2024.
Thank the Minister. The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose a multinational top-up tax.
I give the call to the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill is part of a package of 3 bills which together will enact a 15% global minimum tax and domestic minimum tax for the multinational enterprises operating in Australia with annual global revenue of €750 million, approximately 1.2 billion Australian dollars or greater. This bill specifically imposes the liability to pay top-up tax under the global minimum tax and domestic minimum tax in accordance with Section 55 of the Constitution. The bill will commence on the day it receives royal assent and will apply to fiscal years commencing on or after 1 January 2024. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that debate be adjourned.
I thank the Shadow Minister. The question is now that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And with that, I put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister.
I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax, Consequential Bill 2024.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to make amendments consequent on the enactment of the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Act 2024 and for related purposes.
I thank the Clerk. And the Minister has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill is part of a package of 3 bills which together will enact a 15% global minimum tax and domestic minimum tax for multinational enterprises operating in Australia with an annual global revenue of €750 million, approximately 1.2 billion Australian dollars or greater. Schedule 1 to the bill implements consequential and miscellaneous provisions necessary for the administration of the global and domestic minimum taxes in Australia, including amendments to ensure the taxes interact appropriately with existing Australian taxation laws. Specific amendments are proposed to be made to the following acts: the Administrative Decisions Judicial Review Act 1997, the Income Tax Assessment Act 1936, the Income Tax Assessment Act 1997, the International Tax Agreements Act 1953 and the Taxation Administration Act 1953. Extensive consultation has taken place with stakeholders to inform the policy and legislative design of interactions set out in the bill's amendments. At a basic level, these amendments will not affect Australia's existing corporate income tax rate or rules, which will continue to apply to multinational enterprises operating in Australia. The global and domestic minimum taxes will only apply after the application of the income tax rules. The amendments, moreover, do not alter or weaken the application of existing Australian taxation integrity measures such as the hybrid mismatch and controlled foreign company rules. The integrity measures in our income tax law have a proven track record of success against tax planning schemes and will largely continue to apply in priority to and separate from the application of the global and domestic minimum taxes. However, to ensure that relief from double taxation is provided where appropriate, a credit will be available to taxpayers under foreign income tax offset rules for any top-up tax paid under a foreign jurisdiction's domestic minimum tax, subject to certain integrity safeguards. In a similar vein, the controlled foreign company rules will be amended so that they take into account top-up tax paid under a foreign jurisdiction's domestic minimum tax. Franking credits will also be available to taxpayers who pay top-up tax under Australia's domestic minimum tax, representing a corporate tax paid on domestic profits. An amendment has also been included so that Australia's bilateral tax treaties will be overridden in the event of any inconsistency between them and the application of the global minimum tax. These points aside, the amendments contained in the bill are designed to administratively accommodate the application of the global and domestic minimum taxes in Australia. The bill will commence at the same time as the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill commences, that is, the day that bill receives royal assent, with application to fiscal years commencing on or after 1 January 2024. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
I thank the Minister. Now, the debate must now be adjourned.
I move that debate be adjourned.
I thank the Shadow Minister. The question is now that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Amendment of the Resolution of Appointment, Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Leader of the House, I move the motion relating to the proposed amendment to the resolution of the appointment of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights in terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I thank the Minister, and we'll put that question, all of that opinion up. The Manager of Opposition seeking the call. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Opposition spokesman.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The government's proposed changes to the membership of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights are ones that the Coalition does not believe are necessary or justified, and the government has made no credible attempt to make the case for these changes. There is no groundswell of opinion in the broader Australian community that the Human Rights Committee of this parliament needs to be expanded. There's nobody saying 10 is not enough, it needs to be 12. We've had no rationale given by this government. The idea of expanding the Human Rights Committee was not in the bill that was introduced into this parliament. The idea of expanding the Human Rights Committee was not considered by the committee that looked at the bill. It was not an issue addressed by government senators in the committee report on the bill. There were certainly no letter-writing campaigns, email campaigns coming into elected offices around this country saying what we need is 12 people on the Parliamentary Committee on Human Rights, not 10, because 10 can't do the job, only 12 can do the job. Nobody sought to make that argument, Mr Deputy Speaker, because such an argument would be patently ridiculous and entirely unsupported by the facts or the evidence. There is no credible policy reason for the change that the government is seeking to slip through in this motion moved by the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. They've made every attempt to try and disguise what's going on, and they've offered no plausible, convincing, substantiated, detailed argument. Their argument is about as threadbare as you can possibly find, even from a government which has, in just 2 short years, established quite a track record of threadbare, hopeless, entirely unpersuasive arguments. What is the real rationale for what's going on here? Why is this a priority for the current Prime Minister? It's certainly clear from the track record of this Prime Minister that the things he's concerned about are entirely at odds with the priorities of the Australian people, bringing down the cost of your mortgage, bringing down inflation, addressing social cohesion, addressing the risk of growing anti-Semitism. On the contrary, what we've seen from this government is a continued willingness to pursue matters that are entirely at odds with the day-to-day concerns and priorities of the Australian people. We've got a weak government incapable of making the right calls, led by a weak Prime Minister. And that weakness is reflected in the motion before the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, a motion moved by the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, a motion which the government has sought to portray as simply a minor business-as-usual matter. As it turns out, Deputy Speaker, there were a lot of very sensible recommendations made by Senator Scarr in the other place. He identified a number of important improvements that could have been made. There were serious recommendations made about the rules dealing with the transfer of proceedings and the circumstances in which a transfer is, quotes, in the interest of justice. Indeed, the bill that is being used by this government as the excuse to put forward this expansion of the committee was originally intended to be about, was stated to be about, the issue of the transfer of proceedings. The government could have used this opportunity to improve the explanation of jury preparation and jury selection processes. The government could have used this opportunity to provide better guidance around the criteria to be used by the sheriff. All of these were substantive matters that were contained in the bill that was considered in the other place, important matters, but rather than the government seeking to engage on those important matters, they've completely ignored those matters and they've engaged in some Instagram-level virtue signalling, Deputy Speaker. That's what we've seen here. The government could have spent its time, it could have devoted its time and energy to improving protections, to delivering substantive, effective measures against forced marriage, as the Coalition recommended when we looked at this bill. There are many serious and concrete amendments, improvements that the Coalition identified and that we've made recommendations about having looked at the bill which has been used by this government as the trigger, as the excuse to instead go in a completely different and a completely baseless direction, and that is the direction of increasing the size of this committee. This government's bold policy initiative is to add 2 more spots to a committee. The government tabled supplementary explanatory materials, but they do a remarkably poor job of explaining why it is that this House ought to agree to expand this committee. There are 500 or so words in these so-called explanatory materials. Not one of them gives an adequate, persuasive, compelling, or even moderately respectable explanation. And why would this be happening, Mr Deputy Speaker? Why would the government suddenly increase the size of a committee? Why would the government leap on this particular bill as the excuse to do so? Well, you don't need to be a very experienced observer of the track record and practices of this Albanese Labor government to work out what's going on. There's been a secret deal cooked up between this government and members of the crossbench. This week, Prime Minister and his incompetent Attorney-General have used the Human Rights Committee as a bargaining chip. They've engaged in some horse trading to shore up crossbench support and to advance their political agenda. And the prize that they have handed across to the crossbench is to increase the size of the Human Rights Committee from 10 to 12. Giving effect to a policy priority which no mainstream Australian has called for, no mainstream Australian would regard as necessary, and is the advancement of concerns which are entirely political. This is a move which disrespects the committee, it discredits the attorney, it discredits this government. The Coalition opposes this motion. This motion should be rejected.
I thank the opposition spokesman. I'll put that question now. All that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
2 more people talking about human rights.
Yeah, sure. Huh? Yeah. Oh, they're lifers. I remember it's been a lifer. Enjoy the pool last night? Going down in my estimation.
Got a new venue structure out. Venue. Endeavour Group own Oak Ridge Winery named by them. And then
Were you at the midwinter as well? And the way you can is because you've got hydro contracts everywhere. That's the point. You need 24/7 in each pair of our time. We need 24/7 to do our work. We need shade. I like how good.
Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 85, noes 50. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call to the honourable member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Canning from moving the following motion immediately. That this House reaffirms Israel's inherent right to self-defence, whether attacked by Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran or any other sponsor of terrorism.
Member for Canning.
Mr Speaker, in November of last year, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security was approached by Israel's ambassador, Mr Amir Maimon. And Mr Maimon asked us if we would be willing to watch the 43-minute video or compilation of video that documented in very clear and brutal imagery Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th. I was joined on the coalition side by Senator Patterson, Senator Birmingham, the member for Flinders and the member for Fisher, and it was an extraordinary and excruciating 43-minute video. One of the most brutal things I've ever seen in my previous career. I've seen quite a few videos relating to ISIS and other terrorists. We watched it because we thought it was important to stare evil in the eyes and understand exactly what transpired on that day back in October 7th. And it was very clear that this was religiously motivated violence against the Jewish people. It was militant Islamism, and it was very distressing to watch, very distressing indeed. We all left very moved and troubled by what we saw. But there was no surprises on that video because many of us have engaged with the Hamas Charter of 2017, which in very clear and plain English documents exactly what the objectives of Hamas are, and that is to destroy the Jewish people and wipe out the State of Israel. And their main method for doing so is violence. Violence is the means of expelling the Jewish people from Israel and destroying Israel itself. Now, last year, soon after the attacks, both chambers of the House, both chambers of this Parliament passed a motion unequivocally condemning the terrorist attacks of 7th October on Israel by Hamas, including the targeting, the murder and the rape of many innocent women and children, and the taking of hostages and indiscriminate rocket fire. And these attacks, Deputy Speaker, resulted in the biggest loss of Jewish life on a single day since the Holocaust. And Hamas still holds around 120 hostages captive. 120 captives who need to be freed, who desperately need to be reunited with their families, and who desperately need medical care. But Hamas continues to hold and hide those hostages, just as it hides its terrorist militias and terrorist military equipment among Palestinian civilians and civilian infrastructure, increasing the tragic toll on innocent Palestinian people. Hamas and its supporters in Hezbollah continue to fire rockets indiscriminately at Israel, seeking to inflict maximum pain, death and damage on Israel's civilians and soldiers alike. And they and their supporters, and I'm talking about Hezbollah now, in Iran, continue to call for the death of all Jews and for Israel's destructions. In our bipartisan motion last October, Australia's Chambers of Parliament resolutely made clear that we stand with Israel and recognise its inherent right to defend itself. We acknowledged the devastating loss of Israeli and Palestinian life and that innocent civilians on all sides are suffering as a result of the attacks by Hamas and the subsequent conflict. We don't want to see violence and death and destruction. We want peace. But Hamas started this, and Hamas continues this by refusing to release the hostages, surrender, lay down its arms, and cease to be a movement. This remains the position of the coalition, and we should never lose sight of the provocative action on October 7th that started this war. It was Hamas that started this war. It is not a legitimate political force, and it should not have a seat at the negotiating table. But now, Hezbollah masses at the border to Israel's north. Israel has had to deal not only with Hamas since October 7th, but also a steady barrage of rockets and missiles from Hezbollah to its north. And our bipartisan motion made clear that Israel has the inherent right to defend itself, not just against Hamas, but also Hezbollah. Hezbollah is Iran's cat's paw in Lebanon. And like Hamas, they are a listed terrorist organisation under Australia law, and they're backed by the Iranian regime. Its motto is death to Israel. And for those of you who doubt what I say, I'm reading from the 1985 Hezbollah Manifesto, which says, "For the sake of the truth, we declare that the sons of Hezbollah's nation have come to know well their basic enemies in the area, Israel, America, France and the Phalange. Our sons are now in a state of ever-escalating confrontation against these enemies until the following objectives are achieved. Israel's final departure from Lebanon as a prelude to its final obliteration from existence and the liberation of venerable Jerusalem from the talons of occupation." These people are committed to violence. They are committed to the destruction of Israel. We need to be very, very clear about that. It has launched guided rockets and artillery on October 8 last year and daily since then, and tens of thousands of Israelis have been displaced for months, unable to return to their homes, which are targeted every day by terrorists. Experts have assessed Hezbollah as having a stockpile of 120,000 to 200,000 short-range guided ballistic missiles, short and intermediate-range unguided ballistic missiles, and short and long-range unguided rockets. These people are armed to the teeth and they want to destroy Israel and the Jewish people. Hezbollah has and continues to violate UN Security Council Resolution 1701 of August 2006 by deploying forces and firing anti-tank guided missiles and other weapons against Israel from the zone between the Blue Line and the Litani River, an area the United Nations Security Council agreed should be an area free of any armed personnel, assets and weapons other than those of the government of Lebanon and UN forces. Now, we all wish to see, as this Parliament made clear after October 7th, the end to the war in the Middle East that was started by Hamas on the 7th of October. This war could end tomorrow if Hamas surrendered, released the hostages and laid down its arms. And this Parliament stood resolutely behind Israel's right to self-defence against Hamas last year. And the government should make clear whether it still upholds Israel's right to self-defence against the murderous terrorism of Hezbollah and its supporters. Because, very distressingly, we've read overnight in the Herald Sun in an article written by James Campbell, and I quote, "Israeli Ambassador Amir Maimon was formally summoned to a meeting in Canberra 10 days ago and warned that the Jewish state could not expect Australia's support if it goes to war against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon." In a sign of the deteriorating relationship between Australia and Israel, the federal government's position on a potential war in southern Lebanon was not delivered by Foreign Minister Penny Wong, but was left to Ms Wong's underling, Assistant Minister Tim Watts. It also goes on to say that Mr Maimon's relationship with the Foreign Minister has been in the freezer for several months, and summoning him, that is the Israeli ambassador, to this House can be interpreted as a formal rebuke. Now, the government needs to make very clear and reaffirm its position on Israel and whether or not indeed it supports its inherent right to self-defence. It needs to come clean on the status of its support for Israel, which has repeatedly shifted and weakened despite terrorist groups still holding Israeli citizens hostages and continuing to seek the destruction of Israel. And if this meeting did take place as reported, then Anthony Albanese, or the Prime Minister I should say, and the Foreign Minister need to explain why they didn't front up to tell Israel themselves and why they sent the Assistant Foreign Minister. We on this side believe that Israel has an inherent right to self-defence. Absolutely, unequivocally, Israel has the right to self-defence. And we go back to the United Nations Charter, Article 51, which says nothing in the present Charter shall impair the inherent right of an individual or collective self-defence if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations. Israel has sustained countless armed attacks since October 7th from both Hamas and Hezbollah, which is why this meeting 10 days ago is so troubling. Why is the government shifting its position on this very basic and fundamental right of every nation to self-defence? This is a weak government which is weak on self-defence, and they are weakening their position with one of our closest and most long-term democratic partners and allies in the Middle East. In fact, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. And we have many people links. We have many military ties. We have many political ties. This is inexplicable. And the Prime Minister needs to come to this chamber. The Foreign Minister needs to go to the Senate and explain why they have taken such a weak position with regards to Israel's self-defence. It's actually shameful if true, and they need to come clean and explain their position.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
Call the honourable member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's crucial that we suspend standing orders and have this debate and understand the position of the government and this parliament. In a bipartisan motion last October, this House made clear that we, and I quote, stand with Israel and recognise its inherent right to defend itself. And we need to know today whether this government still believes that after those concerning reports that the member for Canning talked about. And it's crucial that we know that, because we need to show our commitment to the Jewish community here in Australia and our friends and allies in Israel. And I want to pay tribute to the member for Browra, who has carried a heavy load since October 7th on behalf of many in his community, member for McNamara as well on the other side. Many people have. And motions like this are important to the Jewish community. They are seeing the most fundamental attack on who they are since October 7th. We have seen a rise in anti-Semitism that is unprecedented since World War II. And we need to stand strong and send a message to our allies in Israel, to our friends in the Jewish community here in Australia, that we stand with them, we support them, we support the Israeli nation to self-defend against a terrorist organisation. This is how simple this motion is, Deputy Speaker. And I quote, that this House reaffirms Israel's inherent right to self-defence, whether attacked by Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran or any other sponsor of terrorism. That is what we want to debate. That is what we want to vote on today. It'll be interesting to see whether the government does suspend standing and sessional orders to allow us to have that debate, because it is very concerning to see these reports that the Israeli ambassador was hauled before the Assistant Minister. It feels very much like they're hauling the Israeli ambassador before the government. I know those in our armed services would have liked them to be that strong when the CCP were engaging in dangerous military tactics against our army.
Zero guts.
It's a question for the Prime Minister, for the Foreign Minister. Why are they holding the Israeli army, the Israeli nation, the Israeli ambassador to a higher standard than the CCP? It is a question they need to answer. And let's be very clear. Hezbollah is a listed terrorist organisation in Australia. And the UN Security Council Resolution 1701, passed in 2006, says that southern Lebanon, below the Litani River, should be a demilitarised zone. But this is exactly where Hezbollah is operating from and attacking Israel. And the Charter of the United Nations, Chapter 7, Article 51, nothing in the present Charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defence if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations. And we know, the world knows, the Australian government knows that since the 7th of October, Hezbollah has been attacking northern Israel, forcing many Israelis to flee their homes. Yet they haul the ambassador, our friend and ally, in and tells him that we won't support them. We will not be there to support the Israeli people, a democratic nation, from attacks. So the question is, why is the Albanese government walking away from our democratic friends, and partners? And suspending standing and sessional orders is crucial, because right now our parliament is being protested and there are anti-Semitic signs being put at the front of this place right now as we speak. There is no more important motion to discuss right now than showing our support in this House on all sides for the democratically elected Israeli nation. There are anti-Semitic signs being hung in front of the Parliament, the heart of democracy in Australia right now. If this government is not prepared to debate this and show their support for the Israeli people, they stand condemned, and it is another sign of a Prime Minister that is weak and trying to play both sides of the fence.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move the debate be adjourned.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Phil.
There's no strength and they'll get away with it. It's not all let them get away with it.
I'm glad you showed.
It's like they're working now. Can we get on with it? Hey?
Yeah. No, don't. We won't back. We won't back a democracy over a terrorist organisation. Yeah, Julie Wilman's got it. As in on the bill. Yeah.
Were they allowed to sign on the bill for Christ's sake?
No, they would be, yeah.
You see it on
No, not staff.
so the staff, so that's a bill going to the photo.
So, you were suspect?
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah, he was in the office when I got back there. Yeah. No, he's looking the front there.
yeah.
Insurance company $75 million in claims. Next day, 30% interest.
lock the doors. The question is, the motion moved by the honourable member for Canning be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. The question is before the House that the debate be adjourned. The result of the division is ayes 73, noes 61. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Nature Positive Environment Protection Australia Bill 2024, further consideration in detail.
Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We're dealing with the consideration in detail regarding the member for North Sydney's amendments, number 1 to 16. And I give the call that the question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, just to finalise the government's response to the amendments that the member for North Sydney had moved previously when we were discussing this issue. As I said in those comments, I very much respect the intent of the member's amendments, and I certainly we'll continue to work with the member and other members of the crossbench on this legislation. But the final issue that the member raised that I wanted to address was her amendment relating to the publishing of advice of the advisory group, that the CEO of Environment Protection Australia may appoint an advisory group. And the legislation that we are proposing already says that the CEO of Environment Protection Australia may publish the advice from the advisory group or one or more of its members on the Environment Protection Australia website where it's appropriate to do so. This supports transparency, but it also balances considerations that there is some information that the advisory group may have that it is not appropriate to make public. And I wanted to give the House a couple of examples of this. It may be, for example, that the Environment Protection Australia is making a decision that relates to a parcel of land where there are threatened species. There may be the last few examples of a threatened plant. That is very attractive to plant collectors if they know the exact location. And I wanted to share with the House an example of this. Members would be very well aware of the finding some decades ago of the Wallamai pine, which of course is a tree that was common 91 million years ago. It's commonly referred to as a dinosaur plant. It was thought to have become extinct about 2 million years ago until an off-duty National Parks staff member found some. A tiny stand of them. And since that time, there's been every effort made to propagate these plants and to place them in other, you can buy them, of course, but also to translocate them to other secret locations in the hope that they may grow again in the future. The original stand of Wallamai pines have been infected by a pathogen, Phytophthora root rot, because it seems someone who thought they were doing absolutely no harm, with no malice, went to visit the location of these Wallamai pines, and now these trees that had survived for millions of years are actually in danger of dying of root rot. They can treat the symptoms, but they can't eliminate the pathogen. There are other examples of these, like Springbrook leatherwood in southeast Queensland, 40 million year old trees. There's a tiny number of them, in a tiny part of a national park in southeast Queensland. People being able to locate these last remaining examples of threatened species would be a real problem. The other example, of course, is there may be advice from traditional owners. Traditional owners have every right to control the information that they provide to Environment Protection Australia it is an absolutely fundamental premise and tenet of our environmental law reforms that where traditional owners provide information about the land that they are responsible for, that they have control of that information. I should also say that the advisory group will comprise a variety of members. They won't function by consensus. You might have advice from an engineer and an ecologist that give you different perspectives on a decision. So we're not getting one advice from the advisory group that then goes to Environment Protection Australia. The CEO of the EPA will be entitled to take different advice or different perspectives from the different experts that they have. So that may also limit the advice that the experts are prepared to give.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I just want to thank the Minister for her response just then to the motion amendments that I moved yesterday. I just want to pick up on a few of the things in the Minister's answer to me. The amendments that were moved in consultation with a number of people that are already incredibly active when it comes to having a very clear sense of goodwill vested in seeing the absolute strongest version of an environmental protection agency established here in Australia. And I think at the heart of it, as the Minister and her team and myself have discussed, is a very real concern that recognition of obligation to community does not lie in the primary piece of legislation. Beyond that, the publication of information, responding to what we just heard from the Minister, access to and the publication of information that has been used to make a decision is an essential component of people being able to understand what has helped an organisation come to their final point. And in my original speech, I actually referenced a project that's taking place very near my home in Coonabarabran in the Pilliga Forest, largest native forest west of the Blue Mountains, where when that project was first announced to the community and the process was opened, they received 23,000 submissions on that proposal, and over close to 95% of those submissions were against that project. Yet when the project was approved, there were only 5 paragraphs in the final report even referencing those submissions. So I think my response to what we've just heard from the Minister is, while I absolutely respect everything she has offered in terms of the importance of not providing information because you wish to protect species or protect the location of sites, it's not the absence of that information that the people I've spoken to are concerned about. It's actually the absence of the arguments when a decision has been made to proceed. People really want to understand, how can we have a case where 23,000 submissions, were made, over 90% said, no, we don't want this to proceed, and yet the project still went ahead. So I think there is still room within this legislation to improve that. I really respectfully request that the Minister and her team look at that as this legislation goes to the bill. I think you can still retain information. You can do that on the grounds that we could introduce subsets here where it says information retained due to protective nature of species or information retained due to respect for traditional custodians. But to just say we can't provide it all because we may end up accidentally giving good information away, I think actually provides a really big shield for the bad information that community is concerned. Ultimately, proponents will go looking for, and proponents will try and elevate up over the top of any other advocacy groups. So I do also just want to, and I apologise if the Minister touched on this yesterday, but I just want to come back to also, we know at the moment that all of the state EPAs actually have a charter when it comes to their operations. Really, I thought quite significantly, there is no charter for the federal EPA, and I just wondered if the Minister could help me understand why it is that there's this break in what seems to be fairly standard practice between the two levels. Thank you.
The The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, and I thank the member for North Sydney. Just on the second question first, the way that we are handling the description of the expectations of Environment Protection Australia is that I will write to the CEO of Environment Protection Australia with a statement of expectations as the Minister. That will be a public document. The CEO of Environment Protection Australia will respond with a statement of intent. That will also be a public document. So I will make it very clear as Minister. Any subsequent Minister will write their own statement of expectations, and the EPA CEO will then respond with how they will properly discharge those expectations. I would also draw the honourable member's attention to the fact that transparency is an object of the Act, and the CEO can publish as much information as the CEO wishes to publish. And of course, the issue that she's raised with community consultation, we will have a national standard on community consultation that will describe the expectations of community consultation, because I do understand how very important it is for local communities to have the opportunity, a proper opportunity, to make their views known about a project, a proposed project. Of course, I mean, quite often what happens in these instances is we get very large numbers of people signing a form letter. So it can be that you may have many thousands of people responding to a proposed project, but the information provided in those responses isn't always unique information 23,000 times. It can be quite similar information provided a number of times.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I promise this is my final question. It just relates to, and again, I acknowledge that the Minister and her team and I have had this conversation, but I think there is still, and again, I would appeal that this be considered as this legislation goes to the Senate, the challenge of separating what I consider, and many consider, this primary piece of legislation from the national standard when it comes to community consultation is we have no line of sight on when we will see that national standard of community consultation. And so the principle of reflecting that obligation to community engagement, the legislation, it makes it pretty clear that there is an obligation to proponent. I think that there is still an opportunity to strengthen this legislation by bringing that same responsibility into this, what I would call the head legislation, as opposed to leaving it to the national standards, particularly given we don't have line of sight on when those national standards will come, and in a worst case scenario, they never come. So I just wanted to put that on record.
Right. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. G'day, Gordon. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved by the honourable member for North Sydney be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for North Sydney and the members for Warringah as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 40. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible or resume their seats. We shall move to the next detailed amendments, and I shall give the call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 35 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Give the call to the Minister.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Mackellar may proceed.
I move amendments 1 to 35 as circulated in my name together. Mr Speaker, for 2 years now I've been standing up in this place highlighting the need for a greater level of independence in major Commonwealth appointments. At the last election, my constituents in Mackellar and people Australia-wide demanded that their government act with greater integrity, transparency and accountability. The government established the National Anti-Corruption Commission, which is a really positive development, but that commission is only a small part of the integrity infrastructure that needs fixing and building in this country. After all, the National Anti-Corruption Commission is a last resort for corrupt conduct. And you don't need to be a doctor to understand that prevention is better than cure, and we need to build our institutions from the ground up with the systems in place to ensure that they can be trusted and that ethical conduct is the norm. And so I've introduced my Ending Jobs for Mates Private Members Bill to establish a framework for independent recruitment and appointments for major Commonwealth positions. Since then, I've sought to amend just about every government bill which dealt with such appointments, from the Safeguard Mechanism legislation to Jobs and Skills Australia to the National Reconstruction Fund and the new Administrative Review Tribunal. To his credit, the Attorney-General understood that the problem with the appointments process in the Administrative Review Tribunal and amended the legislation to make it mandatory for tribunal members to be appointed using an independent selection panel. This means that there is a precedent for new bodies to be set up in this way by the government. And so I urge the Environment Minister to set up the Environment Protection Australia in the same way from the outset. If we are going to set it up, let's do it properly from the start. My amendments to the legislation are simple and are in line with what the environmental community and integrity organisations have been calling for. Simply put, my amendments create an independent board to sit above the EPA, like so many other organisations have. This board would oversee the functions of the EPA and, importantly, select the CEO. The board's functions would include appointing the CEO, determining policies and long-term strategic plans for the CEO, advising the CEO, and assessing and reporting on the CEO's performance. The board would have up to 7 members, each with substantial experience and knowledge and significant standing in an area relevant to the EPA's functions. At least one board member must be an Indigenous person. Critically, the board would be appointed through a robust and independent selection process, one which all Australians would be familiar with from their experience of getting a job, and would absolutely expect to be in place for positions as important as these. And so, the selection process would require public advertising of board positions, assessment of application against selection criteria, an independent panel to conduct the interviews and shortlist 3 candidates for each position for the Minister's final decision. The Minister would also decide which board member is selected as chair. It is really a very simple process, and a process which incorporates both independent selection so that the public can trust this process and ministerial discretion so that they have the final say ensuring workability. Most environment protection agencies in the states and territories around the country have an independent board. And I have heard no adequate explanation for why this most important of these boards does not have an independent board. It is, after all, the agency which has the best shot, to use the Minister's own word, of turning the tide in this country from nature destruction to nature repair. So I look forward to hearing from the Minister to explain to the Australian public why the Environment Protection Australia should not be established in this most robust way. Thank you.
I do thank the honourable member, and the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give to the call to the most honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you. On many occasions I've reiterated how supportive I am of an independent federal EPA appropriately funded. Assessments and decision-making must follow an independent and transparent process. The EPA bill before this House anticipates the new EPA CEO will be appointed on direct recommendation of the Minister or Government, and I agree with the member for Mackellar that it would be preferable for this appointment to be transparently made by an independent board, a board that's completely independent of government, management and stakeholder groups, a board that will ensure the CEO is performing their functions in an accountable, efficient, transparent and outcomes-focused manner. Now, this is good governance, and it's not a surprise that this was the model proposed by many experts during the consultation process. Ensuring the board has members with substantial expertise in matters of environmental regulation, conservation of biodiversity or ecologically sustainable development or heritage or Indigenous affairs will mean that the board's appropriately constituted to both appoint and effectively assess the performance of the CEO and can understand the administration and operation of the legislative functions and powers of the EPA. This is just good governance, and I urge the government to accept, and I support the proposed amendments of the member for Mackellar to the EPA bill and the establishment and functions of a board and related provisions.
I do thank the honourable member for her contribution and the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I again want to really thank the member for Mackellar for her amendments. I won't be supporting these amendments, but I do really want to acknowledge the spirit and the intent behind the amendments. And I certainly agree that it is important that we have a robust and independent Environment Protection Agency, and that's why we're setting the EPA to be, setting it up to be an independent statutory body. The reason that we're doing this legislation in two tranches, which of course Professor Graham Samuel has said is a very sensible way to proceed, is because we want the organisation up and running, staff ready to go, all the rest of it before they're administering the new laws. The idea that you could have a new organisation, still getting the business cards printed, administering a whole lot of new laws at the same time, I think is a recipe for all sorts of confusion. So we've brought this legislation forward to deliver accountable, efficient, outcomes-focused and transparent decision-making. The proposed governance arrangements for Environment Protection Australia strike the right balance, in my view, between enabling independence from the Minister and Government of the day, while ensuring that Environment Protection Australia does not become a separate legal entity to the Commonwealth, as is the case with corporate Commonwealth entities. Environment Protection Australia will have its own budget, separate from the Department of Environment, etc. It will publish its own annual reports. It won't be able to be directed by the Secretary of my department. It can't be directed by me, other than with the general direction that I give through my statement of expectations and the statement of intent that the CEO of the EPA responds with. This is a very, very big change from the current situation. Currently, the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act is completely regulated by my department. The regulator reports to the Secretary of my department and to me. There's no independence there. At the same time, I think we do need to have a model that recognises that decision-making will continue to be shared between Environment Protection Australia and the Minister. Under the current law, Environment Protection Australia will make certain decisions as the delegate of the Minister, and the Minister will continue to have some role, even under our new laws. This relationship between Environment Protection Australia and the Minister in decision-making is one of the issues that has been most contested during the law reform process. The honourable member has spoken about the view of environmental organisations, and I understand the view of the environmental organisations. But what we're trying to do with these new laws is both improve environmental protection and also give faster, clearer decisions for business. We're trying to balance these two imperatives, because while we know that our environment is in trouble and we need to better look after it, and we do also need to continue to be able to build housing and roads and transmission lines and solar farms and all the rest of it. Many people want no decision-making role for the EPA, and some want no role for the Minister. We're trying to balance these two things, and I believe that we've got the balance right currently with Environment Protection Australia. We'll continue to discuss the balance of these decision-making responsibilities as part of stage 3 of the reforms, and of course we'll have the opportunity to examine those laws when they are released as an exposure draft. So members will have an opportunity once again of letting us know whether they believe that balance is right at that time.
I thank the Minister for her contribution. So the question is now that the amendments before the House be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Those ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Man, my dress was very unexciting. It wasn't terrible. Well, the earrings were nice. The earrings were great. Yeah. The IEDs. A person in my electorate recommissioned a whole series of long-acting reversible contraceptive jewels.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved by the honourable member for Mackellar be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Mackellar and North Sydney as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 31. The matter was resolved in the negative. Order. If members can leave the chamber or resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible, we shall move to the next set of amendments. And I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 4 to 9 on the sheet 1 and 4 to 9 on the sheet revised 27 June 2024 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the Minister.
It's granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Warringah may proceed.
Thank you. I move amendments 1 and 4 to 9 as circulated in my name. We must first start to acknowledge that our environmental laws are broken and that these bills, whilst a welcome step, do little to fix them. This is called Tranche 2 of the reforms from the Minister. Tranche 1 included a water trigger and was passed late last year. And it was great to legislate it, but unfortunately it is completely ineffective if it is not actually used. And I should say to the Minister, because as we consider these amendments in this bill and consider whether it will be effective in improving environmental protection, we do look to past conduct. And the problem is, in relation to, for example, the Tambora and Beetaloo gas project, we have written, a number of us have written to the Minister asking her to use those new powers under Tranche 1 of the reform to call that project in to be assessed in relation to its water use. And unfortunately, earlier this week, we received a letter from the Minister really stating unsatisfactory excuses as to why this gas project remains unreferred under the EPBC Act, despite grave concerns and a past history by this proponent of being fined for dumping wastewater. So it begs the question, these legislations before us will not have the effect that is stated unless they are robust and they are utilised and that the intent is in fact very clear and specific. So And as I understand it, all of the amendments and the discussions that have been had with the Minister and her team, whilst I very much thank the opportunity to do that, the difficulty is it does not appear that there is any willingness to actually accept any amendments that are all here and reasonable to ensure better legislation. So, in terms of the amendments that I'm moving now, they are absolutely reasonable and sensible. In fact, some were even included in the Minister and the Government's own nature-positive consultation documents, but later dropped. In particular, they introduced clear objects and duties to ensure the duties of the EPA formed under this legislation and with the Minister can achieve, amongst other things, the enhancement of the Australian environment. We need to be specific about the objects of this legislation and the EPA formed under this legislation. This amendment provides greater transparency and accountability for offsets to ensure proponents are not double counting offsets, as were reported just recently in the media. The amendments include providing a more detailed objects to the Environment Protection Australia Bill, linking those objects to the EPA's duties and any ministerial statement of expectations and minister's statement of intent. Now, my concern is, as the legislation is currently drafted, is without being explicit in the legislation, we will have different ministers who can then make vastly different statements of expectations and statements of intent, which very much lower the bar when it comes to the expectations of how this EPA will work. Objects and duties guide the EPA in their activities and assist decision-making, and they actually make it arm's length from that political intervention. So it's really important for it to be specific in the legislation. It also keeps the EPA accountable to delivering the outcomes that this legislation seeks to achieve. It's one of the key mechanisms in which decisions can be reviewed by the courts to ensure they are consistent with the objects of the legislation. Now, I note the Minister in my discussions flagged potential legal complexities regarding having objects in this way. But the EPA equivalents in states such as New South Wales and Victoria still contain quite comprehensive objects within their EPA legislations, whilst discharging responsibilities relating to many other environmental laws that also have their own objects. And I should say, I did a search of all the laws that this EPA would essentially enact, and not all have detailed objects, and so there are gaps that need to be addressing. The Minister's own press release on the Tranche 2 reforms recognised the concerning results also of an offsets audit and the need to urgently strengthen enforcement of offsets. Yesterday, the media reported that Department's audit of 20 offset sites showing 30% of sites had worse conditions than the offsets plan and 2 sites had overlapping with existing offset sites. So I'm also moving an amendment to include an additional register of offsets to avoid this overlap. It will provide greater transparency about where offsets have been secured, what offsets have been secured, and that they are continuing in perpetuity. I also wholly support the amendments moved by the member for North Sydney and her amendments to improve transparency with documentation having to be registered and those definitions. It's important that communities have visibility as to the reasoning by the decision-making body and that there is transparency around that, not just a duty to a proponent of an application, but also that it should be stating that duty to communities. I should note further amendments must be made in Tranche 3, and we have been promised that that is coming, especially around offsets and like-for-like.
The Honourable Member, you've gone over time. Would you like to continue on? If you seek continuation? Thank you. The member has the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So I welcome the establishment of the EPA to bring independence and rigour to a system that we all acknowledge is broken. There is no doubt about that. We need a strong cop on the beat. But that cop, that Environmental Protection Authority, will only be able to do what the powers in this legislation and the objects set out. And that's why it is so important for them to be specific and to be included. And I should say it was, as I've said already, it was in the Minister and the Department's own initial consultation process and document. So I am concerned that the Minister has lost the opportunity to reach the full potential of the EPA by failing to adopt these and the other amendments proposed by my members of the crossbench.
I thank the honourable member and give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Warringah for moving these amendments. I know that her constituents place a very high value on the natural environment. They live in a beautiful part of Australia and really want us all to look after our environment better. I also believe that her constituents would very much support the setting up of Australia's first national independent environment protection agency. But I'm not going to support these amendments, and some of the reasons I've already outlined, as they complement some of the amendments that have been moved by other speakers. This Act sets up Environment Protection Australia. The environmental objectives that the member has asked for, the objectives of the Act, as she alluded to, my response to her has already been that these objectives exist in the acts that the Environment Protection Agency administers. So I'll give an example. The member for Warringah seeks to, in her amendment, seeks to include an objective that, that the EPA should enhance the protection of Australia's environment and prevent the degradation of Australia's environment. But the Environment Protection Agency is being set up to administer a number of acts. Just one of them is the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, and the objects of this Act include to provide for the protection of the environment, especially those aspects of the environment that are matters of national environmental significance, to promote the conservation of biodiversity, to provide for the protection and conservation of heritage, and to promote a cooperative approach to the protection and management of the environment involving governments, the community, landholders and Indigenous peoples, to assist in the cooperative implementation of Australia's international environmental responsibilities, to recognise the role of Indigenous people in the conservation and ecologically sustainable use of Australia's biodiversity, and to promote the use of Indigenous people's knowledge of biodiversity with the involvement of and in cooperation with the owners of the knowledge. I just think, Mr Deputy Speaker, that including objects that enhance the protection of Australia's environment when the bills that are, the acts that are being administered by the organisation already provide for the protection of the environment, promote the conservation of biodiversity, it just is redundant. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said, the EPA will not just be regulating the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act and approvals under it. It will also, for example, regulate approvals under the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Act. Those objectives include more specific things like giving effect to Australia's obligations under the Vienna Convention and the Montreal Protocol and replacing depleting substances and synthetic greenhouse gases. So I'm very happy to continue to work with the crossbench on how the objectives of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act can be meaningfully improved in stage 3 of the reforms. But the purpose of this bill is to set up the agency as an administrative act. We need to do it in a considered and methodical way. On the issue of the offsets register, this amendment's unnecessary because I've done it. I've done it already. The member alluded to a review done by the Department of Offsets. I commissioned that review, and I commissioned the review because I was worried about offsets. I'm hearing the same stuff you are, so I asked the department to look at offsets and to evaluate whether they had been properly delivered. And as the member said, in many cases they had not been properly delivered. So what I've done is set up a register that anyone can look up online. You can look at the name, you can look at the location of the site, you can find the offset conditions for each project. I've also, this is just one of the changes that I've asked for as a result of the review that I commissioned. We've basically set up a permanent compliance unit to look at offsets because I've got the same concerns as the concerns that you've raised. We found, as you said, as the member said, 1 in 7 approved projects were potentially non-compliant. 21 of them have already been subject to compliance actions, including a request to either fix their offsets or they've been issued with an infringement notice. I just want to go in continuation, if that's possible.
Absolutely. The Minister's seeking a continuation.
Just for 1 minute, thank you. 21 projects, as I said, have been subject to compliance actions. 9 infringement notices have been paid already. 3 directed variations have been issued. I just want to reassure the member who I think is raising very valid concerns about offsets, that I believe the fact that I've now established that register, that we've set up the compliance unit, that we've taken compliance action, I think means that we don't need to change the law here. We need to, as she said herself, make sure that we're putting the law into practice.
I thank the Minister for the contribution. So the question before the House now is that the amendment before the House be agreed to. And all of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4. No division required. Perfect. Well, the names will be recorded in Hansard, and we'll go to the. I believe the member for Goldstein is seeking the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 4 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the Honourable Minister. Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 4 as circulated in my name together.
The member for Goldstein.
I am concerned that what the government is asking this House to sign when it comes to nature positive is a blank cheque, and that is what this amendment is designed in part to address. I want to impress on the House and Australians taking note of this debate that the government has been made absolutely and explicitly aware of the deficiencies in this legislation. I often bring my concerns about policy directly to the government, and in certain circumstances they are responsive to amendments proposed by myself and other members of the crossbench. And indeed, this is what the crossbench has tried to do with amendments to this legislation. I want to be clear that I absolutely believe that we should have a federal EPA, a good one, and my proposed amendment is an incredibly simple measure to improve the integrity and oversight of this proposed law. The crossbench has had multiple meetings with the Minister and her staff on this legislation, and that is welcome and appreciated. But in every case on nature positive, the government has refused to adopt common sense changes from the crossbench in a series of amendments. As a result, this bill will likely end up in a quagmire of political disagreement in the Senate, and that will not be good for the social licence that must accompany this bill. This amendment goes to the oversight and the independence of the EPA. In my view, the government has decided to establish an agency which will operate like any Commonwealth agency rather than an independent authority. And this includes the ability for any future minister to shape its overarching policy direction via a statement of expectations. The project decision-making process, which is currently delegated and processed by the Department of Environment, one which the Minister can interfere with at any time, will simply be shifted to a new agency. No board, no expert-led appointment process, and minimal operational independence. Again, the government has been made aware of this by experts, interest groups, myself and others on the crossbench. Now, to be very clear, I very much respect this minister. I'm not convinced, though, that any future minister will be equally competent. Therefore, the amendment I'm proposing would create a joint parliamentary committee on the environment, which critically would oversee the ministerially appointed CEO. This, I believe, is an important step for accountability, but alas, the government appears wary of the potential consequences of this extra democratic oversight when it comes to environmental protection. I would argue that a committee is a reasonable compromise, given that the government will not implement a board to oversee what is not in reality an independent post. The concept of this amendment has received multi-partisan support in recent years and is endorsed by Australia's leading environmental experts. Beyond confirming the Minister's appointment of a Chief Executive, the committee would be empowered to request the CEO to submit draft budget estimates for review in advance of each upcoming federal budget. The CEO's performance would be monitored and reviewed in the interests of best practice environmental public administration. Absent this, absent a joint committee, absent decision-making independence, my concern is that this EPA model is a potential lame duck, lacking both autonomy and integrity. This common sense amendment would substantially improve the performance and the integrity of this bill, and it is consistent with the principles of the international nature positive movement. Unfortunately, the government has decided not to adhere to these principles, at odds with the concerns that have been raised with them and the urgent threats faced by Australia's environment, and I believe at odds with the need for a particularly robust EPA. Thank you, Speaker. I commend the amendment to the House.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, and I want to thank the member for Goldstein for her amendments, and I really do understand her very good intent here. I think all of the amendments come from absolutely the right place and the right instinct. I think that the reason that we're not accepting these amendments is because we believe that Environment Protection Australia should be subject to all of the same forms of oversight and regulation that you would have from equivalent agencies rather than a separate new system. So it will be subject to audit office requirements, it will be subject to budget estimates or review through the existing Senate Environment and Communications Committee. It's able to have inquiries either from that committee or from other select or ad hoc committees. In our system, the power to appoint the CEO should remain with the Governor-General, in our view, obviously on recommendation of the government. We don't have in Australia a system where parliamentary committees ratify positions in the way that they do in the United States, for example, where people are grilled by committees before they're approved, and I'm not proposing to change that. I expect there will be a Senate inquiry into this legislation, and I, of course, will consider the recommendations of that Senate inquiry when we come to debating this legislation in the Senate.
I thank the Minister. So we'll put the amendments that are now before the House, and the question is that the amendments be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 4 minutes.
Hey, Darwin, how you doing? Oh, are you? It's warm. That's when all the lights play up. Because it's summer. I like it. Usually over, well, just before Christmas, over Christmas we just start because it's a bit quiet. I think the only time all right, do it in that time, yeah. They do it in that way. Yeah. And I find that more stressful than you're supposed to be no, it'll be really hot. But then he knows you. I will. Yeah, just like that. So, yeah. Because his name's Eddie, or is it Rachel? Eddie. Yeah.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments 1 to 4 moved by the honourable member for Goldstein be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Goldstein and North Sydney as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes.
So he hasn't rented them out, he just vacated. Yeah. It's got to be.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 36. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the next set of amendments. And I give the call to the honourable member for Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move amendments 1 to 15 as circulated in my name together.
The member for Clark, I'll just ask you to begin by asking leave.
I seek leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 15 as circulated in my name together.
I thank the member for Clark, and I'll just call the Minister for the Environment. Leave is being sought.
Yes, thank you, Mr Speaker. Of course, leave is granted.
I thank the Minister. The member for Clark may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister. Speaker, I move amendments 1 to 15 as circulated in my name together. Now, Speaker, let me start by saying that standing up a federal Environment Protection Agency is a good thing. In fact, in 2021, I introduced legislation in the Parliament to do just that. Obviously, a well-designed and resourced, independent and accountable EPA that can give expert advice and act as a tough cop on the beat could be a game-changer to ensure accountability and compliance with our national environmental laws, re-establish community trust and, most importantly, to protect our natural environment. But sadly, Speaker, that is not what this bill gives us. because instead of establishing an independent EPA, this bill establishes the shell of an agency initially located within the Department of Climate Change, Energy Efficiency and Water itself. Speaker, how is that independent? How can the community have confidence in an EPA when it is being administered by departments and, by extension, governments who, on both sides, have a terrible track record of protecting our environment? Moreover, while a statement of expectations will be provided by the Minister, the government's EPA has no legislated guiding principles, duties or objectives to ensure that it will be focused on protecting the environment. The CEO would be appointed by the Minister with no real oversight, and the Minister will retain the power to call in any decision they choose, taking it out of the CEO's hands for any reason. In these circumstances, there's clearly no guarantee the EPA will be the frank and fearless regulator this country so desperately needs. And Speaker, instead of establishing a transparent, accountable EPA with an independent board, or at least a parliamentary committee providing oversight and advice to the organisation, the bill provides for a sneaky, secretive advisory committee appointed by the CEO, whose members were chosen for reasons we may never know, which will provide advice, the content of which we may never know, and the effect of which on decisions we may never know. But it's clear Australians are sick of this stuff. Indeed, the outcome of the last election, which saw a record number of Australians deserting the major parties in favour of independents and smaller parties, proves as much. Clearly, the community is crying out for transparency and accountability, including in environmental law, and this government is failing to deliver. Speaker, all of this is why I'm introducing these comprehensive amendments based on my 2021 bill, which would establish a truly independent, strong and transparent EPA, an agency that depoliticises, streamlines and strengthens environmental regulation. Importantly, it will be structurally independent from the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water, a fact which will bolster community confidence in the processes that are supposed to protect and conserve our natural environment. These amendments will also ensure the EPA can effectively and transparently exercise the administrative functions currently held by the Commonwealth concerning the EPBC Act. This includes issuing approvals, granting permits, auditing environmental impact assessments and monitoring post-approval impacts. This will ensure the EPA has the power to undertake both systemic and individual investigations into applications, environmental impact statements or any other documents received in support of an application. Moreover, the EPA will have the power to terminate an approval or issue a stop work order in circumstances where serious environmental harm has been caused or is imminent. Importantly, my changes ensure the EPA will be headed by an appropriately qualified CEO who is independently appointed for a fixed term and supported and overseen by a newly established Joint Committee on the Environment and Energy. To avoid even a perception of bias, senior staff will be prevented from having any potential conflicts of interest, including employment as a politician or lobbyist, in the 5 years preceding appointment to the EPA. Surely, Speaker, at a time when seeing the imminent collapse of precious ecosystems, when Australia is a hotspot for extinction and deforestation, and we're already facing unprecedented threats from climate change, a strong, independent regulator is more important than ever. Speaker, to close, I'll note that we mustn't forget that we also need a renewed sense of urgency from the government in the important task of reforming the EPBC Act so that the EPA has better environmental laws to enforce. The decision to split the long overdue environmental reforms was deeply disappointing and leaves many Australians with a sense that the government may be fiddling while our earth burns. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments and back a strong, transparent and independent EPA. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Clark, and I call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Clark for moving these amendments. I know that he has a very long and distinguished record of arguing for greater transparency and accountability in the administration of our responsibilities as a government, and I truly respect where he comes from in moving these amendments. I won't be supporting them today. I won't go into all of the details because I think some of the issues I've probably covered in my remarks to other crossbench members who've moved amendments. The issue of the objects of the Act, again, I would remind the member that the objects of the objects of the acts that the EPA administer are very clear about the expectations of improving the environment and protecting biodiversity, and as well as the statement of expectations that the Minister sets for the EPA. Of course, every decision is published. Statement of reasons are available on request. There are additional transparency measures available. And I think some of the issues that the member has raised are actually quite complex technically, particularly in terms of how they relate to transitional arrangements. So we are happy to continue to work with the member for Clark through the Senate inquiry processes and beyond to see whether there are additional areas where we can improve the arrangements. Today we will not be supporting these amendments, however. Thank you.
I thank the Minister. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Think the noes have it? Division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I'm not going for the whole trip. I normally get home Friday morning. Yeah. I'm the Prime Minister.
Can't talk now, I'm behind you. Did you get at the ball last night?
I appreciate it. Yes, I did.
It was good?
It was actually pretty good. Yeah. I mean, in the end, it's just but it's a pretty important charity. Yeah, and they did quite well with that.
How much? 360. I often wonder how much, what they raised. Because there was something, maybe Gordon knows. How much did the dinner with the Prime Minister,
Take it out. As a fundraiser or as a charity?
Then there was something
to contribute the praise times. You're a bit funny on the food chain like us. I don't. We don't buy that.
see you back in August. We'll be back in August. So Alice brings that, and Alice is quite cold at the moment, but I've got some topping community, so I'm trying to do most of the topping community while it's dicey. When it's wet, it's too dicey to get in charge.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved 1 to 15 by the honourable member for Clark be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Clark and McKellar as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes.
No, Jurek, I think it's a few kilometres more, Jurek, because it goes down that Wisbech in WA. But when they measure Linkiari, they only look at it from the territory, the end territory. But I've also got Christmas in Cope. Yeah, in WA.
The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 32. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. I give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the member for Petrie.
Sorry, can I...
They've sort of been in limbo too, where did they live in the stroke? How did your, you were doing this story about
Voted on the bad and voted down.
So the member for Petrie has the call.
Yep, leave is granted.
I thank the member for Petrie and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to establish Environment Protection Australia and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Nature Positive Environment Information Australia Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1...
The member for Goldstein, we're just dealing with the second reading for Nature Positive. and then we shall move to the third reading and the detailed amendments. So I'll put the question. This is to deal with the second reading for the bill. I'll put the question, and does the Minister wish to? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I made my remarks in the first bill. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Yeah, I know, it's great, isn't it? And then eventually, at some stage, you get how can you let anything wrong?
Not much.
Stop it.
I did actually film a plate a bit high. You know when your eyes are bigger than your appetite?
Yes, it's happened once or twice to me. But I am
I say, yeah, yeah. I'm going to jump this thing. Yeah. You enjoy this as a life, right?
Change during COVID, did it sort of like double negative, so you stay on the same side of that? I'm just trying to clarify. That's how they
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 84, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to establish the head of Environment Information Australia and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending in accordance with section... I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending in accordance with section 56 of the Constitution an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediate? I'm sorry?
Yes, leave's granted.
My apologies. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that this bill be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Is leave granted? Give the call to the...
Yes, leave is granted.
The Minister for the Environment and Water. Give the call to the member for Goldstein. May I proceed?
Thank you, Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together. Mr Speaker, I do not wish to take more of the House's time than is necessary to air my strong objection to the weaknesses of the Environmental Information Australia Bill and to move this amendment that has been circulated in my name. These objections have been expressed in detail in my second reading speech. This amendment goes to the definition of nature positive at Part 1, Section 6 of the Environment Information Australia Bill. The government has been parading its credentials by asserting how groundbreaking it would be for Australia to be the first jurisdiction in the world to enshrine a definition of nature positive into law. But none of that matters if the definition does not line up with what nature positive actually is. The government's definition that nature positive represents an improvement in the diversity, abundance, resilience and integrity of ecosystems from a baseline is almost as vague as the Coalition's case for nuclear power, because it remains fundamentally undefined. It includes no reference to reversing the decline and restoring the populations of our native wildlife, for example. Goldstein, like all electorates across the country, has seen observable decline in native wildlife populations and additions to the endangered or threatened species list. A suitable definition of nature positive in this legislation would not only refer to these urgent threats, but collect and use the best available data to protect them. Absent this, the government will not be held to account on the measurable impact that commercial activities and project approvals may have on our native wildlife. The bill, unamended, would set an international precedent, in fact, that a government can legislate a subpar definition of nature positive. Comparing the improvement of our environment against an indeterminate baseline is asking the Parliament to, in effect, sign a blank cheque on environmental protection. I understand the government's intent that the head of the EIA will collect data and subsequently establish a baseline, but nothing here prohibits the government from setting one that is weak and irreflective of the threats that our environment and native wildlife face. My definition sets an explicit baseline of 2021, which deliberately provides the EIA with the best available data set out in the latest State of the Environment report. The legislation is also missing a target date, at which point environmental recovery would be achieved. My amendment inserts specifics. It defines nature positive as halting and reversing the decline in diversity, abundance, resilience and integrity of ecosystems and native species populations by 2030, measured against a 2021 baseline, and achieving recovery by 2050. A definition of this strength is critical if Australia is to be seen as serious about restoring the damage caused to our environment by decades of weak regulatory practice. My concern is no baseline means backsliding is a real threat, and it wouldn't be the first time we've seen that, would it? Multiple government members have spoken to this legislation and the groundbreaking nature of defining nature positive in this bill, except the bill does not define nature positive, and that is what this amendment seeks to do. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just rise in support of this amendment as moved by the member for Goldstein, because I actually think it's an incredibly reasonable amendment. In 30 years working in the business environment, it was always fundamental for us in a business sense when we were seeking to shift the dial to ensure that any objective or goal that we set for ourselves was defined as having 5 key parts, and we used to call them SMART. It's a SMART objective. So they need to be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and timely. And those 5 kind of measures always helped in defining a starting point that you knew that you could move forward from. Now, I understand there is a lot of excitement about introducing legislation that begins to talk about what nature positive may mean, but the fact of the matter is the opportunity is here for us to set that. And I wouldn't be arguing in favour for this as strongly as I am had we not had the 2021 State of the Nation report. So we do have a baseline, as the member for Goldstein has already alluded to, that we could commence from here, from this point in time. So I do commend the member's amendment and, again, add my voice to hers.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to speak in support of the proposed amendment from the member for Goldstein. Nature Positive represents generational reform of our environmental laws, and it's really important we get this right. And what must remain as a central purpose of these reforms is that it's about improvement, not just protection. That's what Nature Positive means. Words really matter. Nature Positive adopts language that's globally accepted to refer to a net gain in nature. And to achieve a net gain, we need to include ambitious and quantifiable targets. Australia's signed up to the Global Biodiversity Framework, which includes concrete commitments to halt and reverse nature loss by 2030. And that goal has been consistently adopted around the world to guide urgent action to get nature visibly and measurably on the path to recovery. It makes complete sense that we would include this measure in the definition of nature positive in this bill. But this bill falls short. There's no goal for recovery. There's no baseline. The bill leaves it to the head of the Environmental Information Australia to determine that baseline for nature positive. So I strongly agree with this amendment that the definition of nature positive should reflect a clear goal to halt biodiversity decline by 2030, measured against a 2021 baseline. It makes sense to make the 2021 baseline consistent with the current National State of the Environment Report data. So I commend this amendment. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The Minister for Environment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I again want to thank the member for Goldstein for moving the amendment, and I want to acknowledge that the intent behind it is absolutely in line with the intent of the government in moving this legislation. There will be a baseline, but it'll be set by experts, not by me or not by this parliament at an arbitrary date. We need to know what the baseline is because we need to make sure that we're measuring progress and that we've got a consistent baseline measurement from which to measure that progress. As members know, one of the additional things that this package of legislation does is establish an independent head of Environment Information Australia, and then we ask that independent expert to set the baseline in consultation with other experts. We're looking for data nerds to do this work, if I can put it that way, rather than the Parliament doing it. It'll be one of the first tasks given to the head of Environment Information Australia, and the legislation says that the baseline must be set by the 31st of December 2025. That's in Schedule 13 of the Transitional and Consequential Amendments Bill. The head of Environment Information Australia will consider factors that affect the condition of ecosystems across the country from time to time, like drought, bushfires and floods. One of the problems with just picking a date that covers all of the indicators right across Australia is if you've had particularly bad bushfires in one half of the country but not the other half of the country, if you've had flooding somewhere, not elsewhere, drought, you can have you can have the baseline thrown out by those sorts of anomalies. So we actually need someone who's an expert at evaluating data to make sure that we're getting the baseline right. As the member for Goldstein's acknowledged, we need to make sure that we're measuring progress in the improvement of our ecosystem, but not from a baseline that has been either positively influenced or negatively influenced off a longer trajectory because of an anomaly in the weather or an anomaly, some other type of anomaly. So as the member for Goldstein said, the baseline will provide a national reference point for key indicators and metrics for measuring diversity, abundance, resilience and integrity of ecosystems and species. Nature positive reporting may include additional reference points as indicators, metrics and data improve over time. In reporting on nature positive, the head of Environment Information Australia will be able to evaluate and report on actions to improve our ecosystems. That head of EIA will start by looking at the priorities that I've agreed with the states and territories. The state and territory environment ministers have already agreed with us that Australia's national priorities include coming out of the Kunming-Montreal agreement, protecting and conserving 30% of Australia's land and sea by 2030, restoring degraded land, controlling and eradicating invasive plants and animals, no new extinctions, and creating progress towards creating a circular economy. It's also very important, and I thank the member for Goldstein for acknowledging this, that the term nature positive will be defined in this bill. This is a world first, and Australia does have a right to be proud of it, and I understand why members are determined to make sure that we go beyond definition to implementation of our progress towards nature positive. It's a relatively new term internationally, and creating progress towards it includes that progress resting on a commonly understood definition of what nature positive means. So while goals and objectives are also important, we've demonstrated our commitment to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030 through our support for the Global Biodiversity Framework under the Convention on Biological Diversity and through our National Biodiversity Strategy, which is, and Action Plan, which is something that Australia has given to the international community to show that we are prepared to be judged globally on the progress that we made. I thank the member once again for her very thoughtful contributions.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. And I just have a couple of points to pick up on in reference to the Minister's remarks. The first being that we do have the 2021 State of the Environment report, which is data and was expert-driven. So I think there's a strong argument that we're going to have to find a baseline, and that's it. And indeed, that might be where the EIA lands anyway. The second point that I would make is that I think that we have a fundamental problem with a three-part package of flagship legislation, to be fair, really critically important legislation that is badged nature positive. Yet we can't even explain to members of the Australian public what nature positive actually means. To some degree, this is a communication question, given that business, communities will be trying to understand the implications of this legislation without the baseline definition as outlined by the member for North Sydney and the member for Curtin, with measurability and specific numbers behind it. And the third point that I would make, harking back to the debate that we had around the Climate Change Act and the conversations around 43% being the floor, not a ceiling, and now that we've jumped forward a couple of years and the current debate on one side of this chamber is around backsliding on those kinds of targets, that I think there's immense risk when you don't enshrine numbers in the law that some future government will either backslide or set weak targets that do not get us to where we need to be. And I accept the Minister's good faith aspirations and genuineness around what she is trying to achieve, but I don't think that we can assume that any future government will do the same.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Yes, that's right, yes. Yeah. They wouldn't be able to handle it. Yeah, all good. All good. Yeah, all good. That's all right. Smashing it. You're doing a good job. You've got a minute,
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved by the Honourable Member for Goldstein 1 to 3 be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Goldstein and North Sydney as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 32. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I give the call. Order. I give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the Honourable Member for Petrie.
Yes.
Leave is granted. I give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to establish the head of Environment Information Australia and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Nature Positive Environment Law Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I thought that's not right.
That's a good one.
I will continue to be a role model. Just finish here, just pack your bag bags and bugger off. Yep.
I'm concerned you want to know. 100%. Don't even have to ask. I'm doing good.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be now read a order a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 79, noes 58. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend laws relating to the environment and to provide for transitional matters relating to Environment Protection Australia and the Head of Environment Information Australia and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. So the question before the House is that the bill be agreed to. I give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 through to 7 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Leave is granted.
I thank the Minister. The member for North Sydney may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move amendments 1 through to 7 as circulated in my name together. And actually, I had the opportunity to speak to these yesterday. These amendments focus very much on the time frame for community input that is currently within this transitional bill. As discussed with the Minister and her team previously, at the moment the timelines in it are quite opaque and vary from ministerially driven through to 10 days. I sought to increase that days to a standard 40 days across this bill. I do know that we have seen on many occasions projects in the past go through, which I think are quite unreasonable timelines, in that they will be announced in the week leading up to Christmas and communities will be given till the end of the first or second week in January to respond. And that makes it incredibly difficult. So I commend these amendments to the House and thank the Minister and her team for considering them.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Those have it. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. We've done that. Sorry. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for McKellar.
What? Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 11 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? The Minister for Environment.
Leave is granted.
I move amendments 1 to 11 as circulated in my name together.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. Along with many Australians across the country, I was disappointed when in April this year the Environment Minister announced that the Albanese government had postponed its promise to fix Australia's broken nature laws, the EPBC Act, Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act. The Minister has said that the plans have been simply pushed back, but with no firm commitment to get them passed through Parliament before the next election, it may be that these broken laws have a good chance of remaining broken, which is why the opportunity must be grasped right now to meaningfully strengthen our national nature laws right now. We've been debating today the so-called Stage 2 of the EPBC Act reforms, which will establish the two bodies, Environment Protection Australia and Environment Information Australia. These are indeed crucial bodies that do need to be established, and I commend the government for creating them. The problem is, however, that once established, these bodies will only be overseeing our fundamentally broken laws which for the past 25 years have failed to protect nature in this country. Which is why today I bring a series of amendments to the bills in an attempt to fix right now, while there is the chance, some of the most egregious failings of the EPBC Act as it currently stands. Mr Speaker, Australia was hopeful after the 2022 election, hopeful of climate action and hopeful for nature protection. Unfortunately, 2 years down the track, we continue to watch on while our native forests, including critical habitat of threatened species, continues to be clear-felled. We watch on while land clearing for beef industry continues at a rate that makes Australia a global deforestation hotspot alongside the Amazon and Borneo. And we watch on while the list of threatened species in this country continues to grow rather than contract. So I've been working on a range of amendments with dedicated environmental organisations who all agree that these amendments that I bring forward today are both critical and urgent, but also simple and achievable. In consultation with these groups, I've drafted amendments which do three things to protect our bushland and our trees. The first is to repeal the exemption for the regional forestry agreements in the EPBC Act. Logging conducted under these agreements is currently exempt from needing a federal government approval. My amendments would fix this by simply requiring that, like all other conduct that may have a significant impact on our environment, logging under these regional forestry agreements must be referred for assessment and approval under the EPBC Act. It is a simple ask. As Professor Graham Samuels himself said, we ought to get rid of these RFAs. They should never have been introduced in the first place. I'd be urging state governments to get rid of them. They shouldn't be there. I thought they were a shocker, really. The second amendment is similar. It would repeal what is called the continuous use exemption. Under this exemption, land clearing activity on private land that was occurring before the environment laws were introduced in 1999 is allowed to continue. This exemption has been exploited and is largely responsible for making Australia a global deforestation hotspot. It must be repealed. Again, this amendment does not prohibit land clearing. It simply requires that if you want to clear land, you need approval to do so, to ensure that critical habitat for threatened or migratory species is not being destroyed. The third amendment is the insertion of a new provision that puts beyond doubt the circumstances in which logging needs federal government assessment and approval. This amendment makes clear that any area over 20 hectares where threatened or migratory species may exist must be referred for assessment under the National EPBC Act. So these amendments do not ban anything, they do not prohibit anything, they simply put land clearing and native forest logging on the same footing as other activities which require federal government approval. If approved, they can still go ahead. So, Mr. Speaker, it is possible to take the opportunity right now to fix these clearly broken parts of our national environment laws. These amendments are urgent and they are possible, and there is no need to delay, and our wildlife can't wait. I commend these amendments to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The Minister for Water and Environment.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. And once again, I want to thank the member for Mackellar for her thoughtful contribution, the work she's done in preparing these amendments and the spirit in which she offers them. I know that she is absolutely determined to see better outcomes for nature in Australia. They are very important issues that she has raised, and I've been working overtime on exactly these issues because I agree with her that they are absolutely critical to the success of nature protection in Australia. But as I have sought to explain, the bills that we're dealing with today and in the last few days are setting up the mechanisms that our new laws will operate under. The new laws themselves will be part of stage 3 of our law reform process, and I'm not willing to bring forward the complex negotiations that have to go into the issues that she's raised into stage 2. We'll continue to work on them for stage 3. In fact, I've made clear that there are 6 priority areas where there is still a pretty broad set of disagreements between stakeholders on a way forward, and they're the 6 areas that the department is particularly focused on with continuing consultations. Regional forestry agreements are one of these. We have said that national environmental laws will apply to regional forestry agreements, and we're working through right now how we do that. The other areas where we're continuing to focus our consultations are the assessment and approvals processes, restoration contributions, First Nations engagement, exemptions and continuing use provisions, and I'll go to those suggestions of the member for Mackellar in a moment, and also climate change considerations. Just returning to regional forestry agreements, I think it's important to note that close to 90% of forest products now come from plantation timbers. We want to see more plantation forests and more jobs that come with them. We're investing $300 million to grow plantations, to modernise our timber manufacturing infrastructure and to build the skills of our forestry workforce. We've also put aside $500 million in the National Reconstruction Fund for forestry, fisheries and agriculture. Last year, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy changed the rules too, so that burning native timber no longer classes as renewable energy. It is bizarre to think that it ever did. I'm not going to agree to amendments to regional forestry agreements that affect an entire industry and the jobs that rely on it without a thorough and thoughtful and consultative process. The same applies to continuing use provisions. I'm currently consulting on options for tightening and clarifying continuing use provisions, but these are complex issues and I want to work through them with stakeholders in a mature and methodical way. So I thank the member for her contribution.
Yeah. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
lock the doors. The question before the House that amendments 1 to 11 moved by the honourable member for McKellar be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for McKellar and Indi as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 34. The matter was resolved in the negative. We shall move to the member for Wentworth.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 on the sheet revised 2nd July 2024 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? The Minister for the Environment and Water.
Leave is granted.
The member for Wentworth may proceed.
I move amendments 1 to 3 on the sheet revised 2nd July 2024 as circulated in my name together. Speaker, the creation of the Environmental Protection Australia is an important step in the right direction. There are many welcome changes within the package of bills before the House, but there are also significant issues that need to be fixed. These issues go to transparency, accountability, independence with which the new EPA will operate, and they should be addressed before the bills proceed to the Senate. The House should be a place where legislation is improved, not just rubber-stamped. Speaker, one of the main reasons for having an EPA is to take important environmental decisions out of the hands of politicians. We want to have independent experts assess projects in an unbiased and even-handed way, free from political interference and lobbying by special interests. This independence must be at the core of the new EPA. Now, I accept that, in some special cases, the Minister should retain the prerogative to make a particular decision. The Minister and the Government are the only ones who ultimately are accountable to the Australian people. And so it is appropriate that the Minister retains the right to call in a particular project, which he may have previously delegated to the independent EPA. However, what is not appropriate is for the Minister to call in a project and for them not to tell the Australian people that they have done so. If the Minister wants to make a captain's calls, they need to be upfront about it. And unfortunately, this transparency is not provided for in the bill. The bill allows the Minister to delegate certain functions to the EPA, but there is no requirement for the details of that delegation to be made public. As a result, we may have no idea which types of decisions will be delegated to the EPA and which ones the Minister will keep for themselves. This is despite extensive consultation on ministerial call-in powers over the past year and clear feedback from a range of stakeholders about the need for transparency over what is delegated to the EPA and what is not. Unfortunately, this lack of transparency creates the risk that environmental approvals will be shrouded in the same secrecy as the flawed system of the past. My amendments would address this lack of transparency. Amendments 1 and 2 require that the instruments of delegation are made public so that we know which decisions the Minister is handling over the EPA and which the Minister is designating for themselves. These amendments are constructive and common sense and respond to feedback provided by the environmental community, by the business community and by experts in environmental law. They do not place an unnecessary burden on the government. They merely require transparency on things that the public have a right to know. My team and I have worked constructively with the Minister on these amendments, but it is disappointing, therefore, that the government has decided not to support them. I understand the government no longer believe it is necessary to make the changes set out in my amendments because they already intend to provide similar level of transparency. If this is the case, there should be no issue in providing for this transparency in the legislation. There should certainly be no problem in committing to make the instruments of delegation publicly available. And whilst I take the Minister at her word, and I know that she wants to do the right thing, she cannot guarantee that all future ministers would act with the same degree of integrity. These transparency measures should be included in the legislation, and so I urge the government to accept the amendments. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Indo.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. And I thank the member for Wentworth for this thoughtful group of amendments here, and I rise in support of her on this work. The Nature Positive Environment Protection Australia Bill allows the Minister to delegate decision-making powers of the CEO to the EPA. Most environmental approvals will be made by the EPA, but the Minister will still hold powers to make some decisions themselves, for example, for large-scale renewable energy or fossil fuel projects. I want to be really clear. I understand that in some cases a democratically elected representative should make these decisions. Under our Westminster system, the importance of ministerial decisions is clear, valid and critical. But the EPA bill as currently drafted gives the public no line of sight on when and why the Minister gets to make those decisions instead of the EPA CEO. In doing so, it gives me pause to whether the new EPA is truly independent, as the government claims. And again, I take some comfort in what the member for Wentworth has just said about the assurances from the Minister, and I don't doubt the integrity of this Minister. Again, I like to vote for legislation where it's clear in black and white and future-proofed for all our generations to come, just where these powers lie. The member for Wentworth's amendments address the shortfall here really well, I think. They would require instruments of delegation when the Minister delegates her powers to the EPA to be made public. The amendments would also require the Minister to regularly publish reports listing decisions she has made and decisions the EPA's CEO has made. These amendments, I think, are sensible, I think they're simple, and I think they would provide much greater transparency over whether the Minister's decision-making power is being used to subvert the role of the independent EPA. The current lack of transparency under the bill creates a risk that the environmental approvals would be shrouded in secrecy and that decisions are made behind closed doors. And when this happens, the public start to question if the decision made is the right one. It comes down to an issue of trust, really. They wonder if a minister has been politically influenced rather than base their decisions on evidence. And the public might start to lose that trust in the ability of decision-makers to actually protect Australia's environment. Both the 2021 Graham Samuel Review into the State of the Environment and the government's own Nature Positive plan found that a significant factor contributing to the community's lack of trust in the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act is a lack of transparency around environmental decision-making. Transparency of ministerial versus EPA decision-making is vital in restoring public trust in our environmental laws. We so need to do that. The public care deeply about these decisions. These decisions impact their communities, they impact on the places where they live. My constituents of Indi care about the things that may not directly impact them as well. They care about protecting native wildlife, like the leadbeater's possum, like the swift parrot, Sloane's froglet, Macquarie perch, all endangered species found in Indi. And my constituents are frequently contacting my office and stopping me in the street concerned about the threats to these species and the high rates of extinction. Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, the public want to and should understand how environmental decisions are made and by who. I urge the government to support the member for Wentworth's amendments.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The Minister for Environment and Water.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the member for Wentworth and the member for Indi for their contributions. I once again absolutely understand where these contributions are coming from, and of course I also support greater transparency and will make sure that that is clear to Environment Protection Australia through my statement of expectations. The functions and powers of the Minister are routinely delegated to officials within the department to ensure efficient administration of the Act. Quite often that is for very routine matters that just can most easily be dealt with by senior executives in the public service, and they include examples like a delegation to publish notices on the departmental website. Regardless of whether the function or power has been delegated, the Minister continues to retain the right to make a decision where they consider it appropriate to do so. The delegations are managed through an instrument of delegation, as the member for Wentworth has explained. These are legal documents. The instrument itself is generally not published but could be provided on request. But what is published every time is the department publishes information about the decision itself, the decision that's been made under delegation on its website. So whenever a decision is made, that decision notice specifies the name of the person who made the decision and includes whether they are a delegate of the Minister. The decisions also include the position of the delegate, and I'm just going to table a copy of one of these decisions that shows the name of the person, their position in the department, just for the interest of members. It shows the action, the controlling provision, like what it is that triggered the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act referral, who made the decision, the date of the decision, how long the decision's in effect for, and so on. So my argument for not accepting the amendments as proposed is providing the instrument that allows this does not give you more information than is currently available, which is who made the decision and under what circumstances. And the requiring of a quarterly report which shows the delegated decisions, it's all available on the website. It just requires someone to sit there and do the work. I don't think it's a particularly good use of public servants' time to be doing that, but I understand why the member wishes for that information to be public, and I assure her that it is.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Wentworth.
Look, just very briefly, I just want to respond to the Minister's remarks and just say it's really, I understand where the Minister's coming from, but it's still that question of why the instruments of delegation, what's the problem of effectively publishing those? If, I appreciate where you're saying that we're going to get the results, but I just don't understand the sort of downside of publishing those, and I think that sort of transparency is positive and useful in the Parliament and more broadly.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm just conscious of the time, but I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave granted.
Leave is granted. Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together. These amendments are important to ensure we do not waste communities' time and we ensure we actually have proper protection of the environment. The Environment Protection and Biodiversity Act is an act that needs structural reform urgently. I was here in this parliament when the Samuels Review was handed down, and there was outcry at the coalition's lack of motivation to put some proper protections. But unfortunately, despite many promises and commitments, we haven't really got that increase in protection yet, even with the legislations that we have before this House. So I share the frustration of many other environmental
The
public
debate
interest
is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? The member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to present petitions EN 60205 and PN 0611 from the Speewah community. These petitions have been considered by the Petitions Committee and are in order. The petitions state that the Speewah is faced with continual and prolonged disruptions to telecommunications due to the inadequacy of Telstra's battery supply at the Speewah Exchange. While Speewah is only 16 kilometres line of sight from Cairns, it is isolated from a telecommunications standpoint due to the surrounding terrain. In the event of power outage, the Speewah Exchange battery backup power supply only lasts for 1 hour. This vulnerability was evident during the most recent Cyclone Jasper event. Physical copy of the petition PN 0611 has secured 448 signatures, and the digital version of the petition has secured 37 signatures. Both petitions call for Telstra to improve the battery backup supply for the duration of at least 8 hours. Preferably, this upgrade would take place before the next cyclone season, beginning at the end of 2024. In the event of the outages longer than 8 hours, the petition states that Telstra should provide supplementary power supply to enable telecommunications to continue and to enable the batteries to charge. Speaker, I, for the record, strongly support the petition. This petition, and lastly, I'd like to thank Suzanne Grinter as the Principal's petitioner for raising awareness on this very important issue.
Call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Construction of the Malinauskas SA Labor Government's $117 million upgrade of the Modbury Hospital in the Macon electorate is underway. The upgrade will include a new cancer centre, 44 mental health beds and over 300 car parking spaces. Importantly, the new cancer centre will see cancer services reintroduced to Modbury Hospital. Incorporating a dedicated cancer centre with 12 chairs will mean that up to 50 patients per day who need chemotherapy treatment will have a closer, more convenient location where they can receive treatment whilst also taking pressure off the Lower McEwen Hospital. The extra mental health beds, which include a new 20-bed older persons mental health unit, will not only benefit those patients directly, but will also help reduce ramping at the emergency department. Combined with a new Medicare urgent care clinic announced earlier this year by Health Minister Mark Butler, and the Albanese government's tripling of the bulk billing incentive, which has seen bulk billing rates in Macon increase from 74% to nearly 78%, the Modbury Hospital upgrade will help ensure that people in Adelaide's north and northeastern suburbs have better access to the healthcare services they need. Accessible healthcare matters, and federal and state Labor governments are working together in South Australia to fix the healthcare mess left by Liberal governments.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge a true Australian hero, Damien Batty, from Kempsey in my electorate of Cowper. Damien is an Army veteran, having served his country for 26 years doing tours in Afghanistan, Solomons and Timor-Leste. Since retiring a few years ago, Damo has had his own personal struggles like many of our veterans, but he was determined not to be beaten. So just last week, Deputy Speaker, after many months of training, Damien competed in the Warrior Games in Florida, once again representing Australia. Damien competed in 4 categories: archery, wheelchair rugby, swimming and sitting volleyball. And the training paid off. Coached in the pool by his lovely wife Carly, Damien amassed a haul of medals: silver in the 50 freestyle, gold in the 50 breaststroke and gold in the 4x50 relay. But this wasn't all about winning or losing. To quote Damien, "To pull on that green and gold jersey, it makes you feel 10 feet tall. to wear the flag on your arm again. You wear the flag on your uniform every day. So to be able to do that again and represent Australia is a great honour. Well, Damien, well done, mate. You are what Australia is all about. Thank you, and to all the veterans, thank you for your service.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Diabetes is a serious health issue in this country. It is frankly one of the biggest challenges confronting Australia's health system today. 1.2 million Australians suffer from the disease. It's a health issue that affects quite a number of people in my electorate of Dunkley. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, nearly 5% of people in Dunkley suffer from diabetes. It is also an issue that personally affects people within my family, with both type 1 and type 2 diabetes prevalent in family members and friends. I was proud to be part of the launch of a report by the Health, Aged Care and Sport Committee's inquiry into diabetes. This is a landmark report. I want to thank the member of Macarthur, Dr. Mike Freelander, for his excellent work leading this inquiry, and the committee. The recommendations highlight the need to do more in the prevention space through health promotion and interventions to improve the statistics, because there is an unfortunate increased prevalence of diabetes in Australia. More than 300 Australians develop diabetes every day. It is the leading cause of preventable blindness in working-aged Australians. We must do more to prevent the disease, and this report and recommendations will ensure the necessary change.
Member for Clare.
I recently had the privilege of joining with the wonderful team from Street Heart Bathurst. Every Saturday and Sunday, you'll find the Street Heart crew at Peace Park and other locations providing food, clothing, care and compassion to local residents in need, including many who are homeless. Eager to help those doing it tough in Bathurst, local resident Tracy Denton Seymour teamed up with Street Heart founder Rick Johnson OAM to establish a Bathurst branch of this wonderful charity. In December 2022, Street Heart held its first weekend of support. 18 months on, Street Heart has provided hundreds of Bathurst residents with a kindly word, a hearty meal and essential goods in their time of need. Thank you to Rick, Tracy and Street Heart Bathurst volunteers, Kayla Beeden, Meg Brodie, Bradley Clark, Dean Whiting and Mark Downey for your dedication and commitment to this truly inspiring work. A big thank you also to the Bathurst community for embracing the charity and to the many local businesses who've supported it through generous donations, including Martin Lahovey from Food We Do, Chris Ringrose from Harvest Cafe and Store, Alex Ward from Easy Print Bathurst and Natasha Sam from Muffin Break Bathurst. The Street Hearts gladly accept donated goods to make food, toiletries and medical packs and are always seeking volunteers. So if you're looking for a way to give back, joining the Street Heart team is a wonderful way to do that. Our sincere gratitude to Street Heart Bathurst for your care, compassion and kindness.
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. The Anti-Palestinian Racism in Schools Register was set up following increasing incidents of teachers, students, school support staff and parents being silenced and discriminated against in schools. The register is a simple and secure way to report incidents of anti-Palestinian racism and discrimination in schools. Some of the unfortunate incidents that have been reported to the register include students not being allowed to bring flags to school on Harmony Day and other special days, of staff and of students being asked to remove Palestinian colours on special days, and of students not being able to write about Gaza in their creative writing exercises. Freedom of expression is important in Australia, and this freedom of expression goes to the heart of what makes us a free and democratic society. It is such an important part of being Australian and enjoying the strong democratic system we are fortunate to have here, built on equality, dignity and respect. Incidents of anti-Palestinian racism and discrimination in our schools, and indeed right across our communities, are completely unacceptable, and I stand here against them. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Member for North Sydney.
Deputy Speaker, 3 weeks ago, my community of North Sydney learned via social media that the Australian Electorate Commission, or the AEC, was proposing to abolish our federal seat. In true North Sydney style, however, and recognising that this is a draft proposal, people have mobilised to ensure the AEC understands our connections as a community of interest and the fact that we are united, unique and deserving of representation in this parliament. As I said in my first speech, despite common assumptions, the federal electorate of North Sydney is a vibrant and diverse community that draws on people from all backgrounds and ages. We are the thinkers, the doers, the feelers, the leaders and the believers and the achievers. And yet for a long time our voice, as it was presented here in Canberra, was lost in a two-party system determined to minimise our ambitions and our values. Well, hear me when I say the people of North Sydney want politics done differently. Our population is growing exponentially with the new metro line opening in 2029. Please plan for what is to come, not what has been. As the third largest business centre in our country, our community deserves dedicated representation. And as one of the 75 original Federation seats in 123 years, we have never shied away from leading by example or stepping in to advocate for the most vulnerable. We've earned our right to be a part of the ongoing democratic fabric of our nation, and we will do all we can to convince the AEC of that fact. Thank you.
Member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the 20th of July 2024 this year will mark the 50th anniversary of the illegal invasion of Cyprus. It's been 50 years since the island was split in two and still remains occupied by over 40,000 foreign troops, and the northern part not being recognised by any nation in the world bar the invaders in 1974. Many of these thousands of people in 1974 made their way to Australia, many in my electorate of Adelaide, and I also see the member for Kingsford Smith here, who also has many people from Cyprus in his electorate. This will, as I said, commemorate the 50 years coming up. It's a tremendous source of great pain to the many Greek Cypriot Australians who migrated here following those events. There are still homes in Cyprus where the rightful owners have never been allowed to return, and they are still not allowed to return, and 50 years is far too long to still be waiting for a solution, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I'll be travelling to Cyprus later this next month to commemorate the 50 years and participate in the wreath-laying ceremony together with many colleagues, parliamentarians from around the world, Senator Lou Reptakis from Rhode Island, Annie Katrakis, federal MP from Canada, Stefan Pappas, Senator from Wyoming, US, George Michalakakis, South African Member of Parliament, Effie Triantafilopoulos, Canadian Member of Parliament, and Mariana Caramanli, who's from the French Parliament, and many others.
I give the call to Member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was a pleasure to attend the LGAQ annual breakfast yesterday morning, which forms part of the Australian Local Government Association's National General Assembly. Organised by Alison Smith, the CEO of Local Government Association of Queensland, the LGAQ, and her team, it was a great opportunity for federal members of this place, senators, to engage with local government representatives. Madam Speaker, there's 77 local government areas of Queensland and councillors. Mayors from every corner of Queensland came together for a breakfast. There was a panel discussion and a trade fair. It was wonderful to see so many local mayors and councillors from across Queensland. Notably, Councillor Tanya Milligan, Mayor of the Lockyer Valley from my electorate, and there were some new faces. Robert Donaldson, a new councillor from Central Highlands, who was accompanied by Rachel Cruz and Karen Newman from Central Highlands Council. Zorro, the Mayor of Merway, needs no introduction. It was always good to catch up with him, and he's recently appointed a new CEO, Bruce Scott, OAM, no stranger to this place, and Andrew Martin, the Mayor of Blackhall-Tambo Regional Council. As a member of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport, we're currently doing an inquiry into local government sustainability, and I look forward to working with local governments right around this country to continue my strong engagement with local government sector in the months ahead.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently, the Oak Grove Community Centre in Narre South held their biggest morning tea in support of the Cancer Council of Australia. Thank you to the Oak Grove President, David, and the Manager, Mary, for inviting me and coordinating the event. 1 in 2 of us will be diagnosed with cancer by the age of 85. The Cancer Council does vital work in providing support for families, information, advocacy, and funding cancer research. Deputy Speaker, at the event, there were heartfelt speeches from Deborah and Lisa about their real-life experiences. Community members and schools like Narre South P12 donated cakes, scones, raffle items to help raise money for this worthy cause. I am so glad to have events like the Oak Grove biggest morning tea in my local community, showing the passion of the community to support one another. Oak Grove's community service also runs other activities throughout the year, including play groups, community expos and workshops. Thank you to Oak Grove for all the work you do and for supporting the community always.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sadly, Australians are worse off today than they were 2 years ago. As the Leader of the Opposition explained in Parliament just a few days ago, before Labor was elected and under a coalition government, a typical Australian family could secure a new variable home loan rate at 2.4%, paying $35,000 a year. Now, 2 years later, after the Albanese Labor government's decisions to drive up inflation, the result is that a new loan variable interest rate is 6.3%. Australians are watching closely because what they sense is that under a Labor government, interest rates will be higher for longer. It's biting in every aspect of their lives, whether it's groceries, electricity bills, paying for their kids' education. All of these things are going up. And a completely neutral measure of how tough things are is how many people are seeking help. And what we've seen is that 127,000 Australian families have gone onto hardship arrangements with their energy provider since Labor took office. Recently, I visited the New Life food barn at Arundel. They've been operating for 16 years, a wonderful community service. And in the 3 weeks leading up to my visit, they had broken all records. Now, if these numbers are not numbers that will send a message to the Albanese Labor government, then that message will be sent at the ballot box next year.
Member for Robertson.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And today is a good day for the Central Coast. As many of you know, I'm always on my feet in this chamber when one of our own has done something amazing, when they have done good. And today I am here to do that again, Deputy Speaker. And I want to talk about Cadet Warrant Officer Kira Johnson, who this year won and was awarded the 2024 New South Wales Governor's Sword of Excellence. And this was following a selection process that assessed her leadership, community service and involvement, and also to her efficiency. And what happened then, there was an interview panel that was chaired by the New South Wales Governor, and Cadet Warrant Officer Kira Johnson was successful in being awarded the Sword of Excellence. And now this sword is open to cadets right across New South Wales, and 2 of the 311 Gosford City Squadron members advanced to the final 4. So to Cadet Warrant Officer Kira Johnson, congratulations on this award. And also to Deputy Speaker, during the June King's birthday weekend, 311 Squadron of Gosford City participated in the 3-wing New South Wales ACT competitions at RAF Base Richmond, competing against over 40 squadrons in drill, small bore shooting, fieldcraft, aviation and RAF knowledge events, and 311 Squadron achieved the most points across the events, winning the 3-wing Officer Commanding Cup for the best team, the first time the trophy has come to Gosford.
Member for Parkes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a lot of words spoken in this place about a cleaner future, reducing our emissions. The reality is we can't do that without a mining sector. The critical minerals, the cobalt, the rare earths, the magnetite, all of those things that we need, the coal, the clean coal, all of those things we need for a new, modern, cleaner environment are essential. What we've seen today is legislation that's passed that's actually going to make it immensely harder for those industries to actually operate. So if we're serious in this country about reducing our emissions, we need to back these communities like Broken Hill. Broken Hill have been carrying this country for 100 years with silver, lead and zinc. Now they've got cobalt, the magnetite, the rare earths, but they can't do it on their own. They're a strong community led by a strong council, but they need to have the backing of this parliament and this country. If we're serious and not just having flowery words from our well-heeled friends up here on the corner about how much they care for a cleaner future. We're going to actually have to back these towns financially to overcome the interference of international markets, largely from China, to get these businesses established. Because they can't do it on their own. They need the support of the Australian people if we are serious about having a cleaner future.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, here we are in a new financial year, and what a new financial year. Today is a fantastic day for Boothby and for Australia. The Albanese Labor government has put in place a range of initiatives that started on the 1st of July. Every Australian taxpayer gets a tax cut. While our tax cuts benefit 100% of taxpayers, 90% of women are better off than the tax cuts proposed under those opposite, and 98% of young people are better off because their tax cuts left out anyone on a low wage. But there's more. 2.6 million Australian workers on minimum wage get a pay rise. We're freezing the cost of PBS medicines on top of previous reductions in script co-payments and the 60-day scripts already cutting the cost of medicines. We have another 2 weeks of extended paid parental leave, a $300 energy bill relief for every household and $325 for small businesses. Another 0.5% in superannuation, taking employer contributions to 11.5%. We're also wiping $3 billion of HECS help debt and changing the way indexation is calculated to ensure that we never again have a situation where debt goes up faster than wages. Deputy Speaker, we've already increased bulk billing. In my electorate of Boothby, that's a 4.2% increase in bulk billing. Labor wants you to earn more and keep more of what you earn.
Member for Monash.
After nearly 25 years in this House, Deputy Speaker, it comes down to this for me. It's a matter of common sense in our legislation. It's a matter of trust given to the Australian people through our politicians. It's a duty of care for the Australian people. If we could take something from our doctors in our legislation when they commit to first do no harm, I say to your nation. Net 50 for me is a prediction, a plan, a future target. But there's no bridge, and I see the Minister, there's no bridge that is practical from now to net 50 to get you there. And I would ask anybody to come to me and show me how, without destroying Australian manufacturing and farms and businesses and opportunity, you can take this country from where we are today to net 50. Where we are today, you're destroying manufacturing in this country. You know, manufacturing has been declining. I'd love it if your plan, the government's plan were true for manufacturing in this country. It is not. It is not. It is not the future. You're not doing the best. You don't have a duty of care for this country. And I say that to the Treasurer as well. Give me the plan that takes us from here to net zero and all the things that go on the bridge to get to there without destroying all the benefits that coal and gas grew this country on.
Ben Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, we know that those opposite wasted a decade on energy. When they talk about a plan, they had 22 failed plans and now they've got a 23rd. So let's go down memory lane to see how we got here. In 2013, we saw direct action. Then the Liberals abolished the renewable energy target. We then had the emission intensity scheme. Number 4 was the clean energy target. Plans 5, 6 and 7 were 3 different versions of the National Energy Guarantee. Their 8th policy was not to have a policy at all. 9 and 10 were the big sticks, just them yelling at coal-powered fire stations to keep them open. In 2020, there was UNGI and an MOU with energy companies. Then they proposed energy price caps, followed by a nuclear power committee. Then the Liberals released plans to build government-owned coal-fired power plants and use public money to underwrite all new coal projects. That didn't last long. 17th was the Grid Reliability Fund, followed by the famous gas-led recovery. Then we had an unlawful attempt to circumvent Parliament, followed by the announcement, but no detail, to get to net zero by 2050. 2021 saw the Low Emissions Tech Fund, which never made it to Parliament, then the ham-fisted attempt to set new 2030 targets. And then finally, the technology roadmap announcement in 2021, whatever that means, Deputy Speaker. They had 22 policies, they had 22 failures, and that's 22 reasons to prove that the Liberals' nuclear plan will also end up on the scrap heap where it belongs.
Member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I apologise in advance for my croaky voice, but I've been talking a lot to local government members this week and also listening even more. And it's important that those opposite recognise that this week in Canberra, the Australian Local Government Association has been meeting. I want to thank the mayors from right across Australia who've come here and injected a bit of common sense into the debates in this place. Now, on this side of the House, Deputy Speaker, we trust our local councils, we respect them, we believe they're well placed to have input into the public policy making in this nation, and we believe in acting in partnership with them and funding them in a way that allows them to make a real difference in their communities. And sadly, of many of the mayors I spoke to, Deputy Speaker, what they told me is in the last 2 years they feel like they've been ripped off. They feel like they've been deceived, and they feel like they have been treated with contempt because before the election the Prime Minister promised a fair increase to funding. It hasn't happened. It's another broken promise by a Prime Minister who's big on announcements but very short on delivery. Now, instead of a fair increase in funding, Deputy Speaker, what local government got was a committee inquiry. After 2 years, they got a committee inquiry instead of increased funding to allow them to deliver those projects they want to deliver in their local communities. So we all know that when we announce an inquiry here, it's just showing we really care, but not going to do anything about it. So I say to the Prime Minister, the message from the mayors was very clear this week. Stop kicking the can down a potholed road and deliver on your promise for a fair increase to local government in this nation.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow will be my first day back in my electorate of Spence since 74,000 people in my electorate started receiving their tax cut, along with a number of other measures our government has put in place to provide targeted cost of living relief where it counts the most. It's also the first day back in my electorate since 67,000 people in Spence started to receive an even bigger tax cut because of our Labor government. 91% definitely isn't too bad, I must say. This isn't a unique experience for me either, because after all, every Australian taxpayer is receiving a tax cut. Plenty of members on the other side of the chamber will be doing the exact same thing, just like the member for Riverina, who will have 58,000 taxpayers better off because of our tax cuts, or the member for Farrer, who will have 66,000 taxpayers better off because of Labor's tax cuts. To all Australians, particularly those who have Liberal or National MPs representing them, where were they when the Prime Minister announced that he would be fighting to scrap the Morrison government's tax plan and give 84% of all Australians an even bigger tax cut? For the member for Sturt's sake, will the 74,000 people in your electorate remember how those opposite had to be dragged kicking and screaming to give them a bigger tax cut? I wonder.
Member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Australians are being smashed by the Albanese government's cost of living crisis every single day, Deputy Speaker. And just this week, media reports have revealed the massive price hikes that 6 million Australian families have been hit with on the NBN. Now, since October, Deputy Speaker, internet prices have gone up by 10, 11, 12, 13, 14%. And that's just in 8 months, Deputy Speaker. Now, who said, Deputy Speaker, in October last year that this was great news for consumers? Who said that? Well, it was the Minister for Communications, Deputy Speaker. The Minister said, so Australians are paying an extra $120 for their internet access, and the Minister says this is great news for consumers. The problem is, Deputy Speaker, that everything is up under this government. Electricity, gas, rent, food, health, education, everything. It's all going up. And now the Albanese government is welcoming a $120 a year increase in the cost of internet access. And the question is, how are families supposed to find that extra $120, Deputy Speaker? Where is the money supposed to come from? People haven't got an extra $120 in the middle of this cost of living crisis, and this is yet another example of the shocking impact of the Albanese government's homegrown inflation.
Member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been a curious few weeks in the parliament. We've seen the unholiest of political alliances form, and even, Member for McNamara, even a few odd couples unite. And last night, we saw bejazzled MPs of different political parties and even different parliaments come together at the Midwinter Ball. Last week, we saw the Greens political party conspiring with the Liberals to block important reform to the NDIS. Yesterday, we again saw the Greens party teaming up with the Liberals to shamefully vote against peace in the Middle East. And just a few days ago, we saw a remarkable communist infiltration of the coalition party room as the leader of the opposition announced his policy to force supermarket divestiture. And it left me wondering, is the leader of the opposition the political love child of Margaret Thatcher and Karl Marx? Clearly, the Liberals' capitulation to the Nationals' interventionist streak has caused some rumblings across the proverbial aisle. Liberals were lining up to brief out against the policy and the tactics of the leader of the opposition. One of those Liberals opposite said, "It felt like an ambush." Another said, "It feels like the Nationals' tail is wagging the Liberal dog." And perhaps most shockingly, one anonymous Liberal said, "A lot of promises are being made to people that I don't think will be kept." Now, while I already lacked faith in the Liberals to be able to deliver on their promises, even those opposite don't trust the words of their leader. If his own caucus don't believe in the leader of the opposition, then the Australian people certainly can't either.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Gary Roy Nan has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the matter immediately. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable Prime Minister be agreed to, and as a mark of respect, I ask all present to signify their approval by rising in their places. I thank the House. I advise the House that today I have limited access to question time due to security reasons. This decision was made for the safety of all staff working in this building. This was a decision I did not take lightly and as a result of a serious security breach by protesters on our building today. Along with the President of the Senate, we are deeply concerned about this morning's event. It is unacceptable behaviour by the individuals. In relation to the specific events of this morning, I personally spoken to the AFP Commissioner and requested a thorough investigation into today's events. In addition, I've also asked the Commissioner for a wider review of security arrangements. I do not want a repeat of today's events. As an update, I can advise the House today's protesters have received penalties and are no longer welcome in this building. They have been banned from this building. Additionally, following recent events in this House, I've already commenced a process for strengthening this framework, including the introduction of additional consequences. I want to thank the AFP and the officers for their hard work and their ongoing commitment to the safety and security of this building. In light of the security incident this morning and ongoing investigations, I do not intend on making any further statements. I will, of course, update the House in due course. I call the Prime Minister.
Just, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the government, we certainly support your actions and we condemn what occurred at Parliament House today, and we declare that those responsible should feel the full force of the law. Peaceful protest has an important place in our society, but this was not a peaceful protest. These actions have done absolutely nothing to advance any cause. Indeed, they have hurt the cause that those engaged in this reckless activity believe they are advancing. As members are aware, the security of Parliament House is, of course, the responsibility of the presiding officers and the Department of Parliamentary Services. When I was made aware of what was unfolding, I spoke to our Attorney-General, who spoke to Commissioner Kershaw, and I am advised subsequently that 4 arrests have been made. They should face the full force of the law. The presiding officers, of course, as you've just said, have requested an investigation and a review which will now take place, and the government certainly welcomes such measures. I'm sure that you will keep members and senators updated and take any and all actions required to safeguard our nation's parliament. This is a seat of our democracy. It is not just an institution made up of walls and the beautiful architecture that we have here. It is symbolic of who we are as a people, and indeed was designed so that the representatives are below where the people can go. We don't want any unnecessary restrictions. Of course, people should be able to come and watch their parliament function in real time. But activity such as that, which was engaged with this morning, undermines that and undermines our democracy.
And on indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, on behalf of the Coalition, we condemn those actions as were witnessed this morning, and we welcome the news that 4 people have been arrested, and we thank the Australian Federal Police and the Protective Service officers here in the building as well for the work that they do. We welcome your advice that an investigation is underway by the Australian Federal Police and no doubt by parliamentary services as well. Serious questions need to be asked about how these people were permitted entry into the building in a couple of cases, as I understand it, who provided support to those people, and I think those questions need answers sooner rather than later. We need to understand the gravity of the situation because these images will be beamed around the world, as they were when we saw those disgraceful, repugnant behaviours on the steps of the Sydney Opera House on October 9. And we need to send a very clear message that it is completely and utterly unacceptable in our society, in our democracy, that we would see those messages hanging from the front of this parliament. They are anti-Semitic. River to the Sea is a statement about wiping out, eliminating a race of people. Let's be very clear about it. And there's been a lot of debate in this place about how that might work and whether those words have a different form of meaning or perhaps they can be justified in some way or other. They can't be, and they never will be. And I think, Mr Speaker, serious questions do need to be answered. I wrote to you this morning and CC'd to the Prime Minister expressing our grave concern that those flags were up there for at least 1.5 hours and they should have been taken down immediately. And we understand the safety issues, but nonetheless, it sends exactly the wrong message. So we welcome the outcome, as belated as it was, and we hope never to see a repeat of it again.
Order. The member for Riverina. Order. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Prime Minister. During the course of the Prime Minister's meeting on Sunday with Senator Payman at the Lodge, was she spoken to in an aggressive or intimidatory manner?
Order. I've got some difficulties with that question because we need to ensure that it is under the standing orders and practice regarding conversations and party arrangements. I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Be able to rephrase that to ensure it's under the Prime Minister's...
I just go through the list on pages 553 and 554 of content of the exact nature that was part of that question as issues that go beyond what relates to the Minister's responsibilities.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, in relation to this matter, as you're well aware, the Prime Minister's made a number of statements both in the House and outside of the House in relation to Senator Payman, and it's in the context, obviously, of his public acknowledgement of a meeting on Sunday, and it's completely and utterly within order.
Look, to assist the House, and I think to get the question over the line, if the Manager can rephrase the question about media reports about the indication of a meeting that took place, rather than just simply a conversation that won't be within standing orders if it's just asked about a conversation. It's got to be directly related to a Minister or Prime Minister's responsibilities. So the Manager of the Opposition Business will get one more chance.
I refer to comments the Prime Minister has made in this place about Senator Payman and to media reports about a meeting held by the Prime Minister with Senator Payman at the Lodge. Was Senator Payman at that meeting spoken to in an aggressive or intimidating manner?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
The answer is no, Mr Speaker. And a short while ago I received a message from Senator Payman addressed to me. Thank you, dear Prime Minister. Thank you for your leadership. It has been an honour and privilege to serve in the Australian Labor Party, and it went on to indicate her resignation as a member of the ALP.
Give the call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government helping ease the pressure on Australians? What approaches has the government rejected because they push up prices?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question and for the work that she has done in being an outstanding representative for Chisholm. And I, at the last election, repeated a theme that would run through all of our policies, which is no one held back and no one left behind. And that's what drives this government in providing responsible cost of living relief, whilst also looking towards the future and aspiration of where our country can go with a future made in Australia. And both of those have received major advances this week. Of course, on Monday, a tax cut for every single taxpayer, not just some. Indeed, as well, a pay rise for 2.6 million workers on award wages. So you put those two things together and you get people earning more and keeping more of what they earn. In addition to that, $300 in power bill relief for every household, 2 weeks additional government-funded paid parental leave, and the freezing of the costs of PBS medicines. Now, this will make a real difference, I had a text message from someone before whose pay packet this week has gone up by $200. $200 as a result of what they've done.
Members on my left will cease interjecting immediately.
Apparently that's something that's a terrible thing for those opposite. Susanna, an aged care worker in South Australia, has also said, this will help me out with the cost of living. Tanya, a 66-year-old disability support worker who doesn't want to retire till she pays off her mortgage and gets set, she's happy because now she'll be able to pay it off faster. The Leader of the Opposition, of course, has opposed all of these measures. They have had a couple of ideas lately, pushing up power prices with nuclear reactors, and this week their plan to nationalise, one would think, the supermarkets with pushing up grocery prices. Already, of course, trying to bury their nuclear idea like burying nuclear waste, like burying radioactive waste, Mr Speaker. The party of Menzies promising to build their own power stations and take over the supermarkets. The Leader of the Opposition's answer to everything seems to be make the taxpayer buy them. In January, of course, the Leader of the Opposition was calling for a boycott of Woolies. Now he wants to nationalise them. From boycott to buyout. That's what we've seen in a spirit of months. From bagging out Woolworths to unexpected item in the bagging area.
Order. The Prime Minister's time is concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, we've seen building approvals, commencements and completions at their lowest levels for decades. Yet in 2023, your government brought in over 547,000 people, with one new home needing to be built every 2 minutes to accommodate your immigration intake. Why is the government continuing to worsen Australia's housing crisis?
The Minister for Infrastructure will cease interjecting. Highly disorderly to interject before a Minister or Prime Minister speaks. Order. Not having any interjections during this answer. The The member was heard in silence, and so the Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for Deakin for his question, and I note that people including Susan Lloyd-Hurwitz, who's of course former Mirvac CEO and the chair of the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council, has indicated that housing and rental affordability is a real problem which has been decades in the making, and that it's about supply, In the former government, the nation's housing ministers didn't meet in the last 5 years of the former government. They went 5 years without any contact whatsoever. We know in my home state in New South Wales, the coalition were in office for 12 years. They sold off 7,600 public housing properties and they only built 4,500.
The Prime Minister will pause. Member for Deakin, you've been interjected non-stop during this answer. Non-stop. You've asked the question. I would have thought if you've asked a question, you'd be here for the answer. You're not going to be here for this remainder of this answer. You'll leave the chamber under 94A. If someone has asked a question, the least you can do is listen to the answer. You mightn't like the answer or mightn't agree with the answer, but if someone's asked the question and given the courtesy of silence, that same courtesy is going to apply to the Prime Minister and every other minister. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr. Speaker. But now that opposition to public housing has gone national, with their opposition that they still maintain to the Housing Australia Future Fund, their opposition to build to rent, where they voted against the tax measures just last week, and their opposition to help to buy as well, even though the leader of the Queensland LNP, and I'll table to raise his profile a bit, David Crisafulli, I'm sure he'll appreciate it, the LNP had their conference in Queensland over the weekend. That's the one where nuclear is not allowed to be said in any word or any resolution. But David Crisafulli on housing.
The Prime Minister will pause. The order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. If anyone interjects on this point of order, they'll join the member for Deakin. Yes, the member for Wannon. You have the call.
Yes. He wasn't asked about nuclear. He was asked about 547,000...
Resume your seat. Yeah, and the Prime Minister was asked about why is he continuing to worsen the housing crisis. He's obviously disagreeing with that. He was saying the word housing just as you were on your feet. He won't be able to talk about nuclear, but he will obviously be able to talk about housing of what he was asked about. The Prime Minister has the call, and I'm not sure what the quote is, but I'll listen carefully to make sure it's relevant.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. The headline, you don't even have to go to the quotes, is Boost to Buy. So we got Help to Buy in the Senate, and the Queensland LNP are going to have a program they'll go to the election on called Boost to Buy. And listen if this sounds familiar. LNP to close the deposit gap for 1,000 Queensland first home buyers with new shared equity program to offer a critical boost into home ownership.
Order.
Mr.
Members on my right.
said every Queenslander who dreamed of owning their home should have the chance to do so, which is why the LNP would offer a boost to buy. They've ripped off. They've just cut and pasted the Help to Buy plan that's currently stuck in the Senate that they're voting against. The Greens are voting against it, even though it's in the platform that they went to the last election. The hypocrisy of this coalition of the Liberal Party, the National Party and the Greens shows no end, Mr. Speaker.
Give a call to the member for Macquarie.
You, Speaker. My question's to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cost of living relief and responsibly managing the economy? What economic approaches has the government ruled out?
The call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Macquarie for championing the cause of 67,000 people in her local community who got a tax cut this week because of this Prime Minister and this Labor government. And it shows how focused we have been in the course of the last week on rolling out substantial and meaningful and responsible cost of living relief to ease the pressures that we know that people are under. And it's been an important week, Mr Speaker, when it comes to the economy. On Friday, we learned that we're on track to deliver the second surplus in 2 years, the first back-to-back surpluses in almost 2 decades, Mr Speaker. By Monday, we were rolling out cost of living relief in at least 5 different ways, and yesterday we introduced the legislation for a future made in Australia, Mr Speaker, and that's because our responsible economic management is all about relief, it is about repair and it's about reform. Relief when it comes to cost of living pressures, repair of the budget mess that we inherited from those opposite, and reform of our economy to modernise and maximise the opportunities coming at us in a world of global net zero transformation, Mr Speaker. And it laid bare the choice, I think, the last week between us and them, Mr Speaker. Cost of living relief from Labor, opposed by those opposite. Renewables from Labor, reactors from those opposite, Mr Speaker. A future made in Australia or another decade of delay and denial, Mr Speaker. Responsible economic management or the kind of nuclear negativity and angry incompetence that we hear from those opposite, Mr Speaker. They wouldn't know the first thing about responsible economic management. On Tuesday, the Shadow Treasurer was calling tax cuts handouts that would make things worse after they voted for them. On Monday, he said Australians have had 5 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth, when Australia hasn't had a negative quarter since he was a minister in the Morrison government. Last week, he said core inflation was going down in Canada the day after new data showed it was going up. That was the same week he got rolled on reinstating stage 3. Last month he was rolled on public subsidies for nuclear reactors. In the same month he said they supported tax breaks for small businesses all along after they voted against them in the Senate. The year before he said they supported energy bill relief all along, but they voted against it in both houses. In May he couldn't explain his party's migration numbers. Around that time he said he supported people using their super for every investment that's available, which prompted another shadow minister to say that's not our policy. In April he said it's not the Reserve Bank's job to fight inflation, Mr Speaker. Is it any wonder that the opposition leader's most memorable grab of this parliamentary session was when he reassured the readers of the Sydney Morning Herald, and I quote, "Angus is not incompetent." Mr Speaker, I beg to differ.
For order. Order. Members on my right, and before I call the member for Mackellar, I have a number of acknowledgements I'd like to do, just as we have done every day this week. Today we said farewell to the councillors and mayors that have been visiting us all week. Welcome to all of those joining us today. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are representatives from Hepatitis Australia and members of the hepatitis community. They are visiting Parliament House today on the occasion of their event being held for World Hepatitis Day, observed on the 20th of July. In the gallery today is Colonel Christopher Miller, the former Acting United States Secretary of Defence, and 3 state ministers, Jacqueline Symes, the Attorney General of Victoria, Jodie Harrison, a minister in the New South Wales Government, and Yvette Darth, a former member of this place and the Queensland Attorney General. And finally, we have Mr Michael Bohm, AO, a former member for Macarthur, a former Senator for New South Wales and a former Australian Consul General in New York, with his grandchildren. Welcome. And I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, climate risk is worsening the cost of living, with dire consequences to communities on insurance and housing. They will be essentially unmortgageable if they are uninsurable. Methane heats up the atmosphere by some 80 times more than CO2. The government has now missed its statutory deadline to respond to the Climate Change Authority's recommendation to fix methane reporting. When will the government properly mitigate climate risk with methane reporting and a strong 2035 target?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question, and I acknowledge
her interest. I also acknowledge that 82,000 of her constituents are receiving a tax cut this week, Mr Speaker, which I know everyone would support. In relation to the honourable member's question, I also acknowledge her engagement with me on this. As she's aware, I have referred to the Climate Change Authority advice on better methane reporting. I requested that advice as part of our general check-up on reporting, including under the NGAS scheme. It is appropriate and important that we properly capture methane emissions and report them appropriately and in accordance with our international obligations. That is right. It is also right that it is a scientifically complicated issue and that there are different views about the way to capture those emissions. There are contested views, and I've taken the time to work those issues through very carefully, to consider the arguments that are before me. My consideration of those measures is very advanced, and I will be making announcements shortly.
Give the call to the honourable member for Hawke.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government providing cost of living relief, including through lower energy bills? What policies have the government rejected and why?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for the question, and as a Victorian he would know that as of this week, with the $300 energy bill relief from the Albanese government and the impact of the Victorian market offer, we are seeing Victorian energy bills on average come down 23% for households and 15% for small businesses, Mr Speaker. That is how you deliver cost of living relief. Concrete measures now, not fantasy nuclear reactors in 20 years' time. Now, the honourable member asked me how this is different to other approaches. Well, it's different because it reduces prices, not increases them. It's different because it actually cuts prices, not increases them. And this week we've seen more policy from the opposition which push prices up. They want to rip up renewable contracts and they want to break up supermarkets. And ripping up renewable contracts puts energy prices up, and breaking up supermarkets puts grocery bills up. We saw this morning the headline in the Australian Financial Review: former competition regulator Graham Samuel has savaged Peter Dutton's plan to break up supermarket giants, warning it could push up grocery prices for households, Mr Speaker. Warning it could push up grocery prices. We know energy prices will go up between $200 and $1,000, and now they're trying to put grocery prices up as well. And it's not just the direct impact. There's also the impact on taxpayers, Mr Speaker, because the opposition is creating not one but two new government organisations to run their nuclear policy, and would put hundreds of billions of dollars at the expense of taxpayers and add it to public debt. Now, the Shadow Treasurer a couple of weeks ago said he's not having any subsidies on his watch. He's dead against subsidies. None. And then he was asked about this policy. He said, don't worry about it, it's all off budget. Now, that makes it OK, Mr Speaker. But just a month, on the 5th of June this year, almost exactly a month ago, the Shadow Treasurer had a different view about off-budget spending. He was talking about off-budget spending, and he said, billions of dollars of off-budget funds are causing higher inflation, higher interest rates and higher taxes, Mr Speaker. $45 billion off-budget is terrible, but $600 billion off-budget is hunky-dory. Just hunky-dory, according to the Shadow Treasurer. Now, Mr Speaker, when they released their policy, they said, and I quote, "From today, we will be speaking right across the country about the merits of our plan. From today, we'll be speaking right across the country about the merits of the plan." Have we heard much since? We've got the Queensland National Party, Liberal Party conference on the weekend, 173 items, none of them about nuclear power, not about lifting the ban. To be fair, as we know, I like to be fair, there are more important issues. They're debating banning the Aboriginal flag at public events, they're debating selling the ABC, and they're debating getting rid of mandatory medical certificates for elderly drivers. What a forward-looking vision for our country. Warms your heart, Mr Speaker. But nothing about nuclear, nothing about lifting the ban in Queensland, nothing about energy prices, because this Leader of the Opposition is running a rabble.
Give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Is the Prime Minister still committed to treaty and truth-telling?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. I thank the Deputy Leader for her question. When it comes to treaty, there are negotiations taking place at the state level, as I've said before. So I refer to those previous answers when once every couple of months this question pops up when they're short of questions in question time, so it pops up. The fact is that those negotiations are at different stages in different states, and that is how treaties are being advanced or not advanced.
Member for Bowman.
In Queensland, there were, of course, there was some bipartisanship, and in New South Wales, there is bipartisanship.
Call to the order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How have the Albanese Labor government's workplace relations reforms delivered better pay, more job security and closed the gender pay gap after a decade of wages being kept deliberately low?
The call to the Minister for Employment, Workplace Relations and the Minister for the Arts.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and thank the member for Hunter for his question, in particular his commitment for us closing the labour hire loophole and delivering same job, same pay.
The member for Fadden.
I previously referred to the statistics on the three issues that the member for Hunter has gone through. Of the 870,000 jobs created under the Albanese Labor government, more than 500,000 of them have been full-time, in a real shift for job security. Wages are now running at 4.1%, whereas they averaged 2.2% under those opposite, and the gender pay gap has never been lower than it is now. But I think to explain the difference that it makes in people's lives, there's nothing stronger than to go to an individual example, and an individual example from a mine worker in the Hunter, a mine worker by the name of Danielle. Now, in mining, when we talk about the labour hire loophole, it's actually one of the ways that the gender pay gap has remained so big in mining, because disproportionately men in the industry have been directly employed and women in the industry have worked through labour hire. So disproportionately you end up with the lower pay scales going to where women are more likely to work. I referred to Danielle in an answer to a question asked by the member for Patterson a few weeks ago. And at that point, the company had announced they were going to employ people directly. We didn't yet know what the pay difference would be for those workers. Well, for Danielle, she has now been given confirmation of what her pay change is as a result of the laws that were changed by this government. $33,000 a year. $33,000 a year for a woman who works driving trucks on a coal mine in the Hunter. $33,000 a year. On top of that, she's also getting a tax cut of $3,700 a year. For workers like Danielle, this is absolutely life-changing. She says herself, and she told me when I called her, she said it brings her a bit closer to reaching her dream of pulling together a deposit and owning her own home. Being paid more is an essential part of housing affordability, an essential part of cost of living. But those opposite, at every opportunity they've had, have wanted people to be taxed more and paid less. On this side, and with this Prime Minister, the Albanese Labor government's making sure for people like Danielle, they are earning more, they are keeping more of what they earn. It is life-changing, but every one of the changes that has made a difference for Danielle has been something that we have had to fight through this parliament, that those opposite have opposed at every single turn. If you support more secure jobs, if you support better pay, if you support closing the gender pay gap, then you have to support the exact laws that those opposite are targeting and wanting to repeal.
Give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister guarantee that a government he leads will not make any changes to the tax treatment of residential rental properties?
Call to the Treasurer. Treasurer has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the member for Hume for his question and his dodgy little prop that he thinks is really clever, that he's waving around in the desperate hope that somebody will notice him up there, but there are no photographers up there, guys.
Order.
There are no photographers up there. And so, as always, you've made a mess of it.
The Treasurer will pause. The member for Grey, no, we're not having any props. The member for Herbert's been trying it on, and the member for Hume. Whatever you're holding up, I can't see it, but it's your iPad. Well, I don't know why you would hold an iPad that way, so just concentrate on the answer. And the member for Barker is definitely not helping his cause. Order. 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 The Treasurer is going. Order. The Treasurer is going to continue with his answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. He can't organise a responsible economic policy, and he can't organise a photographer to take a photo of his dodgy little prop, Mr Speaker. What hope do they have over there, Mr Speaker, when this bloke is the key economic spokesperson for their party?
To the question.
Now, as the Prime Minister made clear yesterday when he was asked a very similar question, our focus when it comes to housing is elsewhere. Our focus is on $32 billion of new investment, including $6 billion in the last budget, to the great credit of the Housing Minister, who fought for and secured a really substantial boost to housing in the budget. So our focus when it comes to housing supply is in new funding in the budget. And when it comes to tax, Mr Speaker, once again, our focus when it comes to tax reform is elsewhere. Our focus in tax reform is multinational tax arrangements. I shout out the Assistant Minister for introducing the legislation this week to help ensure that multinationals pay their fair share. And I know that this is a long-standing commitment from the Assistant Minister. I pay tribute to him for his work. Our focus when it comes to tax reform is not on the question that we were asked a moment ago. Our focus is on multinationals. Our focus is on build-to-rent, which you voted against. Our focus is on the PRRT that...
The Treasurer will pause. The Leader of the Opposition on his point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, like yesterday, this is a very tight question. Will the Prime Minister guarantee that a government he leads will not make any changes to tax treatment of residential rental properties? Now, the Treasurer has done everything to avoid answering this question, but it is telling that he won't answer it, that the Prime Minister refuses to even make one comment.
Resume your seat. Yeah. You're making a point on relevance. Yep, that's okay. Order. I just require you not to make additional statements as part of the question, right? So we're just going to deal with this point of order, and then I'll call the Leader of the House. So if you could... Yep, you'll get the call straight away.
Well, Mr Speaker, on that basis, I ask that you direct the Minister to be relevant to the question and asked of him, and that is a pretty reasonable request to make.
It is a reasonable request, so I will ask the Treasurer to make sure, and I listened carefully to make sure he's being relevant, and he did specifically say the question I was asked about, and his answer was our focus is not on that, it's on other issues. So I can appreciate the Leader under the standing orders would like a yes or no, rule in, rule out, but as we have gone down this road many times, the Treasurer will need to phrase his answer to make sure he is being order. The Treasurer will need to ensure his answer is directly relevant, and my ruling is to ensure that he is directly relevant. He must be on the topic, and he's got to ensure that he is addressing the question.
Yeah, and I've addressed...
The Treasurer has the call.
I have addressed and am addressing the question, Mr Speaker, when I say that our focus in tax reform and in housing reform is not on the issues that the Shadow Minister has asked us about.
Order. Members on my left. The member for Hume is warned. He's had a great go this week, so he's not going to be interjecting. I'm not having any of it the last day, okay? The member for Corangamite has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering more support for Australian families who need it most? What approaches have been rejected?
Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Corangamite for the question and for her tireless advocacy for families in her electorate. Of course, the 1st of July was a very important day for Australian families because it means more cost of living help started to flow for families right across the country. But particularly in the member for Corangamite's electorate, that's 70,000 taxpayers getting a tax cut in Corangamite. Now, from the 1st of July, also in the seat of Corangamite, 2,300 parents are going to benefit from more paid parental leave over the coming year. Now, that is because families are now eligible for an extra 2 weeks of paid parental leave as a result of our government's actions. Now, this means in terms of helping with the cost of living, families now will receive over $20,000 in help at the time they take off to care for a newborn baby. But of course, we're not stopping there. We are further expanding the scheme to 26 weeks and will legislate superannuation on top of it. Now, our changes have been widely welcomed by families. This week I had the pleasure of meeting parents and hearing firsthand about our government's changes and what they mean to them. Jenny told me, "We get extra time to adjust of being a family. It's not easy being a new parent. It's also good for mental health and recovering after birth." Steph, mum of Billy, said, "When Billy was born, we got some time off. If we have a second, it will help us exponentially. And in fact, I can share this leave with my husband." Also from Monday, 1.3 million low and middle income families are receiving a boost to their family payment, and every household will receive their power bill cut by $300, and all Australians will benefit from cheaper medicines. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about what approaches have been rejected. And yes, there are some approaches. It's the approach by those opposite when they were last in government. Of course, they cut family payments year on year with indexation freezes. They called mothers taking 2 lots of paid parental leave double dippers, and they tried to cut paid parental leave over and over again. And now they're signalling if they were in government, they'd do it all again, with the member for Hume saying he would cut so-called overspending, so-called unrestrained spending. Well, what does that mean? Cuts to paid parental leave, cuts to family payments. Of course, this will mean families get less support and less help. While Labor stands up for working families, those opposite are planning how they're going to cut and foist risky, expensive nuclear reactors onto us all. It is only our government, a Labor government, that will stand up for families and do the right thing.
The call to the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister guarantee that a government that he leads will not make any changes to the tax treatment of the tradie work ute? Any changes to the fringe benefit tax treatment of the work ute?
To assist the House, because I think the member may have missed a part of the question. Order, members on my right. Order. I'm just going to ask the member to do the question again because I couldn't hear what he was saying. So, Prime Minister will order. No, everyone's entitled to a fair go when people are asking their questions. Okay? That's to everyone in the chamber. So the member for Lyne is entitled to ask a question. He's going to ask his question.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister guarantee millions of Australian tradies that a government he leads will not make any changes to the fringe benefits tax treatment of the tradies' work ute? You know, utility vehicle.
Order. No, members on my right. Order. The laughing can cease immediately. Order. The member for Groom is not helping. The member for Petrie. When the House comes to order, the member for Lyne's asked his question. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, he had 3 cracks and I'm still not sure what the question was. Let me just say this.
Order.
Let me just say this. The member should ask about what we are doing, not what we aren't doing. And what we are doing is bringing forward legislation before this parliament across a range of measures. Most importantly, the legislation that gave every one of the taxpayers in line a tax cut on Monday. Legislation that the member for Lyme was a part of an operation that said that they would oppose it before they knew what it was, and then said they'd roll it back, and then said we should have an election over it.
Does the Prime Minister conclude his answer? Yeah. To give the call to the honourable member for Patterson.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese... When you finish,
Order,
gents...
no.
Sorry.
The member will resume her seat. No, order. Members on my right. The member for O'Connor was interjecting during that question. He will leave the chamber under 94A. We've just had an example of the member for Lyne asking a question that I wanted to show with respect. The same courtesy is going to be shown to the member for Patterson. Okay? Member Patterson has the call, and we'll begin her question again.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to invest in public education and support Australian workers? And what approaches has the government ruled out?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the legendary member for Patterson, for her question. Mr Speaker, the Liberal Party ripped billions of dollars out of public schools, and we're putting billions of dollars back in. And on top of that, we're also funding capital works upgrades for public schools that sometimes haven't got them for years and years. For example, in the legendary member for Patterson's electorate, we're upgrading the outdoor learning area at Rutherford Public School. In my friend, the member for Chifley's electorate, we're installing air conditioning and upgrading classrooms at Chifley College. In the member for Flynn's electorate, we're building new classrooms at Warrabinda State School. And in the member for Braddon's electorate, new classrooms at Parklands High School in Mighty Burney. And they're just a couple of examples. This year, the government is funding more than $215 million in capital works upgrades to public schools right across the country. Most of them in regional Australia and in the outer suburbs of our big cities. And all of them require plumbers and electricians and carpenters and other tradies. And all of them, as we know, got a tax cut this week. A plumber helping to install a new toilet block on 90 grand got a tax cut this week of almost $2,000. A chippy working on one of these projects on 100 grand got a tax cut this week of more than $2,000. And an electrician installing new lighting on 110 grand on one of these projects got a tax cut this week of more than $2,500. And that's real cost of living relief. Tax cuts for every taxpayer. Not just tradies, truckies as well, teachers, nurses, childcare workers, everyone. Well, almost everyone. There is one group of Australians who missed out, who didn't get a tax cut this week. And that's those hard-working Aussies who work to keep our nation's small modular nuclear reactors working. And that's not because they don't deserve it, it's because they don't exist. Not here, not anywhere, except Russia, perhaps, which incidentally is where the opposition leader's economic policies come from. Howard and Costello replaced by hammer and sickle. Mr Speaker, we're cutting taxes and building classrooms. On the other side, what do they want to do? Shut supermarkets and build Soviet-style nuclear reactors. The party of the forgotten people has forgotten who they are.
Give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. Regional universities, including those in Indi, rely on international student revenue to educate the nurses, teachers and doctors of the future. Universities Australia and the Regional Universities Network are warning that any reduction in revenue would result in job cuts and the closure of regional campuses. Why is this government moving ahead with changes that undermine the ability of regional universities to educate the workforce that we need?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Indi for her question, her passion, her interest in this area. I know she's a champion of regional universities, like she's a passionate supporter of our regions generally. Let me tell you that this is about supporting our regional universities and supporting international education. It's about making sure that we protect the integrity of the system that we have and making sure that we provide certainty and stability for the future. International education, I'm sure you'd agree, I'm sure all members of the House would agree, is an important national asset. This is the biggest export that we don't dig out of the ground, makes us money in the cities and in the regions, creates jobs, and you touched on that in your question. But it also does something else. It makes us friends, because when people come to Australia and study and they fall in love with this great country, then they take that love and affection back home with them. So it's important. But as I said, we've got to protect the integrity of this system and its social licence to operate. Students have come back since the pandemic, but so have the shonks, the people that seek to undermine the integrity of the system. And I know that you understand that. We had a yak about this yesterday, and I know that you support the integrity measures that are part of this bill. What the bill also does is set levels or limits for individual universities, and my department is working with organisations like UA and RUN, universities right across the board, on what those levels should be. I'm also consulting directly with universities to make sure that we get this right, but it's about making sure that we provide universities with certainty and stability for managed growth over time. I should point you to some of the positive comments that have been made, for example, by La Trobe University. I know that they work in your part of Australia. They've welcomed the certainty that this framework could provide. I should point to the comments that the Chancellor of the University of Queensland has made in support of this legislation, Peter Varghese, a man who has the respect, I think, of all members of this House. In addition to that, the Australian Technology Network of Universities that represents Deakin, RMIT, also Newcastle University, Curtin, UTS and University of South Australia indicated their support. But I want to make sure I get this right. And I know that you've identified concerns with the bill. So have other members of the crossbench. I'm keen to work with you, keen to work with senators on this bill to make sure that we get it right, to make sure that we set our universities and our other tertiary education providers who educate not just Australians but people from overseas, to make sure that we set this important industry up for the future.
Give a call to the honourable member for Bean.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme. What benefits will NDIS workers begin to receive this week? What are the risks of delaying the passage of Labor's legislation to reform the NDIS and ensure its ongoing sustainability? And what will be the cost to the Australian taxpayer?
Call to the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Services Australia.
Thank the member for Bean for his question. There's 5 bits of good news for disability workers, the 400,000 people who work in the NDIS and to whom I'd like to acknowledge their great work. First of all 400,000 are getting a tax cut. Great. For all of those on the award, which is most of them, they've had a 15% increase in wages since Labor got elected. That's good. They're going to access cheaper medicines. That's got to be a plus. Their superannuation's gone up. Great. And of course they're getting energy relief. So that's 5 bits of good news for people who do a brilliant job. But there are problems. There are problems about the sustainability of the scheme, which undermines all the good work all these good people do.
Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting.
What we see is that
I'll do it again
the
today.
NDIS is growing, but it's growing too fast. And I know members of the opposition understand that. They just couldn't do anything about it, but they know that problem. Now, the issue is it is growing too fast. So Labor has some propositions to help restrain the rate of growth. We've got a bill in the parliament. The Senate's had it for 12 weeks. They've had it for 12 weeks. They've had it for 12 weeks. The problem is they want to now delay it for another 8 weeks. And this is the problem. Because sometimes you can delay things in the Senate and really the sun comes up the next day and the chicken still lays eggs. but sometimes things get delayed in the Senate, which has a cost. This legislation, if it's delayed, is, according to the actuary, going to cost people on the scheme, and it's going to cost taxpayers $1 billion in waste. $1 billion, $1 billion. Now, the reason why it's going to cost $1 billion, is because the Liberals need more time to ask questions. But I want to put to the House and the backbench of the coalition, who don't always get to hear what's going on, these are the questions which your senators need 8 weeks to answer. And I think even the group opposite could answer this in quicker than 8 weeks.
Order.
Do you think it is right that people can claim tarot cards and clairvoyance on the scheme? You don't need 8 weeks to work that out. Do you think that it should take 8 weeks to work out if people should be able to get cuddle therapy? Of course you don't. But for whatever reason, you are taking 8 weeks and $1 billion to answer obvious questions.
The Assistant Treasurer is warned. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Well, on a point of order, Mr Speaker, it's on relevance. It's an obvious point of order because don't forget that this minister is the architect of the scheme. How can he be?
Resume your seat. Order. Order before the minister continues. That was an abuse. Look, the problem with that, Leader of the Opposition, is an abuse of the process of the point of order. So if it was anyone else, action would be taken. We can't sit. The member for Forest, whoever was interjecting, just while I'm addressing the House and dealing with the point of order, to abuse the point of order process goes down a very bad path. And I don't want that to happen in question time, or it to continue. The Leader of the Opposition's raised his point of order. Order. The Leader of the Nationals, the Minister, has 26 seconds remaining.
To be fair, I don't think cuddle therapy should be on the NDIS, but I think someone should give the Leader of an Opposition a cuddle after the week he's had. The fact of the matter is, and I just say this once, there's $1 billion being wasted. Participants on the scheme, 60,000 kids could get a year's support. Why are you so oxygenally, stealingly dumb to waste time on $1 billion? Shame on all of you.
The minister's time has expired. Order. When the House comes to order, I'd like to hear from the member for Hughes.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. On the 9th of November 2020, in this place, the Prime Minister said, "The voice must be followed by truth-telling, because until we acknowledge the reality of our history, we are shackled to its demons. And truth must be followed by a Makarrata Commission. Makarrata is about conflict resolution, justice and, crucially, self-determination. It's a path to a national treaty." Is this still the Prime Minister's position?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
The member for Hughes has answered her own question in the nature of the question and the words that were there.
The call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker.
Order. The House will come to order. The member for Tangney will be shown the same courtesy as every other member today. The member for Herbert will leave the chamber under 94A. When I'm talking about courtesy, that is not the time to interject. Okay? The member for Tangney has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. How is Labor's Home for Australia plan helping address housing affordability, and what is standing in its way?
The call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Small Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank our terrific member for Tangney. And the member for Tangney would know that 87,000 people in his electorate this week got a tax cut. to help them with the cost of living. But obviously he knows, of course, housing affordability is a serious issue in his electorate and indeed around the country after what we inherited from those opposite when it comes to the housing challenges, Mr Speaker. We need to build more homes in Australia. We don't have enough homes, and we haven't had enough homes for a long time because of what we inherited from those opposite. That's why, of course, we have a national housing target to build 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade. And we've backed up this ambitious target with $32 billion in new housing initiatives from the federal government, on top of what the states and territories are doing, Mr Speaker. This $32 billion Homes for Australia plan will help us train more tradies, turbocharge construction and streamline planning to build the homes that Australia needs. Indeed, we're working with all the tiers of government, Mr Speaker, some of the local government people that are here today, the state government, the construction sector and the community housing sector to meet this shared national target.
Members on my left.
We all have to have our shoulder to the wheel, Mr Speaker, if we're going to achieve this target. It is ambitious, but we need to be ambitious to turn around the housing challenges, Mr Speaker, and we know that boosting supply is the answer to this. Indeed, our historic National Cabinet meeting in August last year made some decisions around planning and zoning and reforms that will help with that. The independent analysis of our supply plan by the Grattan Institute found that it would put significant downward pressure on rents that could save renters $32 billion in payments when it comes to rents. And that's, Mr Speaker, how you deliver real cost of living relief, not by pushing up energy prices with risky nuclear reactors. And it's also not by blocking housing legislation in the parliament. And what have we seen again in the last week or so, Mr Speaker? We've seen those opposite, with their friends in the Greens political party, block yet more housing in the Senate. Indeed, they want to block homes of every kind, social and affordable homes, when those opposite blocked the Housing Australia Future Fund and delayed it with the help of the Greens for months. We could have homes under construction today under the Housing Australia Future Fund if it wasn't for those opposite with the Greens. And indeed, of course, they want to block our Help to Buy scheme. As the Prime Minister said today, of course, we've got from the Queensland LNP support for a shared equity scheme, but we've also had it from the Liberal state premiers in Tasmania and the former Liberal Premier in New South Wales, who all support shared equity schemes. But apparently those opposite don't support shared equity anymore, Mr Speaker. We want to build more homes for people to buy, more homes for people to rent and more homes for Australians that need a safe place each night.
Give the call to order. Give the call to the honourable member for Griffith.
The Prime Minister, the Greens will pass your plan, build-to-rent plan, if Labor guarantees in law that 100% of the apartments built under this scheme are genuinely affordable. But an analysis of build-to-rent projects in Sydney found that rents for a two-bedroom apartment were 27% above market rent, which means a two-bedroom apartment in Marrickville under Labor's scheme could be over $1,000 extra a week in rent. Will Labor work with the Greens to ensure tax handouts don't go to developers to build apartments no one can afford?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, the Greens political party, of course, did vote with the Coalition to delay the Housing Australia Future Fund, and they did vote with the Coalition to block build-to-rent just in the last fortnight. That would have 160,000 new affordable rental homes as a result, and they voted against it. I mean, if the Leader of the Opposition votes with the Greens any more times, he's going to have to get a hyphen in his surname. I mean, it just keeps going. It just keeps going. Where you guys over in the Senate block, build to rent, delayed Housing Australia Future Fund, and you voted with the Coalition for Help to Buy, to block Help to Buy as well, which is sitting in the Senate. As well. And of course, one of my local members in Grainler has claimed, going forward with the Minns Labor government's efforts to build more housing in Sydney, the Greens member for Balmain is out there saying it's building more homes is unlikely to have a meaningful impact on the housing price. I mean, it is unbelievable that they oppose every single measure. And indeed, the member for Griffith is supporting a campaign against new homes. He claimed on Insiders, he said there's planning changes that allow more housing won't change a thing.
Griffith is warned.
He went on to say that won't change a thing because what we know right now is that the planning system is not the barrier to fixing the housing crisis. Well, I'll tell you what, Mr Speaker, when you look at each of the states and all of our capital cities, we know that planning is a big problem. But of course, one of his colleagues who's not here today, of course, has opposed an apartment building in his inner city electorate, the member for Brisbane, because it would, to quote him, would have a substantive impact on the views of existing nearby residents. Then there's another development that would turn an empty sand and gravel factory into 381 apartments because there would be too many car parks associated with it. He is also concerned that the height of the building would impact the unique character of this heritage neighbourhood. And of course, the member for Brisbane, of course, the justification for opposing this very sensible build-to-rent scheme is that developers would build the buildings. That's what they put in their media release, Mr Speaker.
Order. Give a call to the member for McEwen.
Thank you. My question is the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government Territories. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support local government? How is this different from other approaches?
Give a call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for McEwen for his question and note that because of his advocacy, 76,000 taxpayers in his electorate will be getting a tax cut. And a massive thank you to him for taking me in his electorate where we met with Macedon Ranges Council to see the work that they're doing for their communities. Mr Speaker, Labor's new tax cuts have benefited every working Australian, from local government workers in our biggest cities to those who work in the most remote parts of Australia. There are 546 councils across our country. They employ almost 200,000 people across 400 different occupations, local governments that support communities in every part of our nation. And this week, nearly 1,200 delegates from the local government sector have descended upon Canberra for their National General Assembly. And tomorrow, over 800 of those delegates will hear from government ministers at the Australian Council of Local Governments. This week I'll be meeting with close to 39 local councils who have told me about some of the challenges facing their communities. And from this week, people across regional Australia have seen an increase in their pay packets, because on this side of the House we believe that people should earn more and keep more of what they earn. And Labor's tax cuts will see a water and sewer apprentice working in the Hunter receive an additional $1,179 in their annual salary. On Christmas Island, one of our most remote local governments off the coast of WA, a recreational services manager earning $100,000 will see a tax cut of $2,179. Is the message from those opposite that they do not support hard-working council officers earning more and keeping more of what they earn? Because on this side of the House we value what they do, we acknowledge their vital contribution to our communities and we thank them for it. That is a very stark difference from those opposite, who froze indexation on financial assistance grants for 3 years, which has had a substantial impact on local councils' budgets, it's had a substantial impact on the maintenance of council assets, and it's had a substantial impact on what communities can expect from their local councils. Labor's new plan is delivering tax cuts for every Australian. It's helping local councils put more money in the pockets of their workers. That's how you deliver real cost of living relief, not a risky, expensive nuclear reactor plan. Can I acknowledge all of the councillors and the mayors and the CEOs who have come into this building this week and engaged with all members of this place, including the government, and say a big thank you for the work that you do on behalf of communities right across this country.
Yeah. Give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, this week, iconic Australian businessman Dick Smith has placed advertisements in national papers stating the following: "No other country has or is planning to operate their energy systems entirely on wind, solar and storage? Why is the Prime Minister letting his ideological obsession get in the way of letting Australia join the rest of the world in adopting clean, cheap and reliable nuclear power?
Order. Order. Members on my right. The member for Fremantle is warned. Order. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Menzies for his question, but of course our intention isn't to have 100% renewables either. We know that firming capacity is...
The member for Fairfax. Order. No. The member for Fairfax. Order. The Treasurer. I'm dealing with matters before the House. The member for Fairfax sits right near me. He definitely doesn't need to have that decibel. So he's been interjecting all throughout the week. So he's going to remain here, but he's got... Order! No! We're going to put him on a warning. You're on a warning. And that means, like the member for Hume, who's also on a warning, yeah, and we're going to hear from the Prime Minister in silence.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm pro-compassion, Mr Speaker. Pro-compassion. The fact is that we understand that gas, for example, plays an important role in firming up renewables. I know Dick Smith. I like Dick Smith. He's a good fella. He's a good fella and he's made a great contribution to Australia. But of course, what he knows is that for longer than he's been on this earth, I think, the coalition have been promising nuclear reactors since 1952. 1952. That's when the South Australian Liberal Premier said a nuclear plant could be developed here in the next 10 years. And then we get to 1969, where John Gorton said, "We shall, during the next parliament, take Australia into the atomic age by beginning the construction of an atomic plant at Jervis Bay to generate electricity."
Aren't you supposed to be the future, Keith?
The Illawarra Mercury reported then in 1970 that the Jervis Bay plant would be the first of 20 atomic plants, costing more than $2 billion to be built in Australia by 1990. Now, their idea of facing the future is moving on from Menzies to Gorton. From Menzies to Gorton. The Liberals have been so obsessed with the nukes that the only costings we have are in pounds, shillings and pence. Because we haven't got anything else from this mob. We haven't got anything else in all that time. You wouldn't think that nuclear reactors and supermarkets have much in common, Mr Speaker. But let me tell you, what they have in common is that they are both shambles from those opposite. Both of them are causing divisions from those opposite, including, of course, when they're all at the Queensland LNP conference on the weekend, there'll be no mention. Nuclear will be the word that dare not speak its name. Dare not speak its name. We know as well that both of them are the case of the Nats being pretty happy about how it's all going, the economic policy led by the National Party, who, to be fair, have always had a touch of socialism about them, a touch of government intervention. But for the party that used to talk about markets and used to talk about business, they have strayed so far away from it. They're opposing measures that were there in the budget. The truth is that both of these things will be bigger power bills, bigger grocery bills, and every time this bloke has a thought, Australians would end up paying more.
Prime Minister's time has concluded. Give the call to the order. Give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to strengthen Medicare and make medicines cheaper? And how does this compare to the past decade of cuts and neglect?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for McNamara for his question. He's a great local member, Mr Speaker, and a fierce advocate for better healthcare services in his electorate in South Melbourne. He also understands the deep contrast between our record in just 2 years of strengthening Medicare and the sorry record of those opposite over a decade of cuts and neglect, which of course all began with the Leader of the Opposition's horror health budget in 2014. But the member for McNamara nonetheless asks me for a comparison. Well, Mr Speaker, we've put an additional $13 billion on the table to provide more support for our hard-working public hospitals. We know they're under pressure, Mr Speaker, and we want to provide them with more help. By contrast, the Leader of the Opposition tried to cut $50 billion from public hospitals when he was the Health Minister. On this side, we've tripled the bulk billing incentive for GP visits, Mr Speaker, something the College of GPs called a game changer. In just the month of May alone, that delivered an additional 900,000 free visits to the doctor, Mr Speaker. Well, what did they do? Well, of course, the Leader of the Opposition tried to abolish bulk billing altogether, Mr Speaker. He'd said there were too many free Medicare services, and you wonder why bulk billing was in freefall when we came to government, Mr Speaker. On this side, we've rolled out dozens of Medicare urgent care clinics. They're open 7 days a week, extended hours, available to walk-in patients, and importantly, they are fully bulk billed, Mr Speaker. The member for McNamara and I recently visited one in his electorate, the South Melbourne Urgent Care Clinic. It's already seen more than 16,000 patients, delivering terrific care and taking pressure off the ED at the Alfred Hospital across the road. On that side, what new models of care did they deliver in 9 years? Absolutely nothing, Mr Speaker. And of course, we've made medicines cheaper for pensioners, cheaper for concession card holders, cheaper for general patients, already saving patients more than $400 million, Mr Speaker. A few weeks ago, the member for McNamara and I visited a terrific pharmacy, the Laird's Pharmacy at Elwood, and spoke to Elizabeth Fu there about her beautiful service there in Elwood. We also talked to her about our latest measure to make medicines cheaper, freezing the price of PBS scripts by up to 5 years, Mr Speaker. And what did he do? Well, he tried to make medicines more expensive by jacking up the price of scripts by up to $5, Mr Speaker. So I say, at the end of this parliamentary session, let's compare the pair. On this side, a hard-working government trying to strengthen Medicare.
Order.
On that side, a Leader of the Opposition who's only ever tried to wreck it.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. For the information of honourable members, I present a schedule of the status of government responses to committee reports as of 2 July 2024. The schedule will be incorporated in Hansard. We give the call to the Leader of the House with papers.
Just before papers, Speaker, if I can just advise members on arrangements for today. There is one message that we are waiting for from the Senate. I was hoping we would have it now. It still hasn't arrived. So as soon as the MPI is finished, I expect we'll be able to deal with that message from the Senate. It's just a request that we need to deal with. My understanding is from the voting in the Senate it's unlikely to result in a division. But the intention will be that we deal with that message straight after the MPI. Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. Of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of this sitting of the House to the date of its next sitting.
Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. Hope the ayes have it. I've received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the cost of living crisis under this weak and incompetent government. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, this has been an interesting sitting fortnight, and we've seen This afternoon, the Prime Minister refused to answer even the most basic of questions again. Now, we know that at the moment the Australian public are really doing it tough. There's no hiding it, and the government can't deny it. As you go around the country, you visit regional areas, you visit outer metropolitan areas, you talk to people in the cities, people have massive increases in their bills, their electricity bills, their gas bills, their mortgages are up. We know that for every family at the moment, it's a struggle to put food on the table. But it wasn't like this 2 years ago. It wasn't like it 2 years ago because we had a capable, competent government that managed the economy. Now, Deputy Speaker, during the course of COVID, we provided support to the Australian people, but before that we made decisions in subsequent budgets which made it easier, not harder, for families. And yet we know that in 3 budgets now, the government has had the opportunity to take decisions to deal with what was on the horizon. They had an understanding of what was happening in international markets. They knew what was happening with inflation. They knew what was happening with the energy markets. And instead of taking prudent decisions, which would be putting downward pressure on inflation and therefore downward pressure on interest rates, this government has taken decisions to spend more and more money, which has done the complete opposite. In spending an additional $315 billion, they drive up inflation. And it's important for Australian families to hear this very clear message. The reason that interest rates are high in this country and that they're staying high, and that the Reserve Bank Governor warns that they may go higher, is that inflation is high. Why is inflation high? Because government is spending money at a federal and state level and pumping that money into the economy, which is driving up inflation. Farmers and manufacturers of food and all of the items that you use in your house or in your small business, all of them are facing the same pressure that you are when you get your bills through the mail or on the email, your electricity bill, your gas bill, etc. So this is why under the Albanese government, when you go to Coles or Woolies or to an IGA, part of the reason that you're seeing much higher prices, the statistics show an 11.4% increase in grocery prices, but it's much higher than that for the average basket. The reason is that all of those people in the production of that food are facing massive increases in their electricity bills because of the Albanese government's renewables-only policy. And when they're storing food in cold rooms, the power bill has doubled or trebled. All of that cost is being passed on to you as a consumer. And that is fueling inflation. And that's why, not just in this period of government, but in past periods of Labor government, we know that they don't manage the economy well. None of them, Deputy Speaker, none of them, Deputy Speaker, have been involved in small business. None of them have been involved in managing staff. None of them have been involved in providing decisions and presiding over business decisions that will help run an economy. And it shows in every single budget. So, Deputy Speaker, when we look at the situation, we know that we need to spend money prudently. We know that we need to provide support to those who can't provide support to themselves. We know, and it's a true ethos of our party as well, that we provide support to people and help them keep more of their money as they work harder. We know that for our party we support choice and that we want people to be able to go into a market, a free market, and to exercise their choice to do so in an affordable way. And when we make decisions in budgets, as we have done in governments before, and that we will do after the next election, we will make decisions to get our country back on track. We will make decisions that will put downward pressure on inflation. We will spend prudently, and we will make sure that where there is a distortionary impact in the market that is adversely affecting consumers, we will address that concern. Now, in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in Canada, in Europe, they all have divestment powers where there is market competition that is being used in a way that is detrimental to consumers and others, including farmers, in that supply chain. In the last parliament, there was a bipartisan position in relation to divestment or divestiture for energy companies who were demonstrated to have market power and concentration of market share, which resulted in higher prices or a distortion to the market, and therefore resulting in a loss of competition and therefore higher prices for consumers. There's nothing controversial in that. No. And the Prime Minister this week dismisses it out of hand. Well, I can say to the Prime Minister that our parties, the Liberal Party, the National Party, the Coalition, Deputy Speaker, are standing with consumers in this debate. That's right. And we're standing against duopolies in circumstances where they are misusing their market power. That's right. Now, there's a heavy responsibility that comes to a business where you've got a $5 billion plus turnover. Think of Coles, Woolworths, Aldi and Bunnings. Those companies have a particular role and a very important role to play in the economy. But we are not going to stand by as the party of small business, as the party who has the economic management runs on the board, and allow the market to be distorted in a way where consumers are adversely affected. Yeah. There is nothing controversial in that. All of these experts who want to comment about what the Liberal Party stands for and the Menzies tradition, Robert Menzies was in favour of small business. Yeah. Robert Menzies was in favour of families. That's right. Robert Menzies was in favour of tradies. That's it. Robert Menzies was in favour of all of those people who worked hard in the economy. Yeah. And his judgment was that big business should take care of themselves and that we should provide an environment in which they can thrive, but not at the disadvantage of those smaller, forgotten Australians. Exactly. And the party that I lead will stand up for forgotten Australians, because this government has left millions of Australians behind. This government has ramped up interest rates to a point where people are paying $35,000 more for their mortgages. This Albanese government has driven up the cost of every element of your budget. We will work hard to make life affordable again. And we've taken a decision in relation to this matter to say to Coles and Woolworths, for example, in a market where they have an existing store and they've used their balance sheet to buy up 4 or 5 sites that might be vacant land or might have development opportunity, where a competitor may set up in competition, and that particular company has bought each of those sites, not because they're a property developer or because they have an interest in building units or developing that into retail space. They are doing it so that they can stop competitors coming into that marketplace. Now, anybody who believes that that is against the values of the Liberal Party has no comprehension about the background or indeed the future of this party. That's right. Our party will make sure that markets operate in a fair way, not just to Coles and Woolies, but to everybody else in the marketplace, to the suppliers, to the farmers, to the consumers. We're not about investing into a market where we have a disproportionate amount of power exerted to the disadvantage of those who are powerless. That's not what our party is about. And I will make sure, Deputy Speaker, that our party continues to stand up for everyday Australians. That's right. We have an energy policy which is about bringing down prices. It's about making sure that as we decarbonise, we can have greener electricity. And it's about making sure that we have reliable and consistent power. Because if we do that, we can have a modern economy. If we help and not hinder through our budget process all of those entrepreneurs, all of those families, all of those who strive for more, for their generation and for the next generation, that is how we will continue to build this great country. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world at the moment, but we need a strong and secure country. We need to make sure that we have the strength of leadership to stand up for the forgotten Australians. We need to say to everyday Australians there is a better way. And for everyday Australians, they know now, as they sit around the kitchen table of a night time, that the last 2 years has been very hard, and it's getting harder. 3 more years of a Labor government will make it unbearable. And for families at the moment who are thinking about selling their house because they can't afford to pay their mortgage, for families who are losing their private health insurance or taking their kids out of school because they can't afford to pay the fees, for families who can't afford to pay the rego or can't afford to buy a cut of steak and indeed now either missing out on consumption of meat altogether or they're buying mince or cheaper cuts. There is a better way, and at the next election there will be a very stark choice between the Labor Party led by Anthony Albanese, 3 more years of dark years of economic failure, or a much brighter future under a coalition government. Yeah.
And just ask members to leave the chamber quietly if you're leaving, please. I give the call to the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister and Public Service.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. They used to say the Leader of the Opposition was all tip, no iceberg. Now I'd say he's all tip, no isotope. No details on any of his plans, no clear costings on anything he puts forward in this place or out in the public. He can't tell the Australian people when his nuclear reactors will arrive. I can tell the Australian people when they got their tax cut. It was on 1 July. The Leader of the Opposition can't tell us for supermarket workers, when will he nationalise their workplaces or how much will they be paid under his nationalised supermarkets. I can tell those workers when they got an increase in the award wage. That happened on 1 July. The Leader of the Opposition can't tell Australians how much power bills will go up under his costly reactor plan. I can tell Australians that they get power bill relief starting from 1 July. And the Leader of the Opposition can't tell Australians how many jobs or how many Australians will be able to work in his reactors. I can tell every working Australian that they got more paid parental leave starting on 1 July with an additional 2 weeks. And what we've seen from those opposite is they've gone from free marketeers to becoming angry Marxists. They say that they believe in the free market, except when it comes to supermarkets. They want the free market, except when it comes to nuclear, something that they said stacks up and will be cost-effective, so cost-effective that they want the Australian people to write a big blank cheque for their nuclear reactor obsession. I saw an interesting lecture sitting right here from the Leader of the Opposition talking about how, if he was Prime Minister, he would spend prudently. Well, wouldn't it have been nice if he started spending prudently when he sat around the cabinet table for 9 years and he sat as they racked up $1 billion after $1 billion, leaving Australians with $1 trillion of debt? If that's what the Leader of the Opposition says is spending prudently, then Australians should be very, very worried. I'd also think, when it comes to the lectures that we just received from the Leader of the Opposition on bipartisanship, the Australian people see what the Leader of the Opposition does in this place every day and every week, and he does not act in a bipartisan manner. And if I think about, they invoke so often Robert Menzies, I would encourage the Leader of the Opposition to go back and think, would Robert Menzies have stood by silently encouraging secret ministries? Would Robert Menzies have stood by and said, yes, $1 trillion of debt is the right way to go? Would Robert Menzies have said we need to nationalise our supermarkets and nationalise our electricity grid? It's an incredible place for the opposition to find themselves at the end of this winter sitting. But let's just have a look through the experience that the Leader of the Opposition has had over the course of these 6 months as we get here to the middle of the year. What is really clear is that he is not a serious parliamentarian, nor is he a serious person putting himself forward to be Prime Minister. We saw 7 January this year further revelations around his work to undermine in Cabinet the fair share of the GST for Western Australia. We saw on 11 January this year the Leader of the Opposition came out of the block strong, calling for a boycott of Woolworths, wanting 200,000 people to lose their jobs. We had the Leader of the Opposition give his strong backing to his deputy when his deputy said that they would oppose the tax changes before they'd even seen them. He was so strong in backing his deputy that he then came into this place and voted for those tax changes. We saw something else that pretty exciting happened. That was January. Get to February. That's a pretty big impressive thing that happened. We saw a number of members of the coalition share their own thoughts about one another in a small ABC program called Nemesis. We saw Malcolm Turnbull, many served, some of them in this room served in his cabinet. Malcolm Turnbull came out and said, to quote the Sydney Morning Herald, Malcolm Turnbull has described Peter Dutton as a thug. This was the former leader of the Liberal National Party, former Prime Minister that they'd chosen. And he also warned as to why he had spent so much of his energy as Prime Minister trying to stop the Leader of the Opposition from ever becoming Prime Minister. He said, quote, this is Malcolm Turnbull saying, quote, I thought Dutton would run off to the right, and I thought he would do a lot of damage as Prime Minister of Australia in a short period. And indeed, the damage that he seeks to do from opposition is a good indication of that. We saw 7 February, this nemesis is rolling out. The Leader of the Opposition goes and does an interview with the ABC 7:30 report to tidy a few things up, and he assures us that there will be a new tax policy before the next election, but he would refuse to provide any details. I'll come back to that. We then get over into April. The Leader of the Opposition stays in his fact-based comfort zone, where he says that Australia is the only G20 country without nuclear power. Now, I don't know when he says the G20 and what he's referring to, but there are in fact 5 countries, Australia is one of them, that do not have nuclear energy. Australia doesn't, Germany doesn't, Italy doesn't, Indonesia doesn't, and Saudi Arabia doesn't, all members of the G20. We saw again, sticking into his fact-based principles, the Leader of the Opposition, showing just what great credentials he has. He says that, quote, "You're getting closing down of Australian manufacturing on 11 April. Again, misses the fact. 80,000 new manufacturing jobs under this government. We saw some incredible comments from the Leader of the Opposition, making some terrible comparisons to the Port Arthur massacre, where he, again, even members of his own side were questioning whether that was a wise judgment. Again, a very interesting decision from the Leader of the Opposition. But he thought that in April he would make one more interesting decision and ensure that his staff members claimed some $6,000 in allowances so that the Leader of the Opposition could attend a private birthday party. The only good thing about that was that it was the visit of the Leader of the Opposition to Perth. The bad bit was they only spent 45 minutes there. We saw the Leader of the Opposition in April, again, choose to back Elon Musk over the Australian government, a very interesting choice. We saw on 16 May the Leader of the Opposition's budget reply without putting a single costing out for any of his budget initiatives. We saw on 8 June he comes out and says we should pull Australia out of the Paris climate agreements. Finally, we see the truth, and we saw it on the 16th of June, where we got the facts that they would indeed slug Australian taxpayers for the bill for their entire nuclear plan. Now, we know they're all over the place when it comes to the economy, because while the Leader of the Opposition had come out and said they were going to slug Australian taxpayers for their nuclear plan, we'd had just 1 month earlier, not even a full month between, we'd had the Shadow Treasurer ruling out subsidies for nuclear power. We then saw, again, in the really carefully coordinated policy development happening in the coalition, we saw the Shadow Treasurer. When it comes to his views on the migration numbers. We saw what was, quote, a shambolic post-budget appearance. We then see the Leader of the Opposition last week say that he can't, even though he promised us all the way back in February that we'd have a tax plan, he said he can't. It's too costly. And he said, when speaking to the Committee for Economic Development of Australia, that it would be too costly to propose tax cuts now, and then he went on to argue that he needed the help of Treasury if he was to formulate his own tax policies. But obviously they've got the A team over there, as the Treasurer has pointed out to us a number of times. The biggest endorsement you can get from the Leader of the Opposition is that you are not incompetent. And he gave that endorsement to the Shadow Treasurer where he said, quote, "Well, Angus is not incompetent." Such warm and kind endorsements of the senior members of his team. But we do have a good idea of what those opposite propose to the Australian people. They've got a tax policy which is to roll back tax cuts. They've got an IR policy that's about delivering lower wages. They've got a fiscal strategy that will again rack up debt for their nuclear reactors. We've got a housing policy that will wreck the superannuation of millions of Australians. They've got a health policy that will destroy Medicare, and a nuclear reactor policy where the only practical outcome will be that it jacks up power prices. I'm really proud of what we've done in this government, Deputy Speaker. We are not waiting until 2050. We've already ensured a 25% increase in renewables in the grid, 330,000 new rooftop solar installations last year, greenlit 50 renewable projects since the last election, and our tax cuts, which came into effect on 1 July, mean that 13.6 million Australians are getting a tax cut, 2.9 million more Australians than would have got a tax cut under the old plan that the Leader of the Opposition endorsed when he sat around the Cabinet table. Further, 5.8 million women 90% of women taxpayers will now receive a bigger tax cut than they would have under the Leader of the Opposition's plan. And even in the electorate of Dixon, 79,000 Australians get a tax cut, an average of $1,604 for those taxpayers.
And I'm giving the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are now more than 2 years into a Labor government and Australians are facing a bleak future due to weak leadership. The promise of progress and stability has been overshadowed by the ineffective governance. Labor's lack of strong and decisive action has contributed to the growing challenges our nation faces today. Before the 2022 election, Australians were told that under a Labor government, life would be easier. The Prime Minister preached a Labor utopia of cheaper power, better roads, affordable housing. We know, and the hard-working Australians and small businesses know, this was nothing more than another Labor con job. Every single day, my electorate officers in Capricornia receive calls from locals who are struggling to make ends meet. They are finding it increasingly difficult to afford basic life essentials such as food and adequate housing. The choice between turning on the heating to stay warm or heating a meal has become a harsh reality for many. The people of Capricornia are sinking deeper into a cost of living crisis, a direct result of the weak and incompetent leadership of the current government. Despite the mounting challenges, there has not been a single effective measure implemented to relieve the economic pressure Australians are facing. Our communities are bearing the brunt of these failures, and it is time for the government to recognise the severity of the situation and take decisive action to address this crisis. Since those opposite were elected in 2022, 3 budgets have been delivered, yet the cost of essentials continues to rise. Food prices have increased by more than 11%, housing by 14% and power prices by over 21%. Where is the promised $275 reduction in power bills for my constituents? Instead, in some areas of Australia, the typical household is now paying over $1,000 more each year. This is evidence that Labor has failed to provide the cost of living relief that they claim that they will deliver at each and every budget. Their $315 billion of extra spending is fuelling their fire and driving up inflation. Those in my electorate of Capricornia have gained nothing from this government. They are digging deeper into their pockets to pay for Labor's overspending. Capricornians are proud of their resource-rich region, from exporting coal to farming, prime agriculture land that feeds both our nation and others worldwide. My constituents generate wealth that should drive economic growth and security. However, this Labor government is draining the regions through higher taxes and increased red tape. Despite the billions generated from regional Australia, the people in Capricornia are not seeing relief from their cost of living pressures or improvements in critical infrastructure. The only abundance delivered by Labor is an abundance of cuts to crucial funding and delays on vital projects. Projects like the Beef Corridors road network, which would significantly improve the safety of those who travel the roads to deliver the high-value commodities to market, or the fight we undertook to ensure the Rockhampton Ring Road wouldn't be thrown on the scrap heap. Every day it is a fight to ensure those in Capricornia are receiving their fair share. But it's not just me who's sounding the alarm on this failed government. Independent economist Chris Richardson said in The Australian, and I quote, "Governments are throwing a lot of money at the symptoms of the cost of living crisis, but that worsens the cause of it, and the cause is too many dollars chasing too little stuff." With an election creeping up on us, now is the time Australians took on a government who had the best interests of the nation at heart, not a government set on ideologies like a reckless renewable-only policy, which is driving up the cost of electricity and destroying the very thing they are attempting to save, the environment. A coalition government will deliver cheap, clean and consistent power through our visionary plan of nuclear energy. Australians will be given a choice in the coming months. There will be a choice to elect a government who can actually deliver on cost of living relief, rebuild our nation's manufacturers and restore them to powerhouses. A government who will lift up small businesses and cut red tape. The choice to elect a government who will restore the great Australian dream of home ownership. At the next election, the choice will be clear. Continue on for another term of chaos and crisis, or a government led by someone who has the leadership and character to drive our nation forward.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will make sure that I get your gender right, which the opposition leader didn't get right in one of his statements. The other thing that I would also point out is that there was a comment from the opposition leader about the Prime Minister putting up interest rates. Hasn't he been in this place for more than 20 years? I think we understand that there is the Reserve Bank of Australia, which is an independent institution. It is at arm's length for the government for a reason, and that's because we need to make sure that we keep the economy in check and that there are checks and balances in our economy. I will say that I recognise that households are under pressure right now, and I recognise that, and I know that households are doing it tough. But this is the reason why the Albanese Labor government wants to make sure that workers earn more and keep more of what they earn. What we saw during the federal election campaign was the opposition leader prepared to back minimum wage workers by increasing their wages by $1 an hour. He said no. What did our now Prime Minister of Australia say? Absolutely. What governments do is they make difficult decisions, and on the 1st of July, it was legislated prior to the pandemic tax cuts, and that these tax cuts would only be for the richest of Australians. The Albanese Labor government did the hard work of looking at these tax cuts and what would be fairer and equitable, but also not inflationary. And so it's interesting when I hear the other side that we're overspending, but we're also not helping enough. Which one is it? I recognise that balancing the economy is a delicate balancing act, and I am very proud of our Treasurer of Australia, who's been making really important decisions. I'm excited that in my electorate of Swan that there is a tax cut for every taxpayer. That's 94,000 people. And 77,000 of them will receive a bigger tax cut because of Labor. Every household in Australia will be getting a $300 electricity bill relief, and in Western Australia we're getting $700 thanks to the Cook and Albanese Labor government working together. And that's what West Australians voted for in the last election. They wanted to see the federal Labor and the state Labor Party working together. Oh, and then we're also talking about energy. Energy, I recognise, is a significant cost of household bills. And what did we have for 10 years under the coalition? 22 energy policies. Imagine if we had increased our renewable energy targets, because guess what happens when there's a war in the world, such as what's happening in Ukraine? The sun and the wind, the sun and the wind. You're speaking to someone who is an engineer that's worked in decarbonisation for 12 years. I will let you know that I have consulted to the ASX 200 on what the most economic options are for energy transition. And guess what? It's not nuclear. It's not nuclear because of timeframes, because of costs, because of waste and because of risk. And this is something that I have seen time and time again. And I don't know why the coalition is wanting to pick a fight on nuclear. Like, really? Like, is this how desperate you guys are? That you, like in case of emergency, I'm going to reach for the nuclear option. This is not what companies are looking at. This is something that's not going to help any household in the next 15 years. It's not. I am really excited about what we're trying to achieve. What we're seeing in some of the most remote mine sites in Australia is wind and solar energy being used. And you're right, we need to make sure that we have firming. We'll be seeing that being used with gas, but soon we'll also see batteries, and there is also a role for pumped hydro. If you want to have a fight with me about renewable energy and the decarbonisation that we're going to take Australia on, bring it on, I say. But imagine what would have happened if we acted 10 years ago. Households would be so much better off. They would have been so much better off. But the truth is that we've had 10 years of mismanagement. We are cleaning up the mess of the Cook, Turnbull, Abbott, Liberal government, and we're working hard every day to make a real positive difference for homes and families. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on this matter of public importance. Deputy Speaker, it's now been 2 years since the Albanese Labor government was elected. Before the election, on the 17th of March 2022, Anthony Albanese said, "A Labor government will lower the cost of living." Let's look at how that has gone over the last 2 years, because we are now in a cost of living crisis and have been for almost the entirety of this government's term. And last week we again saw headline inflation rise to 5% and core inflation to 4.4%. Core inflation has now increased 4 months in a row. It is at its highest level this year. The Labor government's continued failure to get inflation under control is leading to the very real prospect of a rate increase in August. This will then be the 13th under Labor's watch, the 13th in just over 2 years. And, Deputy Speaker, I think it's very important that the link between inflation and interest rates and the government's spending is clearly set out. The Reserve Bank raises interest rates when it is not satisfied with the way this government has performed with fiscal policy. This government, 3 failed budgets in a row, has spent $315 billion. That's $30,000 per household. There is no household in my electorate that feels it is $30,000 better off, Deputy Speaker. And so that is because the $315 billion that has been spent by this government has largely been wasteful and unproductive. It has done nothing to improve the lot of Australian people. It has done nothing to improve the lot of households, and it has done nothing to improve the situation for our 2.5 million small businesses in our country. So what we are seeing, if we do get another rate rise, and the Reserve Bank has said the inflation rate is domestically driven, Deputy Speaker. So we want to hear no more nonsense from those on the other side that keep blaming wars overseas for inflation. The inflation is firmly in their hands, and it is their overspending, because that is always, Deputy Speaker, history tells us that is always what happens when we have a Labor government. Always happens. They always lose control of the economy, and this government is no different. So mortgage holders with this cost of living crisis, and I have 22,000 in my electorate, they have paid $35,000 more in 2 years. That is a cost of living crisis, because that is $35,000 they've paid to their banks that they are then unable to spend on a family holiday, on groceries. They are unable to spend that in their local business, going out for dinner. That is the result of what we have seen with this government's overspending. And Australians know that they're in a cost of living crisis, and we can talk big numbers, but let's look at some specifics, Deputy Speaker. In 2 years, for example, insurance is up 27%. We are now seeing more and more people not renewing their medical insurance. Chicken is up 10%, jam 11%, cakes 19%, takeaway food costs 15% more, spirits cost 14% more. Vegetable oil is up 28%. So these are all of these small things that are contributing to this crisis, because when you put all of this together, Deputy Speaker, Australians know each week when they go and get their groceries, they know it's costing them more. And when we've heard this week from those on the other side that there's going to be a soft landing from the 1st of July, I can tell you right now, Deputy Speaker, those in my electorate don't believe it, and those on the other side, they know that those in their electorates also do not believe it, because they are paying the same increases here that my constituents are paying and everybody is paying across the country. Deputy Speaker, we've been asked what we would do. What I'd like to say is this is what we won't do in government. We won't, for example, put on an extra 36,000 public servants, and it hasn't been explained exactly what these public servants are going to be doing. We won't be doing that, Deputy Speaker. We will be getting inflation under control. We will be pursuing an energy policy that will deliver cheaper, cleaner and consistent energy. Deputy Speaker, this is a cost of living crisis that's been brought about by this Albanese Labor government.
Member for Ben.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Obviously, the last decade was some sort of fevered dream that most of us had to sleep through. But let's start this MPI plainly. If those opposite really cared about the cost of living pressures people were under, they wouldn't have opposed the cost of living relief that rolled out across the country this week. Yeah. If they really cared, Deputy Speaker, they would care about wages. Under this Labor government, real wages grew more in the past year at 0.5% than they did during their entire 10 years in office, something we knew was deliberate. If they really cared, Deputy Speaker, they would care about jobs. Instead, those opposite left us with a sluggish labour market. Under Labor, more than 880,000 new jobs have been created in 2 years. Deputy Speaker, productivity growth under those opposite was the worst in 40 years, and we have reversed that decline. Business investment declined to the lowest level since the early 2000s under them. Business investment under us has grown in every single quarter and is up 13% in real terms. Then, of course, there's the budget under them. They planned a $78 billion deficit with no surpluses projected at any time between 2022 and 2060-61, and yet they come here and pretend that they're somehow great economic managers. We turned that $78 billion deficit into a Labor surplus of $22 billion and then a second Labor surplus in the following year. And we didn't need a range of mugs to do it with. And let's not forget the cutting of family payments through indexation freezing and the millions of dollars of waste through the obscene use of contractors in the public service. I think we know that's what they're planning. They want to cut back public servants again and replace them with consultants and contractors. We know how that goes. And Deputy Speaker, those opposite left bulk billing in a shambles. In November 2021, 6 months before the last election, the financial viability of general practice was in serious trouble after the Coalition's 6-year freeze on Medicare rebates that started when the Leader of the Opposition was Health Minister. Bulk billing was falling off a cliff, which is why we tripled the bulk billing incentive from 1 November last year. It's in the largest investment in bulk billing in history. In the 7 months since we tripled the investment, we have seen a turnaround in bulk billing, a national increase of 3.4 percentage points from 75.6% of all GP visits bulk billed in October to 79% in May, or around 2 million additional estimated visits. Here in the ACT, we saw a 5.5% increase, the second largest increase in the country. Deputy Speaker, under our government, people now pay no more than $31.60 for medicines on the PBS. The Albanese government has delivered the largest price reduction in the 75-year history of the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. Under this government, we've been working both directly and indirectly to fix the cost of living issues Australian households are facing. On Monday this week, some 13.6 million Australian taxpayers got a tax cut. Millions of workers on the award wage got a pay rise thanks to the backing of this government, and energy bill relief began getting rolled out to every household and 1 million small businesses. What's the alternative, Deputy Speaker? Their idea of cost of living relief can be summed up with their approach to nuclear energy. A $600 billion bill to taxpayers for maybe nuclear reactors that come online in the 2040s. Nothing says we care about cost of living more than saddling taxpayers with more debt and locking them into structurally high energy prices for decades to come. Nothing says we care for cost of living than having to be dragged to supporting Labor's tax cuts or opposing cheaper, cleaner energy, or teaming up with the Greens political party to block cheaper housing, actively avoiding pay increases for minimum wage earners, and doing everything they can to stop Australian taxpayers from earning more and keeping more of what they earn. Deputy Speaker, this opposition loves running around telling everyone how much easier it will be under them, but one only needs to look at their record in government or in opposition. So far, every announcement they've that they make is a new bin fire of angry incompetence which puts the future of our economy at risk. Every new announcement that they make is the worst combination of uncosted and unhinged and undercooked, with the primary purpose of each new announcement to distract from the announcement that they made a few weeks ago. Deputy Speaker, on the 25th of July during winter break, we will mark the 44th anniversary of the release of AC/DC's iconic Back in Black, one of the great comeback albums of all time. Now, it's fair to say that some of the songs have aged, but they haven't aged anything like the range of mugs, which is the closest those opposite got to a manufacturing policy here in Australia, let alone a surplus.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I am a proud Victorian, and it is school holidays in Victoria, and here we are. So can I acknowledge my good friend, the member for Nichols, and his son, David Birrell, who is here in the advisor box. And can I acknowledge the pain and the grief of his family, your dad, your granddad, Brian Birrell, who passed away recently. He was here, very proud of you becoming a member of the Australian Parliament, and you have done your family proud and you have done him proud. Deputy Speaker, I'm looking down the camera online to my children back at home, Leo and Eva. I hope you're behaving well. And I'll talk to your children too. And I want to speak to Victorian families right now, Deputy Speaker, because they are doing it tough. And for those of us who sit in this place, we have a privileged position. We are paid very well for what we do. But let's not forget that the average salary in Australia is half of what we get, $95,000. The median salary is $65,000, even less. And when you think about what the median means, it means that half of Australians earn less, half earn more. And they are facing serious decisions and consequences for this inflation crisis. It's easy to talk about it in an academic way, but it has consequences for families who are feeling that stress and that pain, who are losing sleep and who are feeling shame. And they shouldn't, because it's not their fault. And particularly over school holidays, I have been overwhelmed by the phone calls and the conversations with Victorian families who are telling me, in heartbreaking circumstances, what they have to put back on the shelf, what they have to tell their children over these school holidays. Deputy Speaker, like many, I have food banks in my electorate, and one told me they have never seen numbers like they have now. Never. In one food bank in Templestowe, they are servicing 250 people in 4 hours. That's about 75 families. In another, there are queues out the car park, and when you stand there and see the good work that the volunteers do at those food banks, more often than not, they are families that have had a marriage breakdown, unemployment or illness. And it is tough enough with 2 income earners in a family, but when one of those 3 things happen, and statistically they do, it sends people over the edge. Another food bank told me about a school that they support where they provide fruit in a bowl, fresh fruit. And what they have heard from the teachers and the staff at that school is that as soon as they put it out, it disappears. And what should we take from that, Deputy Speaker? This isn't just about luxury items. We are seeing Australians right now hurting so much that young Australians at school are not getting fresh food, that families are putting meat and eggs and chicken back on the shelf because they cannot afford it. We are seeing parents who will go back to school a week after next in Victoria say, I am really sorry that you cannot go on that camp. And we see up here less school children coming to visit this place. And one of the reasons we see less is because families cannot afford it. They cannot afford it. Speaker, that shouldn't be the Australia that we live in 2024.
Hear, hear.
I've seen parents say that I can't afford the musical instrument or the musical lessons that you had. You may not know it, but right now there's a soccer tournament on in Europe, and that is one of the most popular sports in my electorate, and many are losing sleep, staying up to watch the quarterfinals of the European Cup. But I've heard again and again families had to pull their children out of soccer because it's not subsidised like AFL, it's more expensive, and they can't afford it. And for the children in my electorate, that is heartbreaking. That's their dream. They want to be the next Messi, the next Ronaldo. And it's a sport that they love and they can't afford to play it. And Speaker, for the Victorian families in my electorate and for those that are running small businesses, and so many do, you are facing an increase in taxes that other states don't have. And that is why we have seen a flight of small businesses out of Victoria. We lost an aggregate of 7,600 last year. Queensland gained 11,000. You're doing it tough in Victoria. And on this school holidays, I have heard families say, I feel ashamed for not being able to provide for them. You shouldn't feel shame. It is for us in this place to do our best to make sure that you have a better life for you and your children.
Member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to this matter of public importance, and I too, I want to just say to the member for Menzies, as a child growing up in a family of one of 11 kids, seeing both of my parents who both worked, but seeing the struggles of both of them, but making sure that as parents and their responsibility that their children, all of them, 11, were kept safe and fed and went to school every day. And that was really important for my parents because they had limited education. It was a time in which they grew up in the Northern Territory where they were denied even an education and to go to school. So for them, it was making sure that their 11 children got an education. And for us, that was the key to getting ourselves out of, and I suppose for many of us, it's pick yourselves up from the bootstraps. But there are many families, and I know in my electorate of Lingiari, families that are doing it tough. And none of us on this side have ever denied that the cost of living isn't impacting on our constituencies right across Australia. But I certainly, Deputy Speaker, certainly see it more acutely in regional and remote Northern Territory communities where people do it tough. But I'm proud to stand here as part of this government that is offering tax cuts, that had the discussion and the debate about changing stage 3 tax cuts and making sure that all Australians could have access to a tax cut. Energy rebates, wiping student debt. These are important ways that Labor's budgets is delivering cost of living relief for every Australian, but particularly in my electorate of Lingiari. And as I said, cost of living remains a major issue of concern for everyone, in particular in Lingiari. But from the 1st of July this year, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is delivering a tax cut, as I said, for every taxpayer. And, in my electorate, and whilst people say different names, I've still got, there's still a small percentage in Lingiari, about 43,000 taxpayers in Lingiari will get a tax cut under Labor's economic plan, with the tax cuts. Our economic plan to bring inflation under control, boost wages and put in place policies for fairer prices for Australian consumers, but particularly for people like my constituents living in regional and remote Lingiari, because they are no different, but they certainly get the impact. Labor wants people to earn more and keep more of what they earn, and that couldn't be said more in terms of for my constituents. And I'll be certainly, after I leave this place, I will get around Lingiari and let people know about our tax cuts. But also the electricity rebates, $300, that's certainly an important issue for people in Lingiari. But I was listening to the member from Bean who talked about Medicare, and one of the things that we're certainly proud of in the Northern Territory is out of the 29 Medicare urgent care clinics, there has been 10,700 visits to the Mambatua or the Alice Springs urgent care clinic, and not just for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander clients, but everybody across Alice Springs is getting access to that urgent care clinic. The Palmerston Medicare Urgent Care Clinic is also providing needed Medicare services to that clinic. I know that Labor's cost of living measures is making a real difference to people in my electorate of Lingiari, and these critical measures are part of Labor's long-term economic plan, helping Australians right now and people in Lingiari to bring down inflation and planning a future made in Australia. Thank you.
Member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, right now the people in Cook are hurting. Just this week I was speaking to St Vincent de Paul of Gymea and talking about constituents facing homelessness in Cook because of a cost of living crisis. And this week we've had to listen to a Labor government boast about cost of living measures for a cost of living crisis they have had a large hand in creating. How have they done this? $315 billion of spending, $30,000 per household. I know every household in Cook, I would say every household in Australia, would have rather had that $30,000 in their bank account rather than go through wasteful Labor government spending. And it was no surprise the member for Swan was wanting not to claim credit for interest rates. Because yes, interest rates have gone up 13 times in a row. And yes, the Reserve Bank is independent. But let me tell you what an independent economist just said last week about the government's response. Independent economist Chris Richardson last week said the government is throwing a lot of money at the symptoms of a cost of living crisis, but that worsens the cause of it. That economist went on to say, the government has abandoned the field in the fight of inflation. We are fighting with one hand tied behind our back. Yes, the Reserve Bank may be independent, but they are fighting with one hand tied behind their back because this government simply will not rein in spending. They know, while they want to boast about energy relief, while they want to boast about cost cuts or tax cuts, they know what is happening is this is driving inflation. Inflation will be higher for longer, and unfortunately, it risks rates going up. And when I'm chatting to St Vincent de Paul in my electorate, when we're talking about constituents facing homelessness, this is dire, and the Australian public knows it's dire. And Australia is different. We are different. And I see some of the members over there taking notes. So I'd ask them to address this question if you're taking notes to talk about what I'm speaking about. Please address why does Australia have higher inflation than the US, than the UK, than New Zealand, than the euro area? If you're going to comment on anything in this speech, please comment on that point. Why is Australia's inflation increasing while it is decreasing in every other one of those countries? I would like to know the answer to that. I think the Reserve Bank would like to know the answer to that. And I know the Australian public would like to know the answer in that. Now, what kind of fantasy land is the Labor government living in when they're boasting and high-fiving about $300 energy subsidies? The gall of that, when 2 years ago you were promising $275 that energy bills would go down by that amount. They've raised $1,000. Yet this week I've sat here silently at the back of the chamber listening to high fives about $300 off energy prices. Well, the constituents in my electorate are now paying $700 more when you were promising them $275 off. I'm listening to them high five about tax cuts. High five every single person who asks a question. I hear it's 86,000 people in this electorate, 27,000 people in that electorate. Well, the truth is, average Australians are now paying 20% more in personal income tax because of the bracket creep, because of the homegrown inflation this government has driven. So the gall to be high-fiving, slapping each other on the back about a $300 subsidy, well, look, in the Liberal government, we don't believe the answer to increased cost of living is subsidies. It's not more government and it's not splashing cash. You know what it is? It's addressing the problem. It's lowering energy prices. It's lowering the cost of living. It's lowering house prices. It's not subsidies and it's not bigger government. And nuclear, let's talk about that. We're talking about that. So what I noticed you did not talk about, Member for Swan, was green hydrogen. Because, yes, you talked about hydro, and hydro is great, but unfortunately Australia is not geographically set up to have hydro everywhere in every part of the country. So what are we going to do for that baseload power? So, yes, we need zero emissions energy. We need lots of zero emissions energy. We need wind, we need solar. But why are you ruling out nuclear? I'd love to understand why you're ruling it out. Why are you ruling out nuclear? I don't understand that. I do not understand that. And the Australian, you might ridicule the coalition for that. You might ridicule the 50% of Australians who think we should look at that. But we're not into ridiculing Australians. We're here to listening to them and having a fact-based debate.
Great. And I give the call to the member for Jagga.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, the Leader of the Opposition began this debate this afternoon by trying to pretend that he, in fact, had a plan for our country's future. And he gave it a red-hot crack. Like, I've got to hand that to him. He certainly did try to present a plan for our future. But the trouble is, like all the plans that the Leader of the Opposition tries to serve up, it was wafer thin. And it just doesn't add up. There were no details, and we do all know that famous slogan made famous, in fact, I think by the Leader of the Opposition and those opposite. If you don't know, vote no. So when we're served up plans with no details, when we're told that this is what the Australian people should rely on for their future, when times are tough, when we do need serious governments who are going to do serious work, if you don't know, vote no. Because what the Leader of the Opposition is putting in front of us is a giant con. He is pretending that he is trying to address the climate crisis in front of us. In fact, what we're getting from the Leader of the Opposition is the type of climate denial that we got under the lot opposite in their nearly decade in power. The kind of climate denial that has left our country in the position where our government is now stepping in to do the work we need to build the country of the future, to make the transition to renewables. And while we're doing that work, and while we're doing it in the way that sensible governments do, the opposition gives us a 2-page plan for nuclear. So what do we know about the plan? What do we know about what Peter Dutton has proposed? We do know that it will cost more.
We'll need to use members' correct title. Thanks, member for Jagga.
Certainly. What do we know about the plan that the Leader of the Opposition has presented for us? We do know that it will cost more. All the experts tell us that for Australia, nuclear is the most expensive option. Where will that extra cost end up? It will end up on the power bills of Australian households. And the member for Cook, he talked about the need to rein in spending in the speech he just gave. Well, that is a conversation he probably does need to have with his leader, because again, if we are talking about reining in spending, the absolute worst thing that we could do would be to sign a blank cheque from the government for the most expensive form of power there could be for our country, nuclear energy, to have that end up on Australians' power bills. Of course, on this side of the House, we are taking a very different approach. We do know that times are difficult for so many Australians at the moment. And so that is why we have been focused on providing very real cost of living relief at the areas where we know that Australians are feeling it. Tax cuts for every single Australian taxpayer. Power bill rebates, $300 for every household, and $325 for 1 million small businesses. And Deputy Speaker, I know when I've been talking about this measure in my community, people have really welcomed it. They have also asked me, how do we get it? Well, I want to let you all know you don't have to do anything to get it. It will be applied directly to your power bill. We are putting a freeze on the cost of PBS medicines for every Australian. We've put in place a third consecutive pay rise for 2.6 million workers. More funding to build homes in every part of the country, and an additional 2 weeks to paid parental leave. And of course, this builds on reforms we've already delivered: cheaper childcare, fee-free TAFE, our biggest ever investment in expanding bulk billing, increasing Commonwealth rent assistance, wiping almost $3 billion in student debt, real cost of living relief. Tangible for every person in Jagga Jagga, for every person in Australia who we know is doing it tough. Australians deserve better than what they were served up from the Leader of the Opposition today. They deserve better than a wafer-thin proposal masquerading as a plan. They deserve better than a Leader of the Opposition who is so deep in climate denial that he is ready to tell Australians that the only option, the only way forward, is the most expensive, the most unviable. The only way that this country can meet its energy needs of the future is to go nuclear and for Australians to pay more for their power. Australian people deserve a government that understands that times are tough and is delivering real, tangible cost of living relief. That is what this government is doing.
And time for the debate has now concluded. The following message has been received from the Senate. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to superannuation, taxation, corporations, financial services and multilateral development banks, and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annex schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. I give the call to Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I will put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. Assistant Treasurer.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments be agreed to. These amendments have been subject of discussion between the Greens Party and the opposition and other interested stakeholders for the benefits of the crossbench minor technical amendments which better clarify the intention of governments in relation to the payment of financial advice fees from superannuation funds and improvements in offset arrangements for film production being performed here within Australia.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I have received messages from the Senate returning bills without amendment. I do not propose to read these messages, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I've received more messages from the Senate. A, informing the House of a resolution agreed to by the Senate referring the Truth and Justice Commission Bill 2024 to the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs for inquiry and report by 11 February 2025. And B, informing the House that Senator Shoebridge has been appointed as a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, contingent on the Senate concurring with the resolution relating to the variation of appointment of the committee. And I give the call to the clerk for the next item of business, please.
Government business. Order of the day number 3, Nature Positive Environment Law Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024. Further consideration in detail.
Thank you. So the question before the House is that the amendments be agreed to. I understand the member for Warringah has some time in continuation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And further to my earlier comments in relation to the amendments that I have moved, I would refer to the amendment in relation to introducing unacceptable impacts into this legislation, because what we have is often situations where communities are dragged out for years in trying to fight projects. It should be clear from the outset that they are simply not acceptable projects because of their unacceptable impact. So the EPBC Act refers to both significant impacts and unacceptable impacts, yet fails to adequately define either within the Act. Significant impacts does, however, have a 40-page guidance document provided by the Department, but unacceptable impacts to matters of national environmental significance is a term that is used in the context of what is clearly unacceptable. Yet, in the eyes of many proponents, they still will apply for a project and drag that community for years on end. So clearly, what might appear as clearly unacceptable is anything but. The term has been the subject of prolonged cases, illustrating that uncertainty around the term and impacting proponents, as well as adversaries of proposed developments. Most concerning, though, is the risk that as a result of unacceptable impacts not being clearly defined, actions that arguably will cause unacceptable impacts nevertheless proceed, risking a matter of national significance. So the amendment that I've proposed deals with this concern. The amendment is in the form of a table clearly outlining unacceptable impacts for each matters of national environmental significance. It would not only protect the environment but save proponents time and money with clear certainty about what unacceptable impacts actually are. And the practical implications of this amendment are significant. Arguably, with clear, unacceptable definitions, projects such as the Woolsworth one around New South Wales Central Coast Distribution Centre, where there was an issue of expanding into critical habitat of endangered fauna and flora, would not have been able to proceed and drag that community for so long. Similarly, the development in Toondah Harbour has a history nearly spanning a decade of disputes under the EPBC Act approval, initially rejected as unacceptable impacts, only to then be accepted by then Environment Minister Josh Frydenberg. Again, that certainty for communities is what is needed. Of course, the other amendment that is proposed is in relation to making sure that the EPA is a tough cop on the beat by providing the power to amend conditions. Too often, despite there being robust conditions being imposed on a proponent, there is a failure to comply with conditions, and then rather than genuinely suffering real consequence of that failure to comply, we do at times see conditions watered down, and that is really not in, I would say, environmentally in the best interest. So I commend these amendments to the Minister. I've had discussions. I understand she's not supporting them, but I do look forward to further discussions to make sure we do strengthen this. There are many people in our community and around Australia very concerned that unless Tranche 3 genuinely delivers stronger protections for the environment, this whole enterprise will have failed to address the concerns raised in the Samuels report.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. I'll give the call to the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 20 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Member for Clark.
I move amendments 1 to 20 as circulated in my name together. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister noted in 2005, when introducing his own climate change trigger bill in Parliament, that our environmental laws currently ignore the glaring gap of climate change. Isn't it a sad indictment, then, that the same thing remains true 20 years later? So, Deputy Speaker, I've taken inspiration from the Prime Minister's proposal in the drafting of these amendments to the bill to introduce a climate trigger to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. Deputy Speaker, my amendments would require projects that would directly or indirectly emit more than 80,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide per year to be assessed for approval under the EPBC Act. This includes Scope 3 emissions, so that exported emissions are factored into decision-making on projects. These amendments also require the newly established EPA to ensure decisions on projects are consistent with Australia's greenhouse gas emissions target as set out in the Climate Change Act, as well as our Paris targets and other international legal obligations relating to climate change. What's more, Deputy Speaker, these amendments would also prohibit the approval of any action that would emit 100,000 tonnes of CO2 or more. This is important because we are running out of time to address the climate crisis and we need urgent action to turn things around. My amendments also introduce new offences relating to undertaking unapproved actions that will have a significant impact on emissions and includes consequential amendments to the EPBC Act necessary for the implementation of the climate trigger and my amendments to the EPA bill. Now, Speaker, it's obvious to anyone who's paid even the slightest attention that our environment laws should aim to protect our precious natural world from climate change, because it is clearly one of the most significant threats. Australians know this, the Department knows this, and the Prime Minister certainly knows this. This begs the question, why are we still waiting for a climate trigger? Why have we had to sit through review after review, committee report after committee report, endless briefings from experts all telling us the same thing? What it comes down to is the inaction and inertia of successive governments on both sides of politics, who buried their heads in the sand and kicked the can down the road at every opportunity. Deputy Speaker, when this government was elected promising to end the climate wars by taking credible action on climate change, many were heartened. Some hope was kindled that it might be this government who finally recognised that climate change simply must be included when making decisions about matters of national environmental significance. But instead, when it comes to including it in their reforms, they've ducked, diverted and delayed, and they've treated the parliament and the community as mugs in the process, telling us not to worry because this whole climate change thing has been solved by the safeguards mechanism and there's no need to think about it anymore. But, Deputy Speaker, people in my community and across the country are worried, and rightly so. Since 2005, excluding the dodgy inclusion of land use changes, Australia has only reduced our actual emissions by about 1.5%. And we've seen recent reports that even on the government's own numbers, we're currently in danger of falling short of our 2030 target. However, now's not the time to abandon our ambition and our targets, as some in this place would suggest, instead to redouble our efforts. And so, to close, I'll again quote the Prime Minister from his speech 20 years ago, quote, "It's time to act, it's time for procrastination to end," end of quote. So I urge the government and all members to do so now and to support these amendments. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. So the question now is that this bill be agreed to. Put that question. All those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. I give the call to Minister for Environment.
I ask the Leader of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'm going to put the question that this bill be now read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend laws relating to the environment and to provide for transitional matters relating to Environment Protection Australia and the Head of Environment Information Australia and for related purposes.
Thank the House for the swift operation. It's now being almost 4:30. I propose the question is that the House do now adjourn. And I give the call to the member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, Victorians broke for the school holidays, and with that, kids around our state, often including mine, will be glued to their phones for the next few weeks. While the internet and social media hold many benefits for people of all ages, the online environment inherently presents a range of risks, and Australians intuitively understand what these risks are. One of the most urgent to the health of our young people online is the spread of eating disorder or heavy dieting content, which can damage mental health, self-esteem and well-being. Eating disorders among youth aged 10 to 19 rose by 85% since 2012, roughly coinciding with the rise of social media. We can all agree that a 15-year-old comparing themselves to an influencer who partakes in extreme dieting or an obsessive bodybuilding lifestyle is not normal, or the kind of content that encourages healthy emotional development. In many cases, social media algorithms will recommend this kind of content to get more likes, clicks and engagement. Another risk relates to addictive design features, which are programmed by teams of experts in Silicon Valley to keep our kids scrolling and sharing. Red dot notifications at the top right-hand corner of apps are designed to create a sense of alert and urgency. This feature often creates a strange urge for us to open the app just to clear the backlog of notifications. The use of slot machine-type features on Instagram and TikTok are designed to create a dopamine spike and, like real-world pokies, keep you playing. Many new regulatory approaches to combat addiction are being tested around the world. The EU, a world leader in this space, has recently opened proceedings against TikTok over a new feature which rewards kids with a virtual currency for the more videos they watch, posts they like and friends they bring to the platform. Named the Task and Reward Program, users can exchange this currency for rewards like Amazon vouchers, PayPal gift cards or tips for TikTok influencers. Originally released for France and Spain, the EU's new regulation allows it to intervene against the further rollout of this feature based on criteria like the protection of minors, advertising transparency and the risk of social media addiction. The investigation and the proceedings are ongoing. No such law exists in Australia. Here, digital platforms are largely free to test and roll out features of this kind, and the government currently lacks any power to meaningfully challenge this. Much of the debate on social media regulation in recent months has centred around the question of whether access should be restricted by age. Do we really think that clicking "I'm over 18" or implementing an age verification or assurance system are long-term structural solutions to counter the social harms of social media? As far as I know, the technology to make this work properly doesn't yet exist, and arguably our kids are too smart not to find ways around it. If they can find ways to get into a pub, they can find ways to get onto social media. I'll await the results of the government's age assurance trial with interest. However, Deputy Speaker, I would argue that a newer systemic approach to regulating digital platforms in Australia is needed. One that focuses and puts the onus of responsibility onto the platforms themselves, like Meta, TikTok, Snapchat and various others, to become healthier digital spaces for our young people to inhabit. What is colloquially known as the algorithm is actually an array of various systems and elements which work together to keep us scrolling. To fully protect Australian adults and children from online harm, we must look under the hood and properly regulate these systems, much like the EU and the UK have done. What exactly does this look like? Well, first, applying an overarching legal duty of care, just like in the hospitality, medical and professional services industries. There's no reason in my mind that this shouldn't apply to social media companies too. Second, requirements for platforms to assess all of their systems and elements which could conceivably cause risk to children and adults, with specified risks to report and mitigate against, like mental health, addictive design features and gendered violence. These measures should be supported by healthy design features, such as the ability to turn off content recommendation and reset your algorithm whenever the user chooses. Online safety can't be safe unless it's systemic. Thank you, Speaker.
Member for Bennelong.
Speaker, over the past few days we've seen the Liberals come to the dispatch box here and ask questions of the government on housing. And their questions always imply two things. Firstly, the Liberals imply that the housing crisis we are in today only started 2 years ago. And secondly, they continue to shamefully link current migration numbers with a housing crisis that we know has been decades in the making. Those two implications are not only offensive, but they are wildly incorrect. With the record that the Liberals and Nationals have in their decade in government, it takes some gall to come in here and blame the current government for the housing crisis they helped make worse. In 2 years, you cannot solve a housing crisis that has been decades in the making. In 2 years, you cannot fix the underinvestment in social housing that occurred under the Liberals. And Deputy Speaker, it takes a lot longer than 2 years to unpick the ill-thought-out and half-baked policies which have contributed to the housing crisis we face today. During their time in office, the number of new social homes built was the lowest in over 50 years. Under their watch, homelessness rates soared, a fact starkly illustrated by the latest census data. The Liberals made significant cuts to funding for social and affordable housing, especially the National Rental Affordability Scheme. The NRAS was supposed to offer affordable rentals for low to moderate income earners, but its cancellation has contributed to the housing crisis we're in today. In 2014, they abolished the National Housing Supply Council, which was essential for monitoring housing supply and affordability issues, and provided advice to government on how to meet challenges. Without it, policy decisions were made blindly, devoid of expert advice. and no policy demonstrated that lack of expert advice than their housing policies than during the pandemic, and one in particular, their home builder program. Nearly every expert was saying to sustain the building industry that the government's support should go to supply. And instead of providing more supply, instead of providing more homes for renters, all Home Builder did was drove up the price of housing. Instead of building more homes, Home Builder helped people already with homes to renovate their home. So, Deputy Speaker, it's clear that the former government failed on housing. They have the gall to come in here and accuse this government, saying we haven't had time to clean up their mess in 2 years. Well, of course, we haven't finished that. In two short years, I can tell you that, Deputy Speaker, we're actually doing something about supply. And unbelievably, the Liberals have voted against all efforts to fix the housing crisis we're in today, every single one. The Liberals weren't interested in finding solutions then, and they're not interested in finding them now. Well, unlike them, Deputy Speaker, our government understands that too many Australians are facing serious housing challenges. We had an ambitious goal of building 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade through our Homes for Australia plan. The most recent budget includes $6.2 billion to boost housing supply, total Homes for Australia package to a whopping $32 billion. Our $9.3 billion national agreement on social housing and homelessness will double homelessness funding. We're committing $1 billion for homes for women and children fleeing violence, and we're expanding fee-free TAFE places to address construction skill shortages. And we're taking immediate action, including the Social Housing Accelerator and initiatives to support renters and home buyers, such as the Home Guarantee Scheme, the Help to Buy Scheme, and our incentives to build 160,000 rental-only properties, which is currently being blocked in the Senate by the Liberals and the Greens. We're elected to help with the housing crisis, and at every opportunity the Albanese government has built on our broad and ambitious housing agenda because we recognise the seriousness of our nation's challenges. Our government understands we cannot afford to aim low on housing. That's why our housing reforms are the most significant in a generation. Those opposite want to stand here and claim that our government isn't taking action on housing, and that's absolute rubbish. They had opportunity to address the housing crisis, and they sat on their hands in their decade in government. Instead of tackling these issues head-on, they choose to play politics, they choose to blame migrants, and then they team up with the Greens political party to block or vote down more housing supply. We are committed to ensuring every Australian has a safe and affordable place to call home, and despite the efforts of the Liberals and their mates in the Greens to derail these plans, we were elected to get on with the job and will continue to do so.
Give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
Thank you, Speaker. The number one issue that we face in Townsville is crime, is youth crime. Last night, tonight, tomorrow night, someone's home will be broken into, cars will be stolen, youth criminals will be terrorising the streets of Townsville. And that's because of the weak state Labor government. Failed to act, failed to change the laws, failed to listen to the community and to keep us safe. We know that only the state Labor members and the state government can change state laws. And we haven't seen any action from them. People feel like prisoners in their own home, terrified to go out at night, scared to drive into where a red light may be because they could be carjacked. They could have a knife put in their face. Townsville is known as the crime capital of Australia, and it's absolutely disgraceful that the Labor Premier has failed to act. But even worse, we have 3 state Labor MPs who want to tell the community that crime has been solved, crime's not an issue, that there is nothing more they can do, which is absolutely false. There isn't a day go by that a victim of crime, of youth crime, hasn't contacted my office. And some of them have messaged me and said, can you please voice what has happened to us in the federal parliament? Victims like Debbie, who said, I've had a teenager jump on the back of my car while leaving a local shopping centre in broad daylight. 3 men tried to break into my unit late one night, damaging my door. Rosalind said, last week I was run over by an e-scooter on the footpath. They didn't even stop. I was injured quite badly and taken to hospital. After my daughter dropped me home, she had an attempt carjacking. We need to feel safe, not scared. Susie said, I've been broken into twice, with my vehicle stolen and written off each time, along with other property damage. My children now sleep with me and I avoid driving at night wherever I can. My kids no longer walk the dogs due to stolen cars flying around constantly. Another, I've been a victim of youth crime. I was purposely rammed by a stolen car driven by youths. I was waiting for the lights to change at a local shopping centre. When they rammed my car was badly damaged and written off by my insurance company. I still have flashbacks of those moments. This incident has affected me both personally, financially, and the girls that did this crime remain unpunished. This is not good enough. We need a state government and state members that stand up for the people of Townsville, that call out this bad behaviour, that punish crimes, instead of what has been occurring under this weak Labor state government, a revolving door of criminal activity. Even at Cleveland Youth Detention Centre, assaults go unpunished. Staff feel like they're getting blamed for the criminal activity that happens within the centre. This isn't good enough. Why should people feel scared? Why should people feel like a prisoner in their own home? Why should people get told, make sure you hide your keys? Why should I have to hide my keys in my home? Why should I feel that there may be someone that could enter, steal my car, and that's why I have to hide my keys? That's not good enough. My home as well, like many in Townsville, has been broken into. Had the police come around, do a fantastic job. Others who have had their homes broken into, where these youth criminals have been arrested, have been either taken to court and let go, a bit of a catch and release program, or they've been sentenced and detained to only commit further crimes in detention, to then be not charged, given time served and allowed back out onto the street to commit more crimes. We need a tough approach when it comes to these youth criminals. You need to punish bad behaviour. You need to ensure that programs that are out there are doing the right thing. And if they're not, and the review takes place, then cut their funding. Funding needs to go where programs are working. And if the detention centre is at capacity, build more beds. If the detention centre needs a review, then get the review done, because staff assaults are unacceptable. These youth criminals should not be running riot and being in control on the streets of Townsville. We need a state government that stands up for the people of Townsville, and the 3 state Labor members that are there right now should resign.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Hasluck understands that good government, as both the Prime Minister and the Treasurer have stated, deals with the challenges facing it in the present, while also planning for the future. With the Albanese government's cost of living tax cuts, every one of the 84,000 taxpayers in Hasluck has received a tax cut. A teacher in Guildford on $96,000 will have a tax cut of around $2,079. A nurse midwife at Midland Hospital on $88,000 will receive a tax cut of around $1,880. A young electrician in Brabham, just starting out on $55,000, will see a tax cut of over $1,000, just over $1,054 to be precise. Australian taxpayers can go to the tax cut calculator and see what they will have back in their pocket. And the benefits of the Albanese government's tax cuts will be felt not just by the taxpayers but by their families and children as well. It's the right thing to do, having tax cut not just for the few but for everyone. So this is only something that can happen under an Albanese Labor government. We know this because the coalition government voted it down. And Hasluck is better off and Hasluck is healthier, because under the Albanese Labor government, we've now opened urgent care clinics across the country. And in Midland, at North Street Medical Centre, we have now a bulk billing urgent care clinic operating 7 days a week, which takes the pressure off our nearby hospital emergency department too. There have been over 400,000 presentations across the country to urgent care clinics. We've also introduced 60-day scripts. There have been over 47,000 scripts issued now on a 60-day script basis. So this is money saved, also energy saved and time for people who with a range of chronic conditions. So the Coalition, they were advised to do this in 2018, but they chose not to act. It only is an Albanese Labor government that will act to save people money. And equally, we're looking out for doctors who now have seen a tripling of their bulk billing incentive for the medical bulk billing, which is in Hasluck has risen to 72% in 6 months. The cap on the cost of scripts has seen over 240,000 reduced scripts in Hasluck, meaning people here are sharing in the savings of around $3 million. In the education space in Hasluck, public schools, principals and teachers are giving me fantastic feedback for the historic agreement for the Albanese government together with the Cook Labor government to now fund all public schools 100% of the resourcing standards by 2026. The focus will be on the needy schools first, who will get the extra funding in 2025. This means more supports for teachers, more help for students who need it. And then there's our fee-free TAFE policy. We believe in everybody who wants to pursue further education. We back you in. And to this end, we've committed $1.5 billion for 500,000 fee-free TAFE places and vocational education across Australia from 2023 to 2026. And for my North Metro TAFE in Midland, it's been transformative as student enrolments have increased multiple times over. And Hasluck students in the areas of teaching, nursing, midwifery, early childhood education and social work will also now begin to be able to access paid prac support. Now, being able to access from next year will assist them in completing their education and joining the workforce in these areas of need. And every resident in Hasluck will save on their energy bills this year with a total of $700 off energy bill, thanks to the coordinated efforts of both the Albanese government and the state Cook Labor government. And this, of course, is expected to have the added benefit of reducing inflationary pressures, because the cost of living relief builds on what we've already delivered across the energy bill relief in December 2022. At that time, the government capped gas prices on the East Coast, a measure which the Coalition again voted against. And this government's timely action has had the effect of shielding Australian families and businesses, because they also receive the benefit of this energy bill relief from global energy price shocks. So, Speaker, the Albanese government's Future Made in Australia bill was introduced to Parliament this week, and this is the absolute pinnacle, I think, will be a legacy for this government well into the future, because it now will deliver jobs and a sustainable future for all.
The question is the House General Agenda. Give the call to member for Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As we round out this sitting of Parliament and head into the winter recess, I want to take this opportunity to reflect on the point we've reached after 2 years of this Labor government. As we head home, Mr Speaker, Australians are facing a winter of discontent. We have had 4 months in a row of accelerating core inflation. In fact, we are the only G10 country which has seen inflation go up since December. On top of our homegrown inflation problem, we have now had 5 consecutive quarters of negative or flat GDP per person growth. So we are now firmly in an entrenched household recession. And households across Australia, including in my community of the Redlands, are feeling it. Since this Labor government were elected, we've seen real wages collapsing by nearly 9%, living standards falling by 8%, household savings reduced by almost 10%, prices on goods rising by around 10%, and homeowners with a typical mortgage of $750,000 being some $35,000 a year worse off. So despite the best efforts of the Prime Minister and the Treasurer in this chamber to try to paint a rosy picture, households in my community know that they are worse off than they were 2 years ago. And the data demonstrates this. Headline inflation has risen to 4%, and core inflation, the RBA's preferred measure, has risen to 4.4% in the latest figures. And perversely, at a time of rising inflation, we have economic growth stagnating. Our annual GDP growth in the latest results was a mere 1.1%. And outside of the pandemic period, this is the weakest annual growth since 1991. This, of course, is increasing pressure on the RBA to further increase interest rates, which would be the 13th rate under Labor's watch. And over recent days, we've seen the market move to factor in the prospect of further rate rises later this year. The most worrying aspects of these economic numbers and the economic reality facing our communities is the risk of stagflation. Stagflation, where inflation keeps rising despite slowing economic conditions. As we saw in the 1970s, the cure for stagflation is repeated punishing interest rate increases to force a reset. Sadly, that would mean a recession and significant job losses. We are certainly in a bad place, and we are there due largely to the mismanagement and wrong priorities of this government. Labor's answer to every problem this nation is facing is more government. Sadly, the approach from Labor on every issue, whether it be energy costs, housing, manufacturing, skill shortages or defence recruitment and retention, has been to repeatedly deal with the symptoms of these problems instead of the underlying cause. And in my community of the Redlands, we are seeing the real results of Labor's wrong priorities. At a time when my growing community desperately needs investment, the Labor government has cut the Stronger Communities program, which provided $1.2 million in invaluable funding to different community and sporting groups over the last 8 years. They've cut the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund, which delivered $13 million in the Redlands since 2020. They're cutting the Mobile Black Spots program, which has been used to fund infrastructure upgrades on Stradbroke Island and Russell Island. And our islands have been made ineligible for the Growing Regions program, which has just seen multiple grants of over $10 million delivered to projects in other communities. It's now clear that none of the 12 commitments made by Labor for local projects within my electorate will be delivered as promised by the end of this parliamentary term. Some are delayed, many are stalled, and some appear totally doomed. But while Labor has neglected the Redlands over the last 2 years, I've been working to ensure that long-term commitments made by the Coalition to the Redlands were not abandoned by this government. I've been able to ensure funding wasn't withdrawn for the Wellington Street and Panorama Drive duplication project, from Redland Hospital Stage 1 works, and from the Redlands Head to Health facility and the Critical Minerals Accelerator project at Cleveland. In total, that's $83.6 million in federal investment saved for Redlands projects. Of course, over the last 2 years, we've also been able to see over 586,000 local community sporting and service organisations receive grants through 87 federal grants that I was happy to support through my work. Australia and the Redlands just can't afford another 3 years of Labor. Australians deserve better. Australians deserve a strong government that is willing to make tough decisions to get us back on track.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I want to tell you the story of one of my constituents, Irfanullah Abidi. Irfan and his wife Manitza and their 3 young sons, Mawahid, Tawid and Zahid, and his parents were on the last Australian flight out of Kabul airport at the fall of Kabul. In his words, on August 15, 2021, their lives changed irreversibly when the Republic Government of Afghanistan unexpectedly collapsed, plunging their once normal existence into the depths of chaos and uncertainty. As an interpreter and cultural advisor, he had already found himself on the hate list of insurgent groups due to his role in supporting the Afghan government. However, the abrupt fall of Kabul to the Taliban while he was on duty with an NGO marked a harrowing turning point. Overnight, he was thrust into a desperate struggle for survival, navigating a city under siege, constantly moving from one place to another as Taliban forces combed the neighbourhoods in search of perceived enemies. In the midst of this turmoil, he and his family clung to a fragile thread of hope through their ongoing visa applications. The process was agonisingly slow, complicated further by escalating crisis in their precarious circumstances. They persevered, reaching out to authorities and international organisations, desperate for any means of escape from the tightening grip of the Taliban. Irfan tells the story of days of sleepless vigilance and hunger at Kabul airport, literally standing unable to move, holding their children above their heads so they didn't stop breathing in the crush. And they finally managed to board an emergency evacuation flight and arrived in Adelaide on the 1st of September 2021. Landing in a foreign land as refugees, they were thrust into a daunting reality, starting anew from scratch in a country vastly different from their own. The shock and trauma weighed heavily on them all, exacerbated by the constant anxiety over the fate of loved ones left behind in Afghanistan, including his only brother and his family, still in grave danger under Taliban rule. My office and the Minister here today assisted Irfan's family to reunite, and his brother and sister-in-law and their children arrived in Adelaide some months ago. Despite being safe, Irfan has continued to be an advocate for those still in Afghanistan. The plight of Afghan women and girls under Taliban rule emerged as a critical focus of his advocacy efforts. Despite global outrage and campaigns like #LetAfghanGirlsLearn, the Taliban's repressive policies persist, including the closure of schools and restrictions on women's freedoms. Through clandestine meetings with local elders, former civil activists, educators and concerned friends, Irfan and his colleagues devised a daring plan to establish underground schools for girls. These covert educational initiatives aimed not only to defy Taliban edicts, but also to instil hope and resilience in a generation of Afghan girls who risk losing their future to oppression. The first school opened with just 20 brave students in February 2022. Encouraged by overwhelming community support and donations, they expanded rapidly, and today they operate 15 such schools, providing education to over 300 girls. The curriculum blends traditional subjects with crucial lessons in civil and human rights, equipping these young girls with not just the knowledge, but the tools to challenge injustice and build a better future. Each school operates under a strict security protocol crafted in collaboration with parents and community leaders, ensuring the safety of both students and teachers amid the ever-present threat of Taliban reprisal. As Irfan says, these schools have become more than just places of learning. They are sanctuaries of hope and empowerment. This community-driven effort ensures that every girl who walks through the doors knows she is not forgotten, that her education and empowerment matter deeply to a global community that refuses to turn away. Beyond the classroom, the impact reverberates through Afghan communities, where students armed with newfound knowledge and confidence become ambassadors for change. They teach their peers and families, multiplying the reach of the mission far beyond each student. In a country where hope is a scarce commodity, these girls are beacons of resilience, defying the darkness of oppression with each lesson learned and shared. And Speaker, if you would like to support the Afghan Schools for Girls, donations can be made to Circle of Friends Australia Incorporated and Select Empowerment Network 132. I'd like to finish by congratulating Irfan and Maniza on the recent birth of their new daughter Nahid 2 months ago, and also on a book, The Afghan Interpreter, and a film on his story. Thank you, Speaker.
Well said by the member for Boothby. It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Monday, 12 August 2024 at 10 a.m.